already changed the outcome state. You think you safe, that's a common mistake. I already cued your emotional break. Yeah, I'm that why is this in my base? That who let them cook in this space? You look for logic, I leave no trace. Just a missing mineral line of disgrace. They say I don't follow rules. They say I don't play the game. They say I am the reason. They swear I don't play normally. One moment I'm nowhere to see. Next moment your whole plan is history. Yeah, I don't build, I distort. Turn your safe game in a short report. You say no way, that was sport. I say GG, next escort. They say I hide in the mini-map fog, talking to units like I'm talking to dogs, and wanna see me through impossible logs. Now your wall got emotional logs. Some say I don't even macro at all. I just whisper and your defenses fall, like I'm talking to minerals in the wall, telling them leave them and they all just crawl. Yeah, I've been banned in at least one dream for violating space-time. They try to replay and split the stream, but I already changed the replay. That clicking? That's not me. That's your supply depot. Remember. I don't need wins, I need a story. Every match just adds to the glory. Play standard, safe allegory. I rewrite endings, mid-category. Yeah, I'm not here for ladder rank. I'm here for the what just happened, blank. You type report, I just thank the chaos for making my legend rank. Now they say I'm lagging in disguise. I'm in with mechanics and shifting eyes. You think you lost, nah, surprise. You just got featured in tonight's reprise. A ladder got a room about me. They swear I don't play normally. You say no way, that was sport. I say GG, escort. If you hear footsteps, don't scout it.
Good morning.
It already saw you first.
Good evening. How's everybody doing?
It's not that I gave up. It's just I stopped sending them all. Okay.
Mosquitoes real.
Once you drop the act, you realize how far gone you are. Woke up late, didn't mean to. Same bed, same ceiling, I scream through. Phone full of people I don't text. Mind full of thoughts I still suppress. Sunlight through the window burns like it's mocking what I haven't earned. Whole world spinning like it's fine, and I'm stuck pressing rewind. Yeah, I say I'm trying to heal, but I stay numb just to not feel. Therapist asks what's the goal. I laugh and say just some control.
I'm stuck here, watching life go by like a train. I wave at the windows, but nobody knows my name. Try to move, but I just freeze in a loop with no release. I'm stuck here, and I don't even know what's holding me.
Dreams I don't chase, scared they'll vanish if I fake. What if I'm not who I thought? What if all I got is not a lot? Pressure builds, but I play it cool.
SCV ready.
Smile wide like I'm not a fool, but every joke just buys me time. From the truth I keep confined. I keep journals
Sure
I don't
thing.
read,
SCV ready.
cause the worst don't make me
In
bleed.
the rear with the gear.
Pages filled with could've been, and prayers I whispered in the wind.
I'm stuck here, watching life go by
SCV
like
ready.
a train. I wave at the windows, but nobody knows my name. Try to move, but I just freeze in a loop with no release. I'm stuck here,
Bad news.
and I don't even
SCV
know
ready.
what's holding me.
Go ahead.
It's like the world's running laps around me.
Oh, I forgot my
I'm
hotkeys.
still standing at the starting line.
Have it at Fallout.
SCV ready.
StarCraft 2.
Something in me just won't take that first step.
Breathe in, but it don't feel real. Trying to care, trying to feel, but the numbness always steals everything I try to fight.
SCV
Let's
ready.
get out of here.
Feels like I'm losing without a fight.
I'm stuck here,
And used to think I was just playing something. Now I think it's playing back through me.
Shadows Online.
I sit down and the world gets smaller. Not peaceful, just harder to call it. Like every thought I avoid in daylight waits here where I can't look away, right? I move through patterns, I swear I chose. But sometimes it feels like I already know what I'm gonna do before I do it. Like I'm watching myself go through it. And that part messes with my head. Not the wins, not what's ever. How quickly I turn on myself when I think I should have been someone else. Every mistake don't stay a mistake. It turns into something I overtake in my mind over and over again. Like I'm trying to rewrite when it's been. And I don't even know why I care this deep. It's not just something I pray when I sleep. It follows me into normal days.
SCV ready.
Learn my thinking ways. I don't know if I'm controlling it or if it's controlling how I think. Every match feels like I'm unfolding.
SCV ready.
Like I'm closer than I should be to the brink. It's not fun, it's not
Let's go.
It's the same thought running through my brain. And I don't know
SCV
how
ready.
to turn it off. Once it starts, it doesn't stop. People think it's our reaction time, but it's more like reading between lines. I'm myself, the pressure
SCV
of
ready.
choice. In a quiet way, I lose my voice. When things get tight, I get too aware. Like I'm seeing myself standing there, deciding faster than I feel. And I start questioning what's real, because I can't tell anymore if I'm
SCV
learning to keep the
ready.
score of every version I didn't become. Every time I went slightly numb.
Good
And maybe
job,
that's why
huh?
I'm staying in. Not because I want to
Yep.
win in it, but because it shows me something.
What's going on?
I don't usually see it all.
SCV
It
ready.
me out, even when it fills me with doubt. There's a strange
Huh?
kind of truth in that space. Like
Ah,
I
you
finally
scared me.
see my own face. I don't know if I'm
Bad.
controlling it.
SCV ready.
It's controlling how I think. Every match feels like I'm unfolding it. Like I'm closer than I should be to the brink. It's not fun, it's not
SCV ready.
the same thought running through my
In the rear with the gear.
and I don't know how to turn it off. Once it starts, it doesn't stop.
Want some?
Maybe I don't use it to escape.
By the numbers.
Maybe I use it to understand why I feel so much when I'm alone. With
SCV
nothing
ready.
but my own hands. And from here to see
Ah,
time starts to
you scared me.
Not like a title, more like a mirror, showing me what gets clearer. When I don't have noise in the way, when I can't distract what I say.
SCV ready.
What up, Adrian? The artwork?
Always kind, because it's not about being good.
Oh shit.
You can
We could do it. We can work on it later on today.
SCV ready.
It's going. I'll show you. I'll show you where we're at.
Been waiting on you. In the rear with the gear. Go ahead. SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy?
How I think every match feels like I'm
I'm
unfolding.
going.
Like I'm closer than I should be to the brink. It's not fun, it's not
SCV ready.
same thought running through my brain. And I don't know how to
Go, go, go.
turn it off. Once it starts, it doesn't stop.
SCV ready.
Maybe it was never about the game. Maybe it was about what happens to
Want some? Ah! Been waiting on. In the rear with the gear. This better be good. By the numbers, boys. What's going on? Been waiting on you.
Yeah. No warm up. No buff.
Go
Run
ahead.
it.
Big job. In the rear with the gear. What's going on? Huh?
So tropic cut space. I don't rush, I don't wait.
Yeah.
This is slow down,
Brand
I
new.
can. Every second's a trap.
SCV ready.
One miss beating a man.
Command center upgrade
Snaps like
complete.
that. I don't tilt, I compress all the noise in my chest. Turn panic into a test. Then I pass it with
Yeah,
less.
what?
You chase comfort, I flinch.
Oh, you're gonna get this better be
Cause the
good.
moment it ends, I'm back fighting myself again. Don't tell me it's fun, I don't want fun.
What up, Junior?
Research complete. Base is under attack.
That means it was
want some? A burger.
Command center upgrade complete.
You scared me. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
What's going on? SCV ready. Go ahead.
Add-on complete.
Optics online. Let's go kill something. SCV ready. Comms open. Cyclone. SCV ready.
No buff, no shield. If I'm real, I'm revealed. I don't heal, I rebuild. From the damage I deal. You want peace, I want
SCV ready.
on the edge. Want the dog if it tears me
You
apart.
got coordinates of what? Channel's clear. Got a target in mind. You got coordinates. SCV ready. SCV ready. Show me you got a target in mind. Comms, channel's clear. This ought to be good. Cyclone. SCV ready.
Problem solved.
SCV ready. Optics online.
Add-on complete.
This ought to be good. Comms open. Show me who you want to die. Cyclone receive. Show me who you want. Channel.
Good morning,
You
boss.
got coordinates or what? Systems go.
Oh, what up, Blue?
Cyclone.
Blue Plants in the house?
SCV ready. Cyclone got a target. Optics online. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
Research complete.
Show me who you want to die. Channels comms open. Ready to raise some hell. Cyclone receiving. You got coordinates or what? Got a target. Channels clear. Comms open.
Can't find it.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. This ought to be good. SCV ready. Cyclone receiving. You got coordinates or what? You scared me. Bad news. Enemy contact.
Base is under attack.
This ought to be clear, boss. This ought to be good. You got coordinates.
Add-on
Forgot I'm on auto repair.
Comms open. You scared me. Roger. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Will do. Show me who comms open. Inside. Show me. SCV ready. Optics online. Let's go kill something. Clear, boss. Cyclone receiving. You got coordinates? SCV ready.
mineral field depleted.
Cyclone receiving.
Another match I overstay. Friends stop asking, I stop replying. One more game turned into me lying to myself. To sleep, to time, now I can't
Mineral
tell
field
where I'm
depleted.
lying. If I quit tonight, could I
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Silence
This ought to be. Got it. Ready to raise some hell.
what's left inside if I'm not
Big
there.
job, huh? SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
Win or lose, it still feels the same.
SCV
Just a
ready.
shadow inside.
Mineral field depleted.
Fine, but I'm not okay. I'm slowly fading day by
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
day. It's all I know. It's all I know.
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
Command center upgrade complete.
I don't even queue for fun anymore.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready. What's going on? Where's the hot action? SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete. Command
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
add-on complete. Command center upgrade.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. In the rear with the got it. Show me your channels clear, boss. You got coordinates. In gear. Optics online. Let's go kill. Systems go. Cyclone taking some fire here.
Like fungus is spread through the park. You check one corner, I'm already sparked. I'm a reason your base and your calm in the sparks. I buttered the map, let the pressure just
Ready.
moving your army out inside. Every defense is the place I can fly. You cover one
Big
angle,
job,
I supply. I beat you
huh?
with cheddar,
Huh?
it's with decay. You think that you safe, I'm 2 steps away. Every wrong leg, you lead in the play. I don't win straight, I just know what
Base.
you
Our
say.
SCVs are under attack.
What's going on? What's going on?
Add-on complete.
Optics online.
Worker play.
Something.
Research complete.
Thought it was luck. It's layers I brought every move calculated in places you're not. Organized out, let it sit in your mind. You start second guessing, fall out of your line. You look for the
Upgrade
fight, I delete
complete.
the design. Now everything crumble.
I'm trying to get cheesy.
I don't need armies, I need you unsure. One bad decision.
This rock should hit the gold. It should destroy the gold or partial gold.
Mineral field depleted.
That's what that rock should do. Take the gas and the gold, make it even smaller.
State your request. Waiting order.
Yeah, the guy ain't got none of this. He don't want none of this.
Just pressure.
He tried to get a little heat in here, but
Always ahead.
he got heat back. So
I don't scout, I sense. Mind games, I'm in your mentions. Proxy hatch in your kitchen. Turn your main base.
So this build right here that he's doing is there's a couple of different things you could do with it. What he was trying to do is spine crawler, break the front, and then go in with roach ravagers and eventually get inside and, you know, get creep and, you know, creep the outside and then slow you down horrendously. So that's what he wanted to do. So since I saw the creep, I was like, oh shit, I was over there chatting. I was not even thinking about aggression. But the creep showed me, and I was like, okay, he's gonna do the thing. He's gonna do one thing, one of the things. It could be anything. It could be the just hatchery to creep with the queen. It could be spines with roaches. Those are usually the most common ones. Those two are the most common ones. You know, spines with roaches, and with a little bit of queens, and then creep spread to slow down the Terran from taking a third and a fourth and a. So right here, what I like to do is, I like to get a PF right here, and I do this. You'll see me do this often, at least recently. So if I wanted to get a command center like I did right now and then landed right here, even if he wasn't here, the Roach Ravagers could come in early to stop me from actually getting my PF up. Or maybe it's gonna get up, but maybe if it's so weak that I could lose the PF if I don't go over there and save it or repair it. So a lot of weird stuff can happen trying to hold get that command center to a PF if the Zerg depends to be aggressive, and you never know when they're gonna be aggressive. You can go scout and that'll be good, but for me, if I have to scout to see if I get an expo right there, it's still like that means that sometimes I can't make the expo and put it right there. So then I'm gonna have an expo just hanging out for a little bit. So I was like, what do I do there? So I was like, okay, well, we get 300 resources for the command center instead of 4, so we just make another one. Make another command center, because we know that this command center timing is not going to be able to get this space, but we can get this as a defense, but use the SCVs to mine afterwards, and then just get a third one. But this right here helps me from the Roach Ravager play. Even if he's not doing this and he just randomly just came in with Roach Ravagers, he's not going to be able to just break this with an Overlord, with the Overlord vision. He's not going to just break in because there's a PF there. But if there was just a barracks, it can be a little different. It can't be just, oh shoot, I didn't have a bunker, came in, took out the supply depots with the Overlord side, and now I can't get, I have to sacrifice some workers with this. It's not easy. So instead of doing all that, and instead of making the main base a PF instead, which he can go run around everywhere your PF, I'm making it right here at the choke and using that for supply and using it for potential SCVs while I get the third one, because I still got a mess to clean up. And so there goes the roaches. He wants to break. I'm not letting him. At least not fully. So now he's like, okay, well, now he knows he can't do anything up there. So we're just waiting for our cyclones. There's not much I could do and he could do right now other than who's making the next move and what move is that. Me, I'm kicking him out. I wasn't paying attention to that. And then now that I have an orbital here and a PF here to protect, I can scan for the creep, for the tumors. Almost got it. I was spending too much though. Too bad it doesn't roast a little bit to show you, oh, it's right there. But yeah, then the Hydra play. So for Hydras, a lot of players, their end game, their fatality is Hydra Lurker. Some people are really good at Hydra Lurker where they feel like that's their bread and butter, and they skip everything else and go straight to their bread and butter. So this player's one of their bread and butters is their specialty. Their enjoyment is their comfort is Hydra Lurker. And so you got to be careful with that. But after this, the next play would have to be like, usually if this don't work, it'd be like Ultras, because their ground is getting upgraded. And if their ground is getting upgraded, the only thing that really benefits them in the late game outside of Broodlords, because Broodlords aren't upgraded, would be the Ultras. Ultras are upgraded because the rest of the army's upgraded, so it benefits them going ultras. So usually I end up seeing ultras after this stage right here, but this is like usually the bread and butter. The ultra is like the second fatality. So, and I'm just making PS. And I've been doing this before the 300, plus I don't get any benefit for the 300 command centers in regards to, like, at the end of the day. I still have to pay full price on all these bad boys. The change doesn't help me at all. It helps standard players. We roasted that. And we have a Raven too. No, don't want to waste too many scans or don't want to run out of scans. Yeah, don't you dare. Don't you dare try to use that shenanigan stuff on me. Sure, I welcome it with chaos. I see your hatchery in my natural. I will counter you with a PF in my natural. By the ramp. You know? Play crazy with crazy. Instead of just going, oh damn, I think I need like 3 barracks and a factory for a tank, and then I gotta slowly get out of there. And that's one way. You could do it that way, or you can go crazy. How you guys doing? What's up, Jimmy? How's it going? Welcome back to another session of multiplayer shenanigans. It's our host, the Sewer Mermaid himself, for NCO. Damn booze. One game at a time. Well, I did have. Oh yeah, here's a picture so far. Let me see. What was it? Just let me try to find it. Oh, is it right there? How do you open it? Click it. That fancy stuff. Where'd it go? That's my VR painting. I did that in VR. It's pretty cool. What the hell? Okay, I'll find it. Let's see. That's where it's at right now. We still got to do the body. I've been playing so much StarCraft this week. I haven't had a time to kind of take a break and do some art. So we'll do some this weekend. We'll do a little bit of art this weekend. But this is where I'm at right here with. Actually, it is Kerrigan. It is Kerrigan. It's not Nova. What happened is the original was Nova, but then I changed it to Kerrigan's face because it had a more, flush face where I could do more like feel like a real person. And so it is Kerrigan, but in Nova's body. Kind of. But yeah, so that's what we're working on. I still think having a PF wall next to the Zerg base might still work. We could try it. We could definitely try it. I have one that I do at the 3rd. I'll do it at the 3rd base. But I haven't tried that recently since the worker changed. There's certain things I haven't tried yet. I've been working on this TVZ kind of playstyle for a little bit for this patch. Since this patch came out, more or less, that's one thing that was interesting in the patch where I was like, but I was already working on something like that anyways at the very end of before the patch. So it was like, it's one fun thing because what they changed is the ghost. You could with the ghost change, you can go back to the old school way where if you get hit and you're sniping, it doesn't cancel it. And I was like, okay, well, let's use that, you know. And that's the way it used to be before. It's like now it's like you get hit by brood lords before, and then now you get canceled. You can't snipe brood lords because they just, unless you're in the real far back, or the lings get at you, and then you can't snipe the ultras because they get tapped by a ling or something. It was, but with this change, it really helped. That's the one thing it did help, is that ghost change. So that was good on the ghost change. And then the neural parasite, I like the neural parasite neuroing one probe once or one SCV once, and then it'll finish the job. I think that was also a good game changer for a Zerg to enjoy that skill, that spell. So yeah. But I do have a video I was gonna watch. It's a 30-minute video. Maybe we can skip some stuff if it's too long. But it seems like Lambo was. I woke up in the morning and I saw Lambo had a video talking about, we need to talk about this patch. And I don't really know what everybody's talking about right now or what people are thinking about the patch. So I was like, okay, this will be cool to watch, interesting to watch, to see if you know what's he got to say about the patch. We've been playing it too. I don't know, some of you guys know my somewhat take. It's like we need more toys, but you know, and it's a bit dry, but you know, outside of that, I'm not dry. The game is dry, but that don't make me dry. It's a philosophy, but and a playstyle, but at the same time, it also there's a skill rankings that you have to, like, sometimes just not think about, you know, what's more important. That's what you got to think about to you. I agree. Let's see, I still think having a PF, well, let's see, agree, but Protoss is hustling. Oh, Protoss is war. Oh yeah, on the Protoss side, they're chrono boosting really good. They got the battery shields, but you know, we still don't have enough toys. Like, the disruptor is not that good. You know, it used to be better. The storms, not really fond about the new storms. Not sure where they're going with that in general. It's not a good aggressive type of tool. It's more of a defensive. They say, we don't want defense. We don't want turtles. I was like, well, you're giving people turtles because that's what you do. You sit back and just storm forever and it stays there. If you're storming a short period of time, it's because you're doing it strategically. Attack here, move here, then attack here, and you know, we'll see. I actually don't know who is doing the changes. I don't know who's doing the changes. I don't know what the motivation fully is, like the vision, because they don't say the vision other than something about, I just hear in the hallways something about they don't want turtles, or they're trying to slow down the turtling or something like that, you know. And then what else? That's the main thing I know, is the turtling part. They don't want people to just turtle. That's about it. That I don't know what other vision they have other than, like, kind of going off of what the pros want, because who else are they gonna pick their brains? They're not gonna pick other people's brains. They rather pick the ones that play a lot. So the pros know what's up. We're gonna pick their brains, but I still don't know what the vision is. But we'll see what he says. Maybe we'll get a little insight with the what's going on. So let me see. Let me put this. Let's see what. I will turtle even harder. Yeah, I mean, that sucks though. Like, I don't know who they're trying to, like, please, because turtling, that's something you do when you're new at the game and you got no choice. That's insecurity. And you should have insecurity when you don't know what's going on in the game, and there's so much that could be out there. There's a lot of unknowns, and so what do? What you turtle? What do you want them to do? It's like, no, they should not turtle. We don't want them to turtle. Well, some want to turtle, even if not, even if you give them all this other, they want to turtle. That's just what they want to do. Some people want to just be a turtle. They enjoy it. They enjoy it, and these people are just like, no, we don't want them to turtle, because why? Because people are complaining that the game's taking a little too long. Well, who says that? You know, the game's gonna take as long as it's gonna take. Turtles are not good on their side because they're not taking the map. Just take the map and stop complaining. You know what I mean? But they have to, for some reason, cater to some outside voices that are always talking about turtling, I guess, being a bad thing. Turtle's bad. And so they have this idea of like turtling. Okay, it's bad, let's fix it. Let's not make them turtle. Let's get them out in the map. So they drop the mineral counts. They reduce the minerals in the mineral patches. They reduce the gas geysers everywhere so that the bases get mined out quicker. It's literally turning from BGH to hunters, if you know what that means in StarCraft 1. BGH to hunters, and without every, you know, what and people don't know the wiser yet until they learn, like, down the road, like, shit, my base is mining quicker than I expected. I'm drained more than it's like, yeah, well, you got to get outside and take more bases. But is that really fun? Is the taking more bases the fun part? No. It's the adventures and the tools that you have while you're getting there. But that's not the fun, just taking more bases so you get. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'll turtle too. I'll turtle harder. You don't want me to turtle? Turtle's gonna turtle. Standard player's gonna standard player. You can't force them from that. You just can't. It's hard. It's a mental thing. It's a psychological thing. They think that's how they think. That's how they live in life, and that's that's their culture.
For the first time in my life, I'm actually worried about StarCraft 2 dying. Now, people have been saying this for a long time now, and it really depends on your definition on
StarCraft
whether
2
or not the
dying.
game is dying. And in general, I think StarCraft is so good that people will always play it, so it's never truly gonna die. But
Yeah, I feel like when he's saying that, I think he means like it's dying for him. Like the spark is fading for him, and he's gonna tell us why he thinks. But I don't think it's like he means like in general, because yeah, he was saying that it's like not everybody. There's gonna be people that like it no matter what. It's a great game, but a part of it is dying, is what he's probably saying. A part of it in his reality and his environment in the game is dying. It's fading. Let's just say fading.
I want to explain to you what changed in my point of view and what we can change about it. Ever since the most recent round of patches, the ladder has been increasingly inactive at the high level, to the point where it for the first time ever feels significantly worse than during the Void Ray meta, even during off seasons back then. Most pro players are no longer actively playing the game to improve every day, and a lot of them are losing their passion, and I'm here to tell you why. But before, I'm gonna go over the reasons as to why most pro players are all of a sudden not playing anymore, as well as some semi-pros and the guys slightly below. I want to show you guys the actual state, because I think you need some reference. This is a website that tracks.
If they're not playing anymore, it could be more like a sign of protest. If they're all deciding after this patch they don't like it and they're just like not deciding to play at the moment, could be a protest, because I could see that. I could see a lot of players kind of like protesting with their time and saying, no, we don't want to entertain this, and I don't like it, and it's not the way it's not my reality. So it might be a personal protest from the higher levels. So I guess the higher levels are feeling the change more than the lower levels. The lower level players, there's so much to learn in general that you guys are too busy to even get to that thought process of, why it's not good. You know, we got so much to learn that it's like we're our heads are so in the sauce that we haven't really understood the awareness of what's really happening on the hyper optimized level, you know, on an optimized level of the game. So yeah, he's probably talking about just like, yeah, the optimized players, the players that already know the game and know the layers of how long is this takes. It takes, you get 32 workers at this time, you get at 3 bases, you get it at 305, and then at lanes come at 3. It's all calculated, it's all structured, it's all, you know, it's mathematics at that point, and geometry. It's like it's solid. And we're over here like not knowing math too good, and we're over there just like, oh, doodling and stuff and enjoying the game, and so we don't think about this stuff. But they're right now, I guess, protesting at the higher levels. Some people are, I guess, frustrated.
Who is online and currently playing. And if I go on Europe and online only, I didn't check this beforehand. It's Sunday.
What up?
It's
Kwasa?
Sunday afternoon, so there should be a lot of players online. This
We
is
got
what it looks
Pling
like.
Plong.
The
in
highest
house.
level player that is playing is
Pling
Semper,
Plong.
who might be playing Protoss or Terran, either or. So there's 3 players overall that are above 5k MMR that are playing currently.
Semper's, yeah, Semper's always playing. Semper plays. Semper's chill though. Like, you know, Semper, he's a married man now. You know, I've met him several times, and he's just chill. He's just, he enjoys the game, and whatever happens, you know, he's just he likes it on the casual side too. So Semper just playing it just to enjoy it. I mean, he got life. You know, he's got, you know. So I can see him playing, you know, and not really being on the side of
You should meet
something
me
has to be
also
changed.
several times. Ooga booga.
You should meet me also several times. What do you mean, ex new? But yeah, I can see Semper. But damn, there's a little bit of higher level players playing right now. And they're not even playing that much. That's not even a lot of games. One game right here, 10 right here, 2 right here, 7-2. So that's not even that much.
And this is the entire ladder. So if I'm now searching a ladder game, I cannot find anybody that is even close to my own level. In fact, I have recently played against a lot of players after countless minutes of queuing to where the games are not close to being competitive. Here's a screenshot of just a couple of them, right? This was against a 4.5k player. Here we have a 4.9k player. This is not even 5k players anymore, because if these 3 players wouldn't be online, this is the next person that I can find. Or if these guys are online in a match against each other, or against somebody slightly lower than that, these are the best players that I can find. We see Femboy here, who is also currently laddering. And here we have the Pig Farmer. Now, I am rank 1 Grandmaster right now on the ladder. Because, once again, most pro players are not actually playing that much, and the guys that are actually better than me have not played the 30 games in the previous weeks in order to qualify for the Grandmaster ladder. But the opponents that I'm getting are closer to Silver League than they are to my level.
That is true. it might look close. It might look like even, but honestly, once you get to the around 50, even 50, 45, like 5k, once you get to 5k, there's a big difference. There's big difference in the knowledge that people have and the way that the meta works, how well they know the meta. There's a big difference with that little gap compared to like 4k compared to a 6k, because once you get to 50, like my highest as Protoss, it was 5300. 5300 was the highest I've ever gone. But then, you know, I didn't like grind even past that because my back went out. So I had to take a break. But 5300 was the highest I've been. And even then was really hard. So 5300, you're talking about 5300 to 600 and 500? 6,500. That's pretty high, you know? So that's a big difference between how much this person knows and how much this person knows. And he's kind of saying that there's not a lot of people playing his level, like his skill. Who'd that be? What a Ghost? Alamado? I'm still learning how to use Twitch. Yeah, that's good. Okay, it's all good. It's all good in the hood. Enjoy learning it. It's chill. Just don't mind the commercials. Sometimes they bombard once in a while, but it's not me. Okay, so what he's saying is like he's not getting good players. He's getting subpar players because his skill level players aren't playing. They're not playing. They're not playing as much, or they're not playing. They're not playing as much is what happens. Because what happens with GM, if you get a certain, if you want to be in GM, you have to literally be active in the ladder. You can't just have GM and then now the whole season you're a GM. You could fall off in GM. In GM you could fall off. So or no, you can't. You don't fall off. But what happens is you need enough MMR points to get the GM border. Even if you're GM level, if you don't play enough games, you're not gonna be in the GM, something like that. It's kind of weird, but you gotta actually work for it. You gotta constantly work for the GM to keep the GM. And so he's just saying a lot of players aren't even playing enough to be in the GM. Not that they're not GM, but they're not playing enough for the system to say, hey, you're GM now. Here's a border. Slap and approved. And so instead of that, because the players are like not playing it or not enjoying it or something, he's playing the next best players that the system's going to give him, which is, 4K mid-range player, which is like a diamond something, maybe a low masters, if anything. I don't know. What is that? Like, I don't even look at MMR numbers no more. I just know, 5K is reasonable to me in my head. Everything else is subpar in regards to the numbers. So that just looks like maybe diamond to me in my head, but it could be masters. So yeah.
Which means that this is not competitive. I'm like 4.5K. I think maybe it's even diamond. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh.
Either way, it is a huge issue because I can't turn on the stream and then simply play, which means it's also bad for the viewer numbers on Twitch in general. Even players that are worse than me are having huge issues finding good opponents, and that is because most of the pro players stop playing. Like, for example, if I'm tuning into sort of stream right now, he just complained that he had an 8-minute queue and then he queues into someone way worse than him. The main reason for this is that we simply have less people that are enjoying the game right now on the high level.
There he goes.
And I want to tell you why the pro
now
players stopped playing to that degree, because it is
so
we simply have less people that are enjoying the game right now on the high level. And
so there is a lot of people not enjoying it at the high level. I'm curious to see why, though, in general. Like, why don't they like what they're liking? Because I don't know. It sucks, though. The pros, they had a good chance to make the game great, to make a good game, and they used it to just optimize their meta instead of optimizing the meta. Instead of changing the game, making it interesting, they have the power and the knowledge to make a good experience. They just kept it safe and then just kept it to whatever the meta needed. There's a little dip right here. Let's patch that part. Let's patch this part right here because we can't. In the meta, we have this problem. In the meta, we have that problem. So like they had a chance, and we didn't. We didn't have a voice at that point. They didn't even give us a point. The council didn't even give us a time of day to say what we wanted. They said we know what's best for you, and then they just changed little things to adjust their meta, which makes the game stagnant in general. But people, as long as they have, their ranking, as long as they have a reason to enjoy it, they'll play it. And it seems that a lot of these players, they don't like these changes. I'm thinking because it just doesn't feel right to their environment. I don't like them either. I don't like the changes either. I mean, I like the 4-player maps, but I also don't like them. But what keeps them from playing it, though? Because StarCraft's a fun game in general. What keeps them from playing the games?
I want to tell you why the pro players stopped playing to
Okay.
that degree, because
Tell
it is truly an issue right now. It is truly an issue. The first reason that I'm gonna take away until I get to the real reason is that there's a lack of tournaments that are high paying. So there is
that makes
slightly
sense.
less motivation. Obviously, ever since EWC dropped us, we now have less StarCraft tournaments with like super high pay. And because of that, there's less motivation. This actually didn't factor into the decision of people playing as much as I thought. All the guys that are below top 20 didn't really have too many hopes of getting into EWC in general, and they continuously practiced, and they were still playing all the time even before the patch. So that means that this can't be the only reason, right?
Right.
Now,
That's
the
a part
reason,
of
and
it.
I already took it, and I'm pretty sure everybody that clicked this video already knew, the main reason that most of the pro players are not playing that anymore, or as much anymore, is that
Sup,
they
Alan?
hate the newest set of patches. They absolutely hate it. And when I mean every pro, I mean literally every single pro player that I have talked with, which is more than 10. I don't know how many it is. It could be 20
That's pretty
plus.
good number.
Hates the patch. They only have negative things to say about the patch. Every single one. And when I
But
say patch, I
why?
mean
Why don't
ever
they
since
like
the
it?
worker count change and then all the subsequent patches. Like all of them, I'm going to combine them to say one patch, okay?
Yeah.
Every pro hates the patch. And it is not for the reason that you might think, where you're going to say, okay, but pro players just hate change in general. They now need to relearn the game. They just hate change. It's not that. I know that pro players hate 4-player.
Well, that's part of it, but it's not that either, because I also am a creative player, and I like to get down and dirty, and even I feel it's stagnant. I also feel the game with the less workers is a bit too dry. You don't have enough bank to even do things in the early stage. You're just broke. You're like, oh, I want a cannon rush, but I ain't got the money because I ain't got no workers. And by the time I get the money, the timing's already late. The time has passed. You know? So it's like there's a little open window, but honestly, against optimized players, that's sometimes not enough. Especially with the map makers making it harder for cannon rushers to even cannon rush. You got two things, you know? But I do feel like it's a bit dry. I agree. But I will see if they like change or not. But I don't think that they like too much change.
Maps. And I know that pro players have a dislike for certain weird maps, especially because most of the weird maps that you guys call weird maps and that the community might like are imbalanced, so they just basically take away a veto from us. So if Pride of Altaris makes it into the map pool, that's just, I never get to actually play it, even though it's super broken for Zerg.
Yeah, see, that's the, I think that's one of the problems. You know, like they don't like 4-player maps. 4-player maps are more unpredictable. And if you're playing an unpredictable game, it's hard to see the finish line. Because the finish line might come with 2 zags and 2 zigs and behind the jump over the car and go in through the parking lot and go up the stairs, jump off the window to get to the finish line. And you can't just see that right off the bat. You can't see all that. It's too complicated. I need my MMR. I want my MMR. I need the win. And I can't try to go through all that just to find the finish line. I need to understand how to see the finish line and just go straight to it. And so that's what a lot of players want. And that it makes sense, because he was saying a lot of the motivation is financial. It's the prize pools. It's the tournaments. I want the money. I ain't gonna get the money easily if I go and do all kinds of hurdles to get to it. I want the easiest way to get to it. And so, they say that, we mock them in a sense that they don't want to change and stuff, but in reality, it's because they don't want to lose. So because they don't want to lose, they don't want things that are too complicated. So 4-player maps, they're too unpredictable. I don't like it. I'm gonna veto it. Well, then now you're not enjoying the whole game. You're not getting, the experience of the things that you could do. Now you're just giving yourself a nice little room and said, I'm comfortable here. Why are you comfortable? Because you're getting what you want. Your points, your ranking, maybe the tournament wins in some degree, right? That's why you're comfortable in there, but you won't like anything else, because it's not easily seen how the victory is going to go. So 4-player maps, yeah, they don't like them. There's no reason to not like them because everybody's in that same environment anyways. Everybody, you know, your opponent still has to also do 4-player maps. But the fact that they veto it just lets you know that they're optimizing their win-loss to get wherever their destination is. There's no other reason a pro should veto any map unless you're trying to optimize. So if you're trying to optimize, you can't really say that you're exploring all avenues of the game to see if there's anything out there. Not that he doesn't, because he's a creative player. But I'm just saying, when you put yourself in a box like that and start vetoing maps, you're closing yourself off to potential. But some people don't have enough time to do all that stuff, so you got to get the results now. And I get it, but there's still that part that, you know, the doors are still closed in some areas.
So maybe I like it, but I don't actually get to play it. And then 4-player maps are just random by default. Let's say you're a Protoss player, you spawn into a 4-player map against a Zerg. You have a 33% chance of losing the game straight up, even if you go scout right away. If you scout your opponent last,
33%.
Now 10 pulls you. In the old patch, it would be a 12 pull. You would die. So you have a 33% chance of straight up losing the game. And don't even get to me with
what? He's talking about probably like to be optimal. He's talking about maybe when Protoss wants to be as optimal as possible, the moment of optimal play can be punished by Zerglings, which that's a risk reward. And he's saying that even if I scout, it still can get punished. And so, yeah, that's a risk reward. You know, at that point, just go gay. Don't go optimal. You know, don't go full optimal. I know it sucks, but don't go full optimal. Don't always be fully greedy on saying this is, I could deserve this, I need this, I deserve this. If not, that's what we need to complain about. You know, those are the things that the pros have a voice more than we do. And sometimes they don't talk about these things. They talk about just the structure.
10 pulls you in the old patch.
But hey, sometimes you gotta just go gateway first. Why you know, maybe you can't get a fast expand. Why is it supposed to be given, you know?
It would be a 12 pull. You would die. So you have a 33% chance of straight up losing.
So you would die if you do it, but you won't die if you are not as greedy, right? You won't die as long as you, but you know, we gotta be optimal. We always gotta be optimal. There's no other way other than optimal. And you know, that's why I don't like MMR fully, like, because sometimes that just hinders the enjoyment and the experience, the full experience that I would have, because you know, you get to this optimal part where you're stuck in this loop.
The game, and don't even get to me with sending 2 probes right from the start. That one's terrible, and you're
accounting for them enjoying the game. They're like that. The pro levels, they're very structured. They want to see everything and know everything that's going to happen and map it out, calculate it. They want that. They feel comfortable with that because that will higher the risk, the chances of winning a tournament. You know, you got to think about it. They want money. Some of them love the game, but a lot of times the incentive of playing the game longer than what they would normally do is incentivized by money. A lot of them at the higher level. A lot of tournaments have been drying out, and a lot of players have been going, well, I don't want to play StarCraft anymore because the money's not there. It also gives them a reason, because of this patch, to justify it. They're like, well, you know, there's a tournament part, but now this patch gives me a full reason why I don't want to play it no more. And it just gives them a way out, you know, because in reality, I think it's the money, and they won't want to put in too much work on this new change for the money, because for one, they don't see a future in it. They know it's drying out, so they're like, well, shit, I should just jump out now, you know, while I can, and go into a new game that I can find a tournament and get better at. It just makes more sense for a pro gamer, which means that a lot of these players, you know, that's what I was worried about. I was talking about this last time. I was like, when they do these pro players that think they know what's good for StarCraft, they make all these changes when they had an opportunity. But I was like, you know, in some way, I'm like, they're not gonna do it for the right reasons. They're gonna do it for their motivation, for their tournament potential wins, for their security. But then when that dries out, they're gonna leave us with whatever they gave us. They're gonna leave us. We're gonna be holding the bag at the end. The people that love StarCraft, we're holding the bag because the pros have a motivated reason why they want to make changes, and it's not for us and not for the better of the game. It's for their safety of trying to keep their pockets, secure, self-preservation, but at the end we're left with the bag. So they did their thing. I guess Blizzard said that's not enough, you guys didn't change much, and they did this drastic change. And now this drastic change, these guys are like, whoa, what is this? Which, in all fairness, it is a bit dry. But we're gonna be left with the bag at the end. I just hope that they can say something that makes the game good. That the pros could actually speak out, and I'm glad he's speaking out. Because we need more speaking out on this, because it does need to improve. But we can't do it where the pros just know what's best, because we tried that, and all they do is just finesse the meta.
We're just going to be so far behind no matter what, unless obviously it's specifically a 10 pull. So if you know it's coming, that's a smart choice. But whenever you don't know for sure that that's coming, or don't anticipate it coming, it would be a bad choice. And then in 66% of
it will be a bad choice, and it's 66%. You see how structured these percentages are? They're always at the higher level. They count your workers. They do all this stuff, calculating. So if you play weird, the other person can't calculate all these things that they're usually calculating in their head, because everything's timed, and this is when I get this, and this is when I get that. Oh, he's getting that. I'm going to get this at this time. This gives me time to get 60 workers because he went Stargate, so I can make 72 workers and 4 bases. They have it all mapped out, it leaves very little to chaos when the game gets too finessed. But these players like the finesse a lot of times. It's safer that way.
10 pulls you. In the old patch, it would be a 12 pull. You would die. So you have a 33% chance of straight up losing the game. And don't even get to me with sending 2 probes right from the start. That one is terrible, and you're just going to be so far behind no matter what. Unless obviously it's specifically a 10 pull. So if you know it's coming, that's a smart choice. But whenever you don't know for sure that that's coming, or don't anticipate it coming, it would be a bad choice. And then in 66% of the cases, if you go scout right away, you don't even get the block, so you're still just behind by default. Is that fun to play? If I queue into a Terran, the maps...
Is that fun to play? If you're in your head thinking about 33% chance, 66% chance... is that really a way of playing the game in general, actually experiencing the game? I don't know, that's a little too structured for me. That oh no, I'm not gonna do that because that's a 33% chance that might work out. Oh no, that's a 60% chance, but there's this other 80% chance that I might be able to do this other one. When it gets to that point, the game needs to be more chaotic. You can't just be able to do all the percentages in your head and just be confident in it, because that's just how bland the game is. But it is the way it is. Some of these players, I guess, think in percentages, and they know by default that is what it is. You can't break it. You can't stop it. It will not change. And I don't know. It seems a bit boring to me. I don't even think that way. I just go, hey, let's try this, let's try that, and let's see what we can do with it. It's not a... But
are bad close spawn for Zerg, but they're really good for Zerg cross spawn. So I have a 33% chance of the map being good for me, 66% chance of it not being good for me, and yeah, pro players don't like random factors very much.
Exactly. Pro players don't like random factors. He said it right there. You don't like 4-player maps because it's too random of the outcome that it could be, which means that you're not really, playing as a pro. You're playing as a fake pro. What is it? What do you call it? A poser? Just a poser? A pro is supposed to be a pro. A pro is good at everything. A poser is somebody that just thinks they're a pro, but they really just don't do everything that they should be doing that pros would normally do, but nobody else knows because they're not pros. So But he's more like a poser if he's like not exploring all the things, and not in a rude way, but it just is what it is. He might be really good, but if my definition of a pro is not is somebody that knows everything or knows really well everything, like Hero's a pro to me. Zero's a pro. You know, there's certain people that I've already seen. Dark's a pro. There's certain things that I'm like, okay, you're a pro. You know what's up. You can flow. You can do all kind of, you know. But when you're taking maps and reducing, you know, because of the chance of the percentages, and you're doing this build because of the percentages, and you're doing this because of the percentages, but at the end it's because your outcome is less predictable. So if you don't have a percentage in your head on something that you're thinking about would work, you won't do it. You rather do the one that you know the percentage is good because you already know that's a safe play. That's not even just, you know, going off of your emotions, your how would I say it? You're not going off of your skill and thought process. You're just going off of what happened before and what's probable. But I don't know. I think that's more of a poser kind of pro than an actual pro to have that mentality. But it happens a lot. A lot of people don't like changes. Why do you think they don't like me? A lot of people don't like me because I play weird. I play weird because I don't go into the game with their numbers of percentages and this and that. I do weird shit, and so it throws them off a bit. But they don't like that because they don't get to practice their structure. They don't get to practice versus what they should be practicing that's normal. They don't like me because they can't predict it. But a lot of not that I'm as good as some of these players because I'm not as structured, but on the creative side, I'm up there on the creative side. I'm just not there on the structured side because I don't want to spend my time thinking about percentages on things that are just, you know, gonna make the game just boring. Just play on high probabilities instead of playing on risk reward. I like risk reward. They go probabilities. Really hope we can get another patch. All my mates stop playing. I agree. That's why I'm at least glad that he's speaking out. I'm glad he's speaking out because we need this. We need more workers in the beginning. We need more toys. You know, and I wish the pros would talk about that more because that is what we need. Whether they don't like the probabilities. You know, that's why the Ravens got removed. The heat seeker missiles, those things were too strong for people. It was too good for their probabilities. You know, the cloak mothership, too good for their probabilities. So many things that just keep getting changed because it's not in their probabilities. Their risk curve is too high. Let's change this. The risk curve is too high here. Let's change that. Cannon rush is too chaotic. Let's change that. It's crazy.
So we don't really like multi-spawn maps. That doesn't mean that we hate change. Change is actually very different. Most pro players like change. I wish I could tell you guys everything that has happened in the balance chat, but as you guys know, there is an NDA and I'm a German, so I follow the rules. But most pro players that I talk with like change. I can speak for myself that I love change because it allows me to figure out new stuff. You guys know the feeling?
He is a creative player. You know, he is a creative player. That's for sure. At least in the pro level, he does find times to kind of do some creative side. He does dig deep in some things. So yeah, which is good that he's speaking about this because at least on some creative side, he does explore enough to talk about this where it's like we might at least be directed in some good direction.
Like back in when I would go to school, I discovered this game relatively late into my school career. So it was maybe 10th or 11th grade. I would go to school and I would think during the lessons about different things that I can try out when I'm back home to play StarCraft. That feeling comes back whenever there is new changes because you have new toys to try out.
No, that feeling comes back if you let it come back. The problem why he doesn't get that is because he's up there in the ranks and he's worried about winning and losing. You heard him right there. He was over there playing like a good old gold league player, a bronze league hero, you know, where you're in your you're wherever you're at work or at school, and you're over there thinking, man, I want to try this one build right here, and you know, let's see what happens, you know. And if that dries out for you, it's not because of, you know, it's not because of StarCraft itself. You know, it's the desire. It's what you're desiring, and he wants to stay up at the ranks to the point where his imagination got squished. His imagination just got put in the back burner because he decided to his brain that says, hey, let's do all these crazy stuff. No. That won't work at the higher rank. We need to be at the higher rank. So we got to sell our soul. And so you can't be creative because 33% chance that you're there's 33% chance that your creativity is going to cost me some tournaments, you know, and we can't have that. So he trains his brain to be less like that, so he doesn't get those little jiggles as much. But it's because of the ranking. He's more selling his soul on the ranks. He's got to be at this rank. He's got to do this. And because of that, he's playing so high to the point where he's so optimal that it's cutting off all his creativity because he's so eager to win more than grow and explore and have fun and enjoy. Not that it's bad to be competitive, but he's also cutting himself short by just always keeping himself in a little safe room to keep that ranking up for the tournaments or for whatever reason. Because if he has that back then, why doesn't he have that now? I'm not saying that, yeah, the game is, you know, all figured out, but like there's like, look at it was a Euthermal's over there having a blast too, and he's over there doing all kinds of weird shit. Mana's doing some weird shit. The fun part is just being a little more loose and reckless to the point where you're not comfortable fully, and you're also having an adventure. It doesn't mean you have to do everything in percentages and this is how I get my win. That's the boring way of playing. That's why it gets boring, is because everything's all optimized and structured. It gets exciting when you give yourself a little risk reward, which means that you might be behind, but that's the thrill, is being behind and getting back up. But when you're going up for the ranks and only for the MMR, and for the tournaments, you don't have that allowance. You have to sell your soul to the numbers, and that means that you have to play repetitive and robotic, because that's the way you get the stuff. That's how you get the points. So I always try to tell people, like, don't try to be a pro. Like, I mean, be a pro if you want to be a pro, but don't try to act like a pro, because they're playing a whole different game than we are. Their wavelength is money and rank. And so they will play to that tune, and those vibes will allow them a little room to play how the game is going to allow them to play, to get and keep that going. We don't have that. We have the rest of the game too, and so we get to enjoy the game, try different things. If you win, you win. If you lose, you're learning, and you can take that for the next game, you know. But these players, it's not that kind of mentality. It's more like, how do we keep getting our rank up? How do we keep getting better so we can get our tournaments and win tournaments? But what happens when the money's not there? Are you gonna keep playing? Are you gonna keep playing when the money's not there? Are you playing because you love it, or are you just playing for the money? That, you know, you'll find out as time goes. But it seems like his motivation is drying out, and some of it is financial, you know. But he is a creative player, so, you know, I do like that he's speaking out.
Right? And pro players like this sort of change. It gives us the opportunity to punch up. Even the players that are at the very top, that theoretically would or might do worse if there is huge changes. Let's say there's Clam, and now Zerg gets new offensive strategies, and Terran some things change, and he can't play 3cc Banshee every game anymore. And because he's mechanically the best player, I'm naming Clam in general, and because TVZ is like the most consistent matchup, let's say things change for that. Even Clam argues in favor of change every single time I talk to him. Pro players don't hate change. We're also not too lazy to try out new build orders. I can tell you for myself, I just don't enjoy the game right now as much, and I'm going to go into the reasons why. Ever since these patches, what I actually play the most off stream, like whenever I don't record anything for Patreon, for the Zerg Academy, whenever I don't stream, what I play the most by far is Protoss. Even though Protoss is bad now. The reason for that is that they changed the gateway stuff in
I don't know
general,
about
and the
Protoss
first
right now. I haven't played Protoss in a while since the last patch, so I can't really talk about too much about the patch with Protoss. So I don't know if it's technically a bad one or a good one. I don't know what people think about the Protoss side of the patch.
field change together with that as well, that I actually want to try out new things, and I'm having a lot of fun trying out new builders, completely new styles in PvZ that weren't possible before. So whenever I play on my own time to keep my mechanics up, I'm actually playing Protoss right now. I actually beat Shin the other day with a strategy that was not viable at all. Like I beat Shin on the ladder with something with a sentry style, basically, where that one wasn't even possible before.
It was impossible before. You know, some games that you do certain builds win, and some games that you do the same, you lose. We're not, how would I say it? We can't tell the future. We're not fortune tellers. And he's not too much of a risk taker at certain points, right? He said it himself. He's too structured. And he said, this build that I did is like so weird that I didn't even think I would be able to win them, but I did. And he's excited about that, which you should be, because you did something off the cuff, and you found out that going off the cuff doesn't always mean you're gonna lose. It means that you're going off the cuff of what you're comfortable, and there's a higher chance of risk. But if you win, that's still not unlikely either, because you're a good player. So if you're a good player, there's ways to win things and come back. And so, like, yeah, if you do something weird like that, I believe you can win sometimes, but sometimes these people don't believe that they could win with those. But they keep themselves in a box so much that they don't believe that anything else is possible. And then when they do something different and they find out that it's possible, they're like, oh, that actually worked. I mean, we see it with Mana all the time. Mana has a lot of YouTube videos where we watched it, and he did like some weird things, got off tangent, got on the back burner, but then somehow got out of it and then won with a crazy, strategic, artistic play. You're gonna win some, you're gonna lose some if you play off the cuff anyways. So, but he's over there thinking like, this is unbelievable. How can this even be? I can't believe this even happened, that if I didn't do something that I already know the outcome or potential outcome, that I could even win this. It's possible. It's just not probable, because you don't know what's going on. So how can you create a probability if you don't really know, and you're going off the cuff the whole time, and every decision is like right now, make the decision right now for this next part. It's not I got all day, I know what the map is, I know at 2 minutes I do this, at 5 minutes I do that, at 10 minutes I do this, and you know what I mean? Like literally all figured out, all mapped out before the game starts. That's one way to play, but then there's the other side where you just use your skills, you use your knowledge, and you enjoy the game whether you win or lose. But like I said, they're motivated rank wise, tournament wise, so that's also, you sell your soul. That it is what it is. You sell your soul. That's just, you want the big bucks as a movie star, you gotta sell your soul. You want to be top music artist, you gotta sell your soul to Diddy. P. Diddy's gonna want your soul, but you know what I mean? But you're gonna sacrifice. And I always try to tell people that aren't pros, don't sacrifice. Enjoy. Learn how to enjoy. Don't be like them. They're miserable up there. They're not happy. They're not happy over there. It's not sunshines and rainbows when you're up there. It's repetitive play, structure, probabilities, and all this other stuff that just kills the fun in general. They don't like to have fun. They like to play structure for win, so they're not even a fun player. It's like like having bad sex. You want to have sex and someone just like doesn't want to, it's just not fun. It's like, okay, well, like you're just like boring. You're boring. Just an example. That's probably like, I would say that would be boring right there. It's like, You don't want that. You want to have a fun opponent.
And I went into custom games together with Harstem. We spent hours just trying to figure out what is safe, what can't be safe. This sort of stuff is super fun.
What is safe?
also
What
gives
can't
us-
be safe? Look at him. He's already like, what's safe? What's that? You know, he's already looking at a map. He's like, let's map this out already. He's already right there, which is nothing bad with that. It's good to map things to an extent, but don't go detailed to the point where we can take advantage of that. This part we can take. So yeah, it's a good, you know, but like they're trying to they're trying to get ahead of the current is what they're doing. He's saying, I'm trying to get ahead of it, and I know that the changes are there, and I know the pros are gonna also not know so I'm gonna try to get ahead of any little advantage I can get so I can get my points. And that's where his motivation is. That's why he's like doing like small little detailed, you know, figure outs. He wants to get ahead of the current, but it's for the tournament wins. It's not for let's keep going and getting a little more crazy. It's literally let's find a little way to, like, you know, get ahead. It is what it is, but that's what they're doing. That's pretty much what they're trying to do. They're trying to get ahead of the current, and let's try to find it. And nothing wrong with that, you know. But it's not fun because he's not gonna make it fun. He's just gonna do that over and over again until the wheels fall off. He'll do it over and over until the wheels fall off. He will not change it. Last time, he was known for like he would do the queen walk. He would do the something taxi. Was it the German taxi? And he would do the queen walk. And the queens were boring as hell, but they were really strong. And so he made this build where he'd like march queens and stuff to attack. And he would do it over and over and over and over again because he found one, you know. But he just stuck to it. He didn't like go to different things. He stuck to it until the wheels fell off. Until he taught everybody how to do it. Which is fine. But you know, he didn't explore after that part. He just kept abusing. He abused something that worked really well. He knew it worked, and instead of like being adaptive, and even if something really works well, you're just abusing. You know, it's like. So I know what he's doing right there. He's trying to find another like way to abuse it, but he's not like enjoying it, experiencing the bigger picture. He just wants the part that he can calculate. That's all. He just wants the part that I can get a percentage. That's all I want. If I can't get a percentage, there's nothing there. Nothing there.
Whenever there's changes, it gives us opportunity to find new builders, but it's not only that, it also just feels fresh. And we don't want to play the exact same build that we...
Instead of new... He said it himself. He said new build orders. He should have said new play styles. But in his head, he knows build orders. I need build orders. I need probabilities. I need timings and structure and all that. Not off the cuff and skill and, you know, calculating what's going on and then reassessing what your thoughts are going to be to deal with it. No, it's all build orders, timing, percentages. You know, that's how he thinks. That's how a lot of pros think. Timing, buildings, percentages, everything's calculated. I'm the player that thinks off the cuff and tries to figure it out. I think that's a better, enjoyable way of StarCraft. But I also don't need to go to tournaments and try to go up there because I'm not selling my soul. I'm not selling my soul to the MMR. I'm not selling my soul to this like brain dead direction. No, thank you. I'd rather just play it off the cuff. Let that skill grow than the skill of just timing everything and knowing the, you know, all the little differences. You know, it's like, but it's only to a certain extent, right? Once you shake the boat, it's no longer that.
Like whenever there's changes, it gives us opportunity to find new builders, but it's not only that, it also just feels fresh. And we don't want to play the exact same build that we have played.
Because he will do it. If it's the most optimal, most probable build, he will do it till the wheels fall off, because it is the highest probability to get me up the ranks, to get me up those tournaments. If I have to do the German taxi till I get to number 1, I will do it endlessly, because it's, to me, winning and ranking is way more important than being a better player. I'd rather abuse something that works than to be a better player and just put someone on game and be like, okay, let's see, the better player wins. At this point, we're not gonna have build orders. We're just gonna, go off the cuff, and that's how it should be. The better player wins. But when you play players that are like timing everything, calculating, and this is this and that, it does dull the game out a bit because they will do it endlessly, and it's like not even that fun because it's like, okay, I've seen this movie before, But people will do it. Some people because they got tournaments, other people because they want to be like a pro, but they're not gonna do pro things, so they're just like little mini-me's. But they don't know why they're doing it. They just know they think that they know that that's what they want because, social media.
Countless of times. We don't want to have the same game play out in the same way and it all just being down to execution. This is not actually what pro gamers think, and it makes me really mad that people think, or people assume that we think that way just because we don't like 4-player maps and because we don't like weird maps per se. Actually, most pro players are fine with weird maps at the moment.
He just said that earlier though. He said that people don't like 4-player maps because they're not calculated. They're what is that? I forgot the word, but he said it was just it was too unpredictable. They don't like curveballs, and those will give you curveballs. So he just said it though, but now he's like saying no, we're no, which is true in some sense. If you don't sell your soul, yes, 4-player maps can be fun and they can learn how to play it and stuff and not worry about just only winning. But they don't do that. So he's kind of telling you yeah and no. He's kind of telling you yeah, we could play 4-player maps too. We just choose not to because we want to go up the ranks and get the tournament wins. But he's telling you right there that the tournament ranks are better because we don't want 4-player maps. We veto those. All the pros hate it. But then no. But the pros, they could play 4-player maps. They like them. Yeah, you like them, and you should like them because it's a fun experience. But you don't like them because it's a low percentage of victories. Low probabilities is why you don't like them. So there's like two sides of the coin. It's like one, you enjoy StarCraft, and the other one, you do it for the dollar. And it is what it is. But he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. You can't just say they don't like 4-player maps because unpredictable, but then say they like 4-player maps.
They are balanced. It's just very often that they are not balanced. For example,
balance and unbalance is just a point of view. In a 4-player map, anything's possible. All kinds of things possible. You could be in the wrong spot. You could be you could be attacking and then they're defended, but then you don't have anything on your end. And there's so many things that can happen in 4-player maps that it's so unpredictable, and it's any man's game. It's crazier than a 1v1 map. 4-player maps are way better than 1v1 maps, way more unpredictable. So I don't know.
it's fresh, and we don't want to play the exact same build that we have played countless of times. We don't.
On 4-player maps, you usually don't. They're so big that so many things are probable that you really don't have the chance to just always do the same build. You have more room, and so 4-player maps are actually good for that.
Want to have the same game play out in the same way and it all just being down to execution. This is not actually what pro gamers think, and it makes me really mad that people think, or people assume that we think that way just because we don't like 4-player maps and because we don't like weird maps per se.
Because we don't like 4-player maps, because we don't like weird maps, we don't like improbable play, we don't like creative play because it's too improbable. That's kind of weird. That's contradictive to his like enjoyment of like doing different things and learning. That's so contradictive. Like, I want my cake and eat it too. I don't like 4-player maps. I don't like weird maps. But I want something fresh. I want something fresh. We need something new. But no, not the weird stuff though. And no, not the 4-player maps. That new stuff is not what I'm after. I need something new. Like, what? What do you mean you need something new? You just said you want something fresh, something new, something not. But then you don't want weird maps, or you don't want 4-player maps, and you obviously don't want standard creative players because that's also unpredictable. So you want certain things to be tamed, certain tools to be tamed because you want predictability. Oh man.
Actually,
See
most
a
pro players are
pattern.
fine with weird maps the moment they are balanced. It's just very often that they are not balanced. For example, Golden Wall, none of the pros mind that very often. It gets played in the series. It got voted back in as well.
Oh shit! Thank you so much. Synapse in the house. We got ECL Pockets with 5 gift subs. Dude. Thank you so much, and welcome to SD Cobblers, Binding Cloud, the Naps, and Wardo GCC. We need more weird and random for a game to be fun. I agree. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I much appreciate it. I'm gonna go get some motivation right now, real quick. Give me a second. It will be a complete Friendship winter with those nukes. The one supply reduction. How this conversation went toward Diddy and soul taking. That's just a Diddy that's a Diddy joke. Oh man, that one's always, that's the drastic though. But that's like burning your hand on a hot iron. That's sometimes you need something like that to go, oh no, I don't want to do that. I saw that guy got burned hard. That hurt. That looked like it hurt. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna sell my soul. No, thank you. No, thank you. Alright, give me a quick second. I'll be right back. Thank you so much, Pockets. Okay, cheers. Oh man. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I was not expecting that. 30%, no way everything is about counting for them, not enjoying the game. I agree, Adrian. It's about percentages, is how many workers at what time they usually get. Like, if literally in the higher level, if you get a robo and the overlord sees that you're getting a robo, they get to the point where they know how many drones that they need to get before you even do anything, before you can do anything. They know how many drones that they need to get. Oh, okay, you're going to robo, I'm going to 63 drones. Oh, you're going Stargate? That with the Oracle, I can get 73 drones. Like, they do that, like, it's literally that calculation where it's like, it's not even fun and then thinking off the cuff. It's literally knowing what they could abuse, and they will abuse it. But they abuse it in the most non-strategic, non-creative way. They just abuse it by speed and mechanics and worker count, speed, mechanics, and just knowing how many you can get away with. The rest is somewhat easy to do at that point, when you get to that point of game abuse. But that's what happens when you adjust the game to the meta. You get more structure, more power to the meta, which means that the creative players don't have that much power. They lose power. They lose power to create chaos, to create, people need people like us that are creative to make the game good, because there's going to be structured players and then there's creative players. You don't want to just drop off all the creative players because you're too structured and you think that the structured players have to say so, and then now the game is so dull that now you got a disimbalance. You got a disimbalance, and then you take away the enjoyment of the game, the crowd. You get less tournaments. You get less money for the pros. You get pros that want the money and then they drop off, and it just creates this big weird imbalance everywhere. But the pros play so standard and so repetitive that it's not fun to watch all the time. At some point when you're watching tournaments, you're like, I've seen this build over and over again. I just seen it with so many different players. I know how this build goes, and they'll do it over and over again because it'll get the wins, or it has the highest chance probability to get the win. So they'll do that, and you see it over and over again, and then it becomes boring for the viewer. The viewer stops watching. The companies say the commercials aren't good enough. They don't make that much money because of not enough viewers, and then they start dropping, you know, and then all of a sudden the pros start dropping, and then who's left with the bag? We are, you know. But yeah, so hopefully they can change it back to like more workers or something, and they can make more stuff. So hopefully they start talking, the pros. But instead of talking, they're quiet. So I hopefully they could talk more. They can speak with their voice now, so that whoever's changing this can understand what they should do, at least somewhat what direction they should go. But more pros need to speak out, because instead of that, they're just disappearing. They're not even speaking out. They don't even, I don't know. At least Lambo's speaking out, but there's a lot of them are just disappearing. Not even a voice, not even a whimper. Just whew, crazy.
But change itself, in terms of patches, pro players like. Now, pro players are very defensive about changes, so when they think something is imbalanced, usually they will argue against it, because they're more on the safer side of changes, for sure. A lot of them, not every pro, there's also some pros that are in.
They want the safer side of changes. You know what sucks about that? It sounds harmless. It sounds really harmless. They want the softer side of changes. They're pros. They know what's good for them. But guess what? It's probabilities, right? We learned that a big portion of their mindset is built on probabilities, because obviously they want to win. So what ends up happening is you got the Raven. They got the Heat Seeker missiles. Those are very improbable. You never know when you get the Heat Seeker missiles from the Ravens, and all of a sudden your shit just blows up. Boom, 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 because you put yourself in a weird spot. That's probability that they can't calculate. So guess what? The Heat Seeker missiles, get them out of here. You know, you had the Reaper bombs. Those were good back then. Get them out of here. Too unpredictable. You know, they got Mothership cloaked forever. Get it out of here. Too unpredictable. Observers cloaked forever, and get it out of here. They need to go up there and they need to be spotted. Too unpredictable if we can't see where the observer is, if the person's risking it. You know, not knowing what they're doing, let's get observers really quick, or sentry hallucinations to see it all day, so the predictability is less. You know, just infestors with the infestor, what was it, the infested Marines, get it out of here. Too unpredictable. You know, you can see how, like, all the things that are being removed are too unpredictable for structure, but yet they're all fun tools for us to play and enjoy and explore and just love, especially at the end when we're left with the bag, when everybody's gone because they're gone because of the money, and they're not there for the actual game itself. They're there just, you know, to get the bag. We're left with the bag. I'd rather have all those toys and have it unpredictable. It's the fun part. It's what brings people here. But they say soft changes, you know, soft changes. What they pretty much mean is changes that they can keep predicting and, you know, keep safe. But they're not helping us, because they're not saying, hey, let's bring back Raven missiles. Let's bring back infested Marines. Let's bring back, you know, different, you know what I mean? There's so many tools that those are just some.
Favor of just throwing everything under the bus, just try out whatever goes super wild. And there's for sure pro players that are more on the safe side of things, but every pro that I talk with wants the game to change because it feels fresh. It's way more fun for us to play. I don't know how you guys can think that for me, that I plays this game every single day for the past 10 years plus, that doesn't want to have a fresh feeling in the game. Like that part of it was even fun for the 8 worker change for me, that I can try out new build orders, even though it didn't last very long, especially for the Zerg side of things, because those are more obvious. Either way, I went way too long into just this point. So if it's not just that pro players hate change, what are the actual reasons why pro players hate the patch? I'm gonna go over a couple here, okay? Number one is that there is a complete lack of direction, just general direction. We don't know, okay, this is what you want to achieve. And communication.
They don't tell us.
It doesn't say under the notes what exactly they're supposed to actually achieve, so we can't also... I feel like the reason it doesn't say that is so we can't challenge them in a weird way, but we don't really have a general direction or communication at all, aside from like the 1 or 2 sentences that they put on top of the of the balance changes. So we know that they wanted to that they want to slow down the game in general when they load the worker count and increase variety, which
Yeah, slow the worker count, and increase variety. It would work if they gave us more tools. It does slow the game down a little bit for the lower level players. But it is also like we don't have the toys. You slow the game down, but now where's the toys at? You know, Widow Mines don't burrow cloaked unless you have an upgrade through the armory and the tech line. That takes forever. You know, you got battery overcharges that just keep the Protosses at bay forever and just keep hopping with base cannons and batteries. That kills a lot of Terran openings that could be a little weirder, like Cyclone play or Marauder plays, like the double Marauder plays. Those aren't as used because the battery overcharge. Like shit, kill that off. Kill the Widow Mine play off. The Thor play also gets killed off because of the batteries. And you can't hide any of that. You can't hide the BC rush unless you're hiding the tech lab somewhere, because the hallucination can just come every 2 minutes or every 1 minute. They'll just keep coming. Another one. You can't hide nothing. Hello, like I can't even like hide a little mystery of what I'm doing. You get to see me every time. You know, like this is uncomfortable. You know, it's like where's the fun in me trying to create some mystery and do weird when you can see me? If I go 2 Banshees, you see me with the hallucination. What's the risk reward? Now you're gonna counter it. You get me? It's
we have now tested a bunch, and I'm not sure it actually did it. I'm gonna go into that later once again because it's one of the other points. And then in the subsequent patch, I think all it said is that they want to basically even out Terran and Protoss a little bit with Zerg. So now we get to guess basically why they're doing changes, because 300 mineral CC goes directly against the only direction that we know, which is against variety. It goes against slowing the game down, and goes against like basically 300 mineral CC. It improves all the 3cc builds. It's easier to be defensive with 3cc, all that sort of stuff. It accelerates the early game a little bit for Terran.
Yeah. See, the problem that they have is that they're like, and I repeated this time and time. I repeated it obviously. They're going for the tournaments. They're going for the rank, right? If you're gonna look at it that way, and you're trying to get there, who's stopping you? Clem. Clem's stopping you. When it comes to this change, particularly the command center 300 resource, you know what? He's only thinking about Clem when he's saying that in his head. He's not thinking about what's good for the lower level bronze players, or for the silver players, or for maybe the diamond and plat players. What would it mean to make a couple more command centers and you know, hold off a little bit, or maybe just feel a little more safer. He don't care about that. All he's thinking about right now is Clem is gonna abuse this, and I'm not gonna be able to beat Clem, or it's gonna be even harder for me to beat Clem. That's all he's thinking about. That's the only thing he's thinking about in that head right there. All he's thinking about is one player, and it says Clem right there. If you can understand what he's really saying. Clem. If Clem gets this, I can't beat him. Clem. How am I gonna beat Clem with this command center? That's what he's thinking. He's not thinking about what is it good for the lower level players, or is this good? And so even his changes will never be good for the overall game, because his changes is only gonna be for his favor. And even if he says it isn't, it's still gonna be in the favor of safety and probabilities. And his biggest enemy right now is Clem, in the sense of the changes, the ghost changes, and the command center changes. So he's just, you know, thinking about his challenge, but he's not thinking about the game itself, the overall spectrum of the game. He's just thinking about what he's gonna have to deal with now. But yeah,
which is against variety. It goes against slowing the game down, and goes against like basically 300 mineral CC. It improves all the 3cc builds. It's easier to be defensive with 3cc, all that sort of stuff. It accelerates the early game a little bit for Terran. that is there to balance out Zerg for sure, I guess.
Yeah,
That's
to an
the only
extent.
reason
Yeah, it
that
kind of.
it would help with. So it's a pure balance change and not so much a game design change. But game
Right.
design, from a game design
It's a game design.
standpoint, it is a bad change that goes directly against the direction that we get. And because we don't get communication in form of at least like a sentence for every single change, which I feel like shouldn't be too much to ask for.
Yeah, I know. They should
We
give
don't
us
exactly
more.
know what we're dealing with. So we don't really have communication as well from the pro gamers.
I mean, they didn't give us communication. The Cabal didn't give us communication. When they had the opportunity to give us communication, maybe give us some way to like involve ourselves, even if they weren't gonna take the advice, to make like a little platform for them to like, for us to speak. They didn't give us any of that. So like, they're getting the same treatment we got from them, from the people that are changing this from Blizzard. You know, tables be turning. We got the same blackout. Now, I think that they weren't allowed to talk. I think they might be on like NDAs or something like that, and that's probably why they couldn't. So that sucks if that happened, but that might have been the case. So that does suck if they couldn't.
Point of view.
Damn
we
Blizzard.
see a lack of direction in general. Also, most pro players feel that the patch, specifically the worker count change, doesn't do what it set out to do. The goal of the worker change mostly was, I'm sure it was also to bring back nostalgic viewers, and it's basically to bring back the guys that were saying, oh my god, Six Workers was the best time ever. I remember in Wings of Liberty when Idre played against Huck, and then he left the game to Hallucinations, and man, that was so strategic, and it was great. And I'm sure there's a bunch of players that we got back with that, but the main goal that was actually
slow.
stated was that they wanted to increase the variety, the game flow or whatever. But now that we have played the game for months, and we have pro players that are playing tournaments, and we're trying to figure out offensive builds, it doesn't actually do what it set out to do. I can give you guys some examples from the Zerg point of view, because I have played Clem in a bunch of tournaments since then, and I have tried out
Clem.
different offensive strategies. All of them feel like, first of all, there is no new strategies. I don't know what new strategy there could be. Like,
Yeah.
I can
Very
make
little.
my pool earlier now because I started with less workers, but that's not really a new builder. Like I can go 8
Maybe.
pool and 9 pool
No,
and 10
not
pool
mine.
and 11 pool,
Oh
and
my-
those weren't possible before, but usually it's like a slight variation of
Armor.
something that was there before. So the old 12 pool, which is the earliest pool, now the best early pool is 10 pool. I can also go for 8 pool, but it doesn't really punish anything a 10 pool doesn't. So it's pretty much just a worse version. It's like a I hope you don't scout type of build order. But in terms of like real build orders and strategy, nothing new really got added. If you guys found new strategies, obviously aside from Protoss build orders, because those got a huge change in general in terms of gateways with the way those function. So from the Zerg point of view, nothing really changed. And all of the early aggression actually got worse. Proxy hatches got worse, I mean by default, because it costs 25 minerals more and we're more poor at the start, so they just hit later and they hit weaker. But also all of our offensive stuff hits comparatively at a later time than the defensive units come out. An example against Terran is Clem SCV scouts after the barracks, right?
Clem.
He did that before as well. The SCV scout against pool first now arrives before my Zerglings and my Queen is out, and he just goes into the main to scout if I have gas. So for example, before with gas pool, I could zone his SCV out, and then maybe if he saturated his natural, I can surprise him with a very fast speed, kill a couple of workers, get ahead that way. Or I can go for Roach Warren. Pool first Roach, very classic. 5 Roach, 3 Roach. I can go for a fake 1 Roach, move out, and then he sees a Roach with a Reaper, he panics, and I try to do something like that, right? That's also not really possible anymore because he simply can scout it with the SCV. Also, the Reaper arrives earlier than it used to, so...
Right, the Roach Warren, well, he can scout the Roach Warren coming out. But the 1 Roach only, I don't know if you could do that with just the SCV.
That form of scouting
Made the
arrives earlier. Also,
Reaper.
the factory, in comparison to the timing of which my builder is hit, finishes earlier, which means that the main defensive unit that shuts everything down, which wasn't there, by the way, before in Heart of the Swarm, which is why I don't know why we're comparing oranges with apples, but if he sees something, he makes a Cyclone. We're not in Wings of Liberty anymore either, so he doesn't need to research siege mode and then make a siege tank in order to defend anything. He just makes a Cyclone and shuts down all of the roaches, right? And most of that attack comes in earlier. Most of the attacks also, they just hit a bit weaker.
Cyclones are good.
Basically, it doesn't always work like this, so this is simplified, but what was a 2 Rex Marauder before the patch is now a 1 Rex Marauder most of the time. The proxy barracks builds are easier to hold with Zerg. The cannon rushes are easier to hold with Zerg. The proxy gateways are easier to hold with Zerg than they used to.
Yeah, there you go. He just said all kinds of things that got, that got better for Zerg just now. So, I mean, all around, things got changed. Builds got wiped out, possibilities got chopped up. And that goes for all races. The question is that good? Is it healthy? Is it fun for everybody? But we can't be thinking just one-sided, though.
Before the patch is now 1 Rex Marauder most of the time.
Yeah, because less
the
workers.
proxy barracks builds are easier to hold with Zerg. The cannon rushes are easier to hold with Zerg.
The cannon rushes, that, are easier to hold with Zerg. At least he's saying it, because, yeah, Zerg is pretty strong.
Gateways are easier to hold with Zerg than they used to. Honestly, but basically also all the offensive options from the other races are now easier to hold, so it didn't really increase variety. Pro players do not believe that it actually does what it has set out to do. Instead, actually, it feels like the exact opposite happened. Lorimbo made an entire post about it, and then we got a larva change, which doesn't help us at all in the early game. It just makes us better in mid game. Doesn't increase variety either, right? So, pro players.
At least that's good. That's true. He's just saying it. At least he said it out loud. He's like, yeah, that's only gonna help us grow, but it doesn't really help make it fun.
Believe that this patch does not do what it has set out to do, and that's pretty frustrating if that's like the only thing why we're going through all of this. Now instead you can do pointed changes, because I also want to be constructive in this video, so you could do pointed changes. Let's say Zerg doesn't really have that many aggressive options, right? So instead of going for 8 workers, you could bring back Evolution Chamber Overlord drops. You could see if those are actually broken now, because Protoss has a energy recharge with the Oracle, so they can probably hold it much easier than they used to back in the day when it was there.
Oh, when the pool?
They could reintroduce...
Instead of layer tech.
Revisit the nerf for the Ravager build time, which is a completely random change, and that nerfed all of our aggressive options. They could try out Hydra tier 1 tech. So you can make a Hydra then after your pool is finished, and not only after the layer is finished, but
that's early.
Upgrade still behind the layer. Would that be broken? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's going to kill off Void Raids. You ain't gonna even have a chance to do Void Raid play, and even the slightest. It's and for low level players, Void Raids are fun off the cuff. You just wipe people out because the Hydras are good against. Plus they got the dash and all this other stuff. I would say that would definitely hurt a lot of fun on the Protoss side.
Need to try it out.
For low level players.
There's a potential that this type of stuff is broken, and once again, you can also then start with the communication. We can try this out, and then if it's broken, we can still revert. We don't get any of this communication. Right, so there's a lot of things that you could do instead that could directly target bringing in more variety. You can also nerf scouting. You can nerf defensive options in general. But enough with that topic. Let's go over other reasons why pro players hate it. So we think that some of these changes are just genuinely terrible. The larva change, for example.
Yeah, it's slow. It's faster. The 12 workers. The 12 workers are good for mechanical players, but it's also good for cheesing a little bit, because at least you have a bank. But the problem is that it is better for mechanical players. A cheeser still has a lot of weaknesses, because we're not macroing and just going straight for the worker counts and just have more stuff beats that stuff. So it does hinder the creativity, because they don't like creativity. Obviously, every time we do something weird, they try to find a way to stop it or patch it. Where it really benefits is the high level play. The more workers means I can get the larva counts way higher, way faster, and I can get moving really quick. It's good if you're mechanical and you're really good at that skill, but for a lower level player that doesn't have that mechanics and it takes years to build, it's not something that you would want to consider that that's what you want to come into StarCraft for. You gotta learn this and then you'll be a great player. It's nobody got time for all that. How can I play it where I use my mind and whatever I got, whatever I got, at least how do I be at least competitive compared to all these fast clickers when I'm not fast, but I have a good thought process of what I would do. We gotta meet somewhere in the middle. And so worker count does help for that a little bit, right? Other things would be you can't hotkey so many buildings in one hotkey. You have only certain, room for, hotkeys for certain units. You can only, like 12 or set, like in Brood War, they limit that so that you can't just fully just click and abuse big blood. You actually have to grab them and grab them, attack there, and then grab this, and that's actually cool because it keeps you busy on things without just feeling like you could just hit one button and just pop out 30 drones, and then from there hit another button and just get 70s hydras, hit F2 and then attack, and then that's it. It's like job done. It's like, where's the skill in that? That's not skill. That's just being fast to get to the minerals, to just push a button and then just kill somebody that actually is trying to do different things and trying to do this, and yeah. So it does help the lower level players for that. So I would wish that they would have more toys with the low worker count. We keep the low worker count, give us some toys so that we can play with, or fix some of the toys so we can keep playing with them instead of just having them like no good anymore. Widow mines without cloak are not good anymore because of the battery shields, but if they're at least cloaked, it'll give us at least temptation to use them. Make the ravens a little faster. Make the ravens at least as fast as the corruptors, so they don't just get chased down and run down and then die. They're so expensive. It just won't mathematically work at the higher level because they'll find a reason to say that's improbable. That's the bad part of all that. But
I think was made after the Lorimbo post. I don't think is too far-fetched to say that these are correlated, where Lorimbo made a very nice post stating why there's no added variety, and actually Zerg is struggling with most of the early game aggressive options that they had before. All of the proxy hatches that you saw previously that we actually started trying out the months before the patch basically disappeared, as well as a lot of other aggressive stuff, and instead we get the larva change, so theoretically we have like half a unit more when we do the attack. Obviously the larva change is directly against that variety because now the early game is a little bit harder. In order to also counteract the buff of the larva change, we I think also made the hatcheries more expensive again. The queens are still more expensive, so the early game is pretty tight. It's pretty hard, but once you get past the early game, you basically just have you have more stuff, right? Which then has a ripple effect where the other races now also need to get buffs because Zerg units didn't get nerfed. You can't make Zerg just have more stuff and the balance of the units stays the same. So now Terran, in order to adjust for it, has a 300 mineral CC, which is honestly one of the worst changes I have ever seen. Not balance-wise. I think TVZ is now balanced, is in a better state than before. But it is such a band-aid fix, specifically for balancing out Terran and Zerg in the early game, and because the Terran early game feels not smooth, which it still does not feel as smooth as in the 12 worker change, but to smooth out the early game a little bit. And it's just a terrible change because it makes 3CC way safer. It makes Terran in general way safer. They can open 3CC and go crazy. They can play super greedy builds. In fact, a lot of the TVTs I watch now even end up in late game. Because in a lot of scenarios, when you have the choice between do I make a CC or do I make 6 Marines, which is the cost of a CC now, 6 Marines, the better choice is to make an extra CC and accelerate your game a little bit. And because you don't have less units, you sit at home a little bit more and you only move out with as many units as you can fit into your medevacs. And then you go into a state of the game where your race is stronger in general, like the ghost changes, which the ghost changes also, I think, are just from a changing perspective, where Zerg didn't really have a lot of counterplay to ghost, but one of the counters was to couple big units together with infestors, where you can hold them in place and then the big units can get through and take an engagement. And now you took that away because the Fanga doesn't cancel a snipe anymore. In exchange for...
Yeah, well, it shouldn't. Why should it? If you have ghost, which are expensive as hell, and they take a little while to get there, so you can't just explode bases and get there. It's not easy to just get ghosts and get 3-4 bases because you're left vulnerable. They just go in with Ling Bane, just smash all your ghosts if you don't have like a way out, if they trap you. And so what they did is they changed it where if you were sniping and you were getting ready to snipe, you're locking in, if somebody even taps you, a Ling or whatever, anything taps you, it cancels the snipe. And so then now you got no snipe. And in his case, he's saying that when they do that, I fungal them, and that fungal just is the tap, and it cancels their snipe, which means not only are they no longer able to snipe, but they also got fungal, so I'm going to just run them over. I'm just going to run them over. You know, that's what he wants. He doesn't want anything on his side to be injured. Like, hey, you just killed all his ghosts. You're telling me that you don't want the ghost to have at least some type of risk reward? Because there's got to be a risk reward. There's got to be. Why am I going to make a bunch of ghosts and not, and I know that there's a chance that I'm going to get fungled and I can't even snipe because of it. Plus, I lose all my ghosts because of it. So where's the risk reward in doing that? You know, it's like there is no risk reward. It would suck. And so I actually feel like I disagree with what he says right there, that the fungal should just cancel everything out and then he could just kill everybody up, because the ghosts stop and they stay there. You can't run and shoot and snipe. When you snipe, they stop. They're just right there waiting for that. They're just sitting ducks. They're sitting ducks. They ain't going anywhere. And then, you know, to just say that you could just fungal them on top of them not being sitting ducks, and then just roll right over them without any kind of like snipe counters. I don't know. That's just, you know, not. I don't think that don't work. I don't think that works at all on risk reward. And then he's not talking about the tanks. We used to have the tanks where the Vipers won't pull the tanks. Tanks are really helpful for all these other stuff like Ultras and Bailings. Even not the greatest, but they're decent. But with Vipers coming back and now they're able to pull the tanks even on Siege mode, which were different the last patch, that's huge benefit for the Zerg. That's a huge drop that we lost as well, that they gave us and we lost. We lost the tank siege safety, that the Vipers aren't just going to pull all 10 tanks into their, you know, their army, and then you just disappear. You got nothing. You're left with nothing. And what does he want? What are we going to use if we can't use Ghost? If we can't risk reward Ghost, what are we going to use? Tanks that they could just Viper and pick up? Doors, they could do the same thing with doors, just pick them all up. Where do you want Terran to go at that point? You know?
That they made it 3 supply, but now they went back down to 2 in exchange for what? For the ghost being slightly slower and for the ghost running out of energy quicker. It's complete nonsense. That coupled with the CC change, it's just the game state is worse. So a lot of these changes are just generally worse. And
what he's saying is these changes are making it hard for me to beat Clem. I can't find a way to beat Clem. He's abusing these things. He's good at this stuff, and it's helping him to the point where I don't see a victory in my near future against Clem. That's what he's saying in his head. He's not thinking about us. He's not thinking about the gold players. He's not thinking about the silver players, the platinum players, not even the masters players. All he's thinking about is him not being able to beat Clem because he's got a Clem problem. We don't have a Clem problem. We don't have to face Clem. But why does everything have to be against one person? Why does the game have to be all revolving around one person's skill? You know, we got to change that because, you know, Clem. Imagine Clem will just use that and abuse it. I'm like, that sounds like a you problem. You got to face him. We don't got to face him. We want to have fun with the game and enjoy it. We can't just put everybody on, you know, boring mode because Clem will just be abusive with it. Like, at some point, shit, you guys sound like you're making excuses. No, I'm just playing but yeah, at some point, you know, they're affected by one person, 2 people, Cyril, Clem, maybe Hero, and they need the changes to make sure that they don't just get more power. You know, they can't have more power. We can't allow them to have more power. But it's like, you know, what about everybody else that plays it and enjoys the game? What about them? You know, think about how they're gonna experience the game and how they're gonna have fun. Who cares about that? Clem's gonna whoop my ass. So Clem is young too. He's on fire. He's only getting better. Yeah, he's only getting, but he has to face him. And so guess what? Obviously his stress is Clem. I would be too if I had to face him, and you know these changes help Clem, and I'm over here like shit. If I gotta go against Tam with the Clem on the tournaments, I don't know if I'm gonna beat him, and you know because of these damn changes. He's so good at these changes, so that means these changes are bad. These changes need to be changed. My you know, this ain't working for me. And it's all fair, you know. Everybody's got motives and directions, and his just happens to be in that boat. But we don't have to be in that boat, right? So the game should be changing for everybody. It shouldn't just be for me. It should be for nobody else. It should be for the whole, for the ecosystem to be enjoyed, you know.
That brings me to my next point, which is that a lot of matchups are now also less fun, because if you have ZVT, for example, every Terran I play against camps from the get-go. They don't even try to play the game anymore. Percival camps, Cure camps, fucking Beyond camps. The guy that actually has fantastic mechanics, he can try to outplay me, he can try to focus fire down Banelings. What does he do instead? He makes 20 CCs and sits behind them. He does this not only against me, he does this
fun. He's having a good time. He's having fun. You don't understand. He's like, he's got these toys right here. He's got toys. Beyond's got toys. 300 commands. You know how many times I wish I wanted to do this old build with the... They used to back then do a lot of like mule builds. They'll get command centers, like 7, 8 of them, 9 of them, who knows. And then they'll literally just use those at some point to just mule the bases. And then gave them 200 supply of army, technically. When they lose their SCVs, at some point they'll feed their SCVs, and then they'll just mule instead of mine. They'll mule, and so I think that's what Beyond's doing. I think he's doing that build where he's muling the minerals instead of mining them, and he's using that 200 supply full you know, Terran big dick. Never build CCs. I know, Beyond is like you telling me Beyond's only camping? Nah, he ain't camping. He's camping and hitting. He does both. He's the unbeatable. He's one of the best Terrans out there. You can't tell me he's camping because he's scared. No, he's enjoying this. He's learning different things, and obviously it's an obstacle. You know, I mean, just trying to be against Beyond, that's already a problem. And then with these changes, you got Clem, they're like, and he's like, come out, you know, so I can see that, you know, so I can take advantage of you coming out and destroy you so I can get you weaker. He's like, you know, and then they're not coming out. They're like, not yet. We're not ready yet.
Against players that you would guess that he's better than. I watch him
Is
play
he?
against
Is
Juju Machine.
Beyond the top?
Watch him play against Young Yakov. I watch him play against 6K
He
players
should be.
on his stream, and he camps until late game because it's now the best option. And that brings me to my next point, which
you
is
can see the
that a lot of
frustration. I feel
matchups are
bad
now
for him,
also
but
less fun. Because
it's not supposed to be. You saw it in his face right there. It's not supposed to be fun at the higher rank. I mean, there's a bit of fun that goes away if you're like structured to the meta and structured to rank. It's at that point, it's not fun. It's just, you know, it's just hunger. You know, there's a difference. You know, the fun is no longer there. It's just hunger. And you're either hungry or you're not hungry when you're up there. You know? But that's, you know, that's the case. Are you hungry?
if you have ZVT, for example,
I think the one that followed build orders to a T and can't adapt are the most vocal. They usually are because they're, you know, it's affecting them the most. It's the ones that actually do get affected the most, because the other ones actually can do the things. You know, they're not posers. And I'm not saying posers in a very harsh way. I'm just saying what it is, you know. Speedrunners in StarCraft are speedrunners. Pros that aren't full pros but say they're pros, they're just posers. Because I need to know who's a real pro, because I like to follow real pros in regards to watching them play. If I'm going to watch somebody play, that person needs to show me that they're a pro, which, you know, there's many that did in their tournaments and everything where I'm like, that's a pro. I see him do all kinds of shit. I see him do shit nobody else does. That's definitely a pro. He's on his own league. He's in his own wavelength. You know, and then there's posers, you know, that are copycats, carbon copies. They're just like the shadow of somebody, and they will just do everything that the other shadow that the person does. They're literally just a shadow. And when things change, the shadow don't know what to do until the other person shows them what to do. And you know, the light turns on. They're gone. But yeah, but it is what it is. Some people are pros, and there's nothing wrong with it. Or they could just call themselves amateur pros. They don't want to call themselves amateur pros. They want to call themselves pros. But they're either amateur pros or they're pros. Because the pros, they won't need to veto maps. They will be hungry enough to understand anything and everything that they have in their arsenal and find all the strengths and then utilize those. That's what a pro will do. But when you start vetoing maps and talking about probabilities that are going to keep you from doing off-the-cuff strategies, you're limiting yourself more. So how can I call that a pro? You know, I just have a high standard in the word pro. So when I say somebody's pro, it means more when I say it to who I say it to. So not everybody just gets the pro title. Shit. If you sound like you're a poser, you're not a pro to me, but you're good. Maybe an amateur pro, but can't give you that title. Not with that mindset. Pro's hungry. Yeah, exactly. Writing about maps is a weak mindset. Never blame a map if I lose. You gotta blame yourself, and you gotta see, what can I do with this? If I'm a good player, what can I do in this map? How can I take advantage of it? And let me try to do my best. But some of these players don't have the time. They have to stick to what works, focus on what works, train on what works, so that they can get up the ranks and then the tournaments. So some players don't actually have the time. They don't want to invest the time, so they'll never get there because of it. And so that's why I don't call them pros. They're just not there yet. They don't know how to expand their skills while doing the normal stuff as well. Hero does know how to do that. Dark knows how to. Beyond knows how to do that. You know, there's a lot of players that I could name that do. And then there's the amateurs, you know, the shadows. But instead of them learning how to be themselves and learn how to, you know, they stay in the shadows of somebody else.
Every Terran I play against camps from the get-go. They don't even try to play the game anymore. Percival camps, Cure camps, fucking Beyond camps. The guy that actually has fantastic mechanics, he can try to outplay me, he can try to focus fire down Banelings. What does he do instead?
Fire down Banelings.
20 CCs and sits behind them.
You can tell, you already know what he's doing. He's doing Baneling runs. He's doing Baneling balls, you know, just... he knows he can snipe the Baneling, so he's going Ling Bane. You know, Ling Bane openers, because that's a really good one to go macro the map. Is go Ling Bane for the beginning part, and then once you got the whole map and mined out, then you have more resources to crush the Terran. So he's like, not even the guy that could. It's like, what if they don't want to? They find a better way. If they found a better way, they don't have to do that. They're doing it because they have to. They kill your Banelings and face outside. But if they don't have to, they're not gonna. You're gonna have to find a way to get them to do that. And if you can't, that just is what it is. There's, you know, that's the Matrix. That's just the StarCraft Matrix, and you know, there's only so far we could break the Matrix. Exactly, camping is for survival. The Zergs keep forcing us to be defensive, so we're gonna learn how to be defensive in a way where it's benefiting ourselves. So in this case, now we're taking the maps. Even I'm taking the maps, and I'm more of a cheeser, and I'm over here taking the whole map because I'm feeling the same feeling that the Zergs are just kind of just taking the maps and just swarming with some just ridiculous, just no effort, mass produced attacks, brain dead attacks. And it's like, damn, I'm over here trying all kinds of stuff, and I'm just getting waves of just nonsense that can just destroy my shit. I gotta come up with a safer way for all that stuff to not just hurt me. So I found just taking more bases and being more defensive to, you know, just eliminate some of that flood But, you know, I'm assuming the pros are doing somewhat similar too, but I think that they're doing more orbitals than I am. I think they're not doing as much PFs as I am. Maybe they are, some of them, but I think they're going to go more on the orbital side because they do have old school pro builds like that.
Me, he can try to focus fight on banelings.
Yeah, we're limited on gas at the main base. We're limited on minerals at the main base. And all bases, actually. All the bases got reduced in minerals and gas. That's hard. That's going to change some shit. We can't afford the things we could afford. Now we have to take the bases faster. But then at the same time, the Zergs could take the bases fast. And they can just start breaking our outside bases. So we have to be more fortified. It's just the way it works right now. It's just and he just has to adjust is all he has to do. And it's not easy to adjust, especially against those players. Those players are already good. Imagine Turtle and, like, imagine Bjorn being a Turtle and being Bjorn. Shit, how am I going to break that? I'm going to trade poorly against them. And that's what he's worried about. And he's having a hard problem too because he's also got less gas and less minerals. You got to look at it on the Zerg side. The Zerg side, even though they get all the bases, right? What's happening is because there's less gas and less minerals for the Zerg as well, and the Terrans know that, the Terrans are already known to have better trades overall against the Zerg, and the Zerg's supposed to be a little bit more wasteful, right? Just not as wasteful, but you're supposed to be a bit wasteful. So the Terrans are like, well, yeah, let them waste their resources now. It's going to hurt them faster, which means that if we take our map fast, then they can't take those. They're going to be malnourished because unless they're more optimal on their attacks, they're going to be running into wasting their army. And that's what I'm facing too. I'm trying to do that too because of those minerals. Like, shit, I'm mining out faster. So I might as well just take the minerals. Find the way there.
What does he do instead? He makes 20 CCs and sits.
But it's the same guy for you and Clem? No, same balance. Yeah. No, Clem is tough. If you're playing against a tournament and you're playing in any way, Clem is gonna find. Clem's just good. Clem's naturally good. So if the balance changes, he'll find something just because he's really good at understanding, you know, how to find things. It's just in his nature. I'm not Clem. I'm not gonna face Clem anytime soon. No, which is why I get to play the way I play and enjoy how to grow because I don't have to face Clem, because Clem will put you in a little area where you're limited because he's forcing your hand, and unless you know how to punish that, you're gonna have to play his dance. Unless you know how to dictate the dance, you play his dance. And so I think that in some way when we think about patches, we need to not think about one person. We need to not say this person's the reason why the game can't be fun for everybody. Because this person, we can't have good because of Beyond, we can't have good Reapers, you know. Because of Cero, we can't have so many, you know, whatnots, you know, whatever Cero abuses. Like, I think there should be more of the bigger picture of players should have more of a focus point of how can they have fun. How are they able to play the game longer if we do these patches? It shouldn't be what the pros want because who's going to... when the pros, like I said, when the tournaments are gone, who's going to be left? Just the people that want to play the game and enjoy the game. The pros are going to be gone to another game. They're going to be gone because the money ain't there. They're going to be gone because the views ain't there, and, you know, and they're going to move on. That's going to be for sure, but who's going to be left with it? Us. So who should it be focused on at the most important way? Us. We should be us. It should not be, well, what if Clem gets a hold of this Reaper? What if this, you know? That's crazy.
This is behind them. He does this not only against me, he does this against players that...
TVP is pretty hard. Protoss is with the battery shields and the chrono boosts and stuff. Yeah, they all kind of tend to they're all going batteries and cannons and turtling hard. But I haven't faced them too much because I've been facing Zerg more. I'm gonna have to work on them against them and see what's up. But yeah, I've been more on the TVZ, kind of optimizing my understanding of that matchup. I think TVT is hard, but that's just me, and that's my skill level. It is hard in general. TVT is hard in general, but it's very complicated. Positioning, what units you get, how fast you get your third, how many Vikings you got compared to them. There's a lot of little variables in TVT, but it is interesting though. It's an interesting, because there's a lot of things that can happen. So TVT tends to be, it could be anything goes. It could be a balanced game turned to an imbalanced game the moment something happens, because there's a lot of wild cards in that matchup.
You would guess that he's better than I.
When the A-Worker patch rolled out, Protoss players might have switched to Zergs. They were always trying to, because Protosses kept getting. You gotta understand Protoss history. Protoss history, we've been getting like the cold shoulder since the beginning of time. Since we were in Wings of Liberty, we didn't really get very much love. It was always Terran and Zerg. It was always GG Lords and Windfasters, and it was 111 Marine Marauder Medevac. Those were the kings of the land. And Protosses, we just had just cheese and Forgate and prox, just stalker, just like not so good plays. And for many years, we always got the shade. We always got, oh, that's too powerful, remove that. That's too weak, Colossus is too strong, remove the Colossus power. Disruptors are too strong. Mothership Cloak, forever, too strong. Observers, too strong. They did all kinds of stuff for all throughout Tempest, and they just kept shrinking our creativity. And every time they kept shrinking our creativity, Protosses have no choice but start going, well, then now I have to start going mass gateways, charge lots, and immortal charge lots, and blink stalkers, a lot of blink stalkers. And they started getting into more of a Zerg macro. Now I have to just macro because my tools are getting removed. And what else you gotta do when your tools are removed? Just learn how to be more shit beats less shit. That's what we're left with. More shit beats less shit. So their mentality is more shit beats less shit. Let's go. If that's what I gotta do, and then we're losing the whole purpose of what Protoss is supposed to be. It's supposed to be an elusive race. It's supposed to be creative race. A lot of things are supposed to, but it's too unpredictable. Protoss is such an unpredictable race, and these pro players don't like unpredictability, and nobody understands what Protoss is really about, so they just mold them into just a low budget Zerg is all they did. They just molded it into a low budget Zerg because they just don't understand that Protoss is supposed to be creative and all over the place and very I don't know, it's supposed to be very unpredictable. It's not supposed to be optimal in the sense of being a Zerg, a semi-Zerg. It's supposed to have weaknesses but strengths in very creative ways. But they kept molding them into a Zerg. That's all. And so people know how to play Protoss as a Zerg. That's just, where it's going. I don't, because I ain't trying to be about that life. But that's where a lot of Protosses went. They have no choice. They're not as creative. They're not as risk-taking as I am. So they're not going to do what I'm going to do. So they're going to do what should be done. I'm going to play like Zerg. Shit, I'll get Chrono Boost those bad boys. Chrono, get a bunch of, and then start waving them. And it's a little payback too, because Protosses are like, it's payback time. You damn Zergs pissed us off for the longest with all your macro swarm. Now we get to turn the tables. So it's a little bittersweet that's going on. But yeah, dump all that gas into DTs. Exactly, the wild card. It's Phoenix plays, but everything that they did, they just kept wiping out some potentials. Same game, but there's a difference between optimizing a game for fun, says Earthwalker 1, of the average user, or tailoring it to the top 1% of pros. You shouldn't sacrifice the mass for how 10 people play the game. I agree, and that's what happens a lot of times, and that's what their voice goes towards. Their voice is not for us. Whenever you hear these, the voice is for them. It's not for us. They're not thinking about the best health of the game, they're thinking about what's in it for me. How am I gonna get affected by this? It should be like, I'm a pro, I'll figure it out. But I think what this game really needs is a little more love for everybody else by having it a little spicier. You know, I'll figure it out. It is what it is. Whatever you guys find out that it's spicy, you know, I just think it should be more spicier. And the lower level players, you know, the more healthier their base is, the more players we have in general, which means more people can try to be competitive. But you know, it just sucks that he's so good at what he does that he's not able to have fun playing against anybody else, because nobody else can play like Clem. Like, you know, so if he's on the ladder and he's not playing a Clem, he's not playing anything else is not really practice for him. He's not really practicing, because he really wants to practice to beat Clem. And if you're a player like him playing 4K players, you're like, man, I'm not. This is probably hurting me. This is probably hurting me more than it is helping me, because now this guy's giving me some soft thinking that this might be good, or this might have been, you know, or, you know, it might be mixing up my brain timings, because then I'll play Clem and then he's gonna do it 2 minutes earlier, you know, a minute earlier, or it's gonna come with 2 extra tanks, and you know what I mean. He's like, so this is not healthy for his type of training. But it is what it is, you know. That's why I tell people, don't rank up so quickly. Learn how to expand your wings and explore all the fun things that StarCraft has, you know, because the higher you go, you're going to start playing with people that just talk probabilities and percentages, and they know the clock, they know the timings, they know what they should do, because it's all mapped out, and, you know, it's all on a piece of paper.
I watch him play against GG Machine, watch him play against Yakov, I watch him play against 6K players on his stream, and he camps until late game because it's now the best option. So TVZ is way less fun. It is way less active. It is just a camp fest. It's a snooze fest to play. From the Zerg point of view,
It is a snooze fest. You would say that if you're like not happy with the situation, which, all fairness, that's just frustration. The snooze fest is just him not being able to figure out what he could do, and maybe he can. Maybe it's in the game. That's just, they're just playing it where they're playing the right move, and you just have the bad hand. Maybe that's just the way it is at the moment. I don't know. I haven't seen those games to analyze it myself and say, hey, you know what, there might be a, you know, I'm seeing a pattern that you're doing this, but you're not doing other things, and they're doing, you know, but I don't know. I can't say, but I could definitely feel his frustration when he says it's a snooze fest. It pretty much says he can't break him. I can't break him. I don't know how to break him. So he has to say a snooze fest. That's kind of little frustration. I feel him. You know, it is what it is. I feel it all the time too, in certain situations. But you know, the beauty of StarCraft is you go back in the game and you try something else.
Until late game because it's now the best option. So TVZ is way less fun. It is way less active. It is just a camp fest. It's a snooze fest to play. From a Zerg point of view, you basically now have to suicide into the opponent before they get there, or you have to take their bases away.
Let's see. Trickton says, I like qualitative play. Did I say it right? Not quantitative. Yeah, quality over quantity. I agree. It's the substance. I'm thinking about the substance. You know what I mean? It's all about the substance. Can I beat somebody with the 4-gate rush? Yeah. Is it the same enjoyment than beating somebody with a DT rush? Definitely not the same. I'd rather give me the DT rush. You know, it's a little more riskier, but if you do it, it's fun. It's way more fun. There's levels of enjoyment in your victories, and it's about the substance. So if you really want to enjoy StarCraft, the more substance you create in your games and you win, even if you don't win, you can still enjoy it, but you can really enjoy it when you create some substance in your game. And substance doesn't come just with probabilities and calculations. It comes with feeling and making choices on the fly and going, damn, I made some really good choices that got me here. And there were some bad ones that I need to fix, but damn, we made it. We made it, and the struggle was real. Let's enjoy it, you know, let's savor it. It's not the same as going, okay, I'm going to start the game. Let me go 4-gate. Okay, I went Zealot Stalkers. I went attack. He lost. It's not the same enjoyment. it's not. It really isn't, and so it's not the same feel. So I'm always about the substance too. It's all about the quality, not the quantity. But but we're not pros, so we're not like trapped in that kind of like situation. We're not trapped in his situation, and we got to remember that, which means that we have more time to be able to create substance in our games. And if you don't, you turn into that situation where it's frustrating, not fun, very repetitive, and maybe down the road you have to meet Clem too.
If you take their bases away, then you do absolutely nothing, and you then hope that the Terran does
Let's
something.
see. Oscar says, I agree with Lambo. The game needs to be balanced. Yeah, well, that's a hard one, though. Like, it does need to be balanced. How do you balance it? If you overbalance something, one of the players, no matter what, is going to get the advantage. At one point, and at who gets the advantage where it feels right. We can't have too much of an optimal game, because that happens. If you get it too optimal, it doesn't matter how even you want to make it. One situation is just going to be a little higher than the other for whatever reason. You keep patching it, and it's not, and one person is going to be higher than the other. Patch it again, and one person is going to be other, and it's never going to be like this. What would make it interesting would be things that change the situation of a game. Upsets. Archon Toilet is a wild card, right? That situation you can't predict. You might be on the upside, and all of a sudden you get into a toilet, and then all of a sudden you drop, and that was unpredictable. Or sometimes you're obviously it happens all the time with the fungal. You get fungals, you got a big tempest army, and then boom, 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 all the fungals get. There's a lot of unpredictable situations that could happen to keep it spicy, for it to not just be just balance. Because balance needs chaos as well. If you get too much balance, there's always going to be one that's going to be better than the other at some point. You're never going to be satisfied. The only way that you could be satisfied is if at some point one or the other can create a wild card that can change things, change situations. There's many fun games that I remembered in pro games where it was like there were upsets because of wild cards, like Heatseeker missiles from Ravens. I've seen many Heatseeker missile Raven plays where it was like the Terran was losing, and all of a sudden those were just money shots that just happened to just land perfectly, and then it just created an upset reversal, made the game last longer, made a more interesting game, and then all of a sudden somebody won. I can't remember who, but I remember it changes the tides a lot, and that's what we need. We need things that change the tides, so that even if they have somehow an advantage, that there's a wild card that you could somehow try to pull. When we don't got any of that, and we're just stripped from all the creative stuff, there's not going to be much wild card. You're going to be just playing it as basic, as dry as you can, because that's how it is. But without wild cards, there's no upsets. Without upsets, you're not going to have spiciness in the middle as much. So if you overbalance it, it's not enough. If you overbalance it, because what is balance in it? What does that mean, to balance something? Who's gonna, is it gonna be balanced good when he's satisfied, or is it only balanced when Maru's satisfied? Is it only, it's like we're nitpicking too much. Like, we can't nitpick something. We need sometimes luck. They don't like luck as much. It's too unpredictable. But we need luck, because luck makes that imbalance. If we could do more pressure builds in the beginning, if we could cheese more in the beginning, well, people won't macro as fast, and things will be weird. But they kill all the rushes, so we can't even shake up the game. If we can't shake the game up, we get to this structure where you can't even phase it, and you're stuck with this like boring game. That's what happens when we don't have weird toys to play and rush and do cheese. When you eliminate all the cheese, you get this weird structure where you're just frustrated anyways, because now somebody just always has the better play. and it's always going to be that way because they're just that good. At some point, you're just not as good as them too. It's like, I'm not going to be mad at Michael Jordan because he's Michael Jordan. He's freaking god tier level. I'm not going to be like, well, it should be like this because, Michael Jordan, he be jumping too high. So the court should be, and we shouldn't be able to jump that high. At some point, Clem is just that good. And we can't just change things just because Clem's that good and you think this is going to fix that. Or if Maru's too good, this is going to fix that, Yeah, but we definitely need more wild card situations. I'm glad that he's talking. I'm glad that he's speaking his mind because he is a creative player. But he's a creative player in my head that's trapped. He's a creative player that's trapped in the tournaments, the ranking, the system. And he has to stay within the system to get the rank up, to get the tournaments up. So he's trapped. But he's a creative player at heart. But his heart creativity is kind of closed up because it doesn't allow him to win. So he's not going to go fully creative. He has to find a way to beat Clem. And Clem is very structured and good. So he's kind of stuck in a pickle. But we don't have to be stuck in that pickle. That's why I always say it's not our problem. It's their problem. But that's the pro problem. But it shouldn't affect the patch. I think we do need more stuff though. I think the workers is fine, but I think we need more toys.
And you try to get good trades that way, but it is way less.
Zerg is higher at all the yeah. It depends on the patch. It depends on what patch, but it is kind of hard to tell when you have Cero beating everybody left and right. It is kind of hard to tell if Zergs are having a problem and it's just Cero just not having it, or Raynor not having a problem and Dark not having a problem, but everybody else is like, nah, it's not like that in our reality. We're getting, backhanded in our experience, Yeah, it's a hard one to really balance when you got these really different level skills of players. Even though they're really good, there's still gaps.
Active games and
There's
TVZ
gaps.
now, because of the way that the changes worked out, is less fun.
Bring some campaign
TVZ
units.
also is less fun because now I think for pro players in general.
No, yeah, nerf jumping high. You can't jump high because Jordan be jumping too high. We can't, he throws a lot of good, he's really good at 3-point shots. Let's make that 2 points now. I can't throw my 3 points like he could and get the rank. So let's make sure it's 2 points now instead of 3. Let's balance that because he's such a good shot. Shaq is too big. Nobody too big should be in the forward or something like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just can't patch somebody. The person is who he is, and the game should not just patch because that one player is just that good. Kobe's that good, so once a player gets to 20 points in one game, they get benched. That's the rule. Or if they get 10 points, they get benched. That's the rule. Or, you know what I mean? It's like, damn. So now you're patching him because you can make more points in the game. So now at a certain point, when he meets that limit, you can't have it no more. He has to get out. Like any player that does that, because you're patching one guy. There's only one guy that gets those stats and meets those stats, but you're making it seem as a whole. Everybody else, we're all even here, right? Once we get to 20 points in one game, we get out, we get benched. Okay, cool. Looking at Jordan, looking at Kobe, it's like, that's how it feels sometimes. Like you can't do that. You punish talent too much. It's like that's like at some point you gotta just give credit to skill, and you can't just blame the patch. Sometimes the skill is there. Sometimes there's a difference between just a regular pro and basketball player and Jordan. It just is. You can't deny it. But these players somehow feel like, no, Jordan's just like me. It's like, yeah, well, you could think that.
Because it's unbalanced, which is my next point, that some of the matchups are just straight up imbalanced, and we have not done a very good job of just balancing all of these changes in general, where PvZ, I don't know how anybody has watched this and thinks that this is okay, but...
You talk from low diamond league point of view, the game looks different from high masters upwards. You must have balance. I agree. You must have balance. I'm not saying that. I'm saying even balance has to have some type of luck percentage in it, in the structure. Okay? Balance needs to have some type of luck in there. You cannot have balance and not have luck to make a good game. A good game needs both. How much percentage of luck? That's what everybody's kind of talking about. And what kind of luck is luck? That's what everybody probably is trying to figure out. But it needs partial luck too. Okay? Balance cannot just be just balance. That just makes a boring game. That just makes a very linear game. And that's not going to be a good game. You need some luck to it, which will change just a linear game into a what happened and create a detour because of the luck. And luck comes in different ways. It could be a unit ability. It could be a certain unit in general, a new unit. It could be, any of those things that add something different that can change a person, that can force a person's hand from doing what they want to do. But if they could do it in the early stage, it allows it to happen where the economy doesn't become a priority only. It should be also just, understanding how to like move through the chaos. But, I'm talking as a diamond player because, I have a diamond border. But like, I'm just giving out my opinions, and that's it. You could choose to accept it or not, and they're gonna be, pretty bold opinions, but they just come from how I believe. But yeah, these are diamond thoughts. Diamond thoughts only. I'm just a scrub. What do I know?
Has been very Zerg favored at the top level. Keep in mind this is for the top level because the larva change, it affects the lower level players significantly worse. So don't feel too bad if you're still struggling. Like if your opponent's playing Skytos didn't get nerfed. The larva change, if you're floating larva, it doesn't matter for you in Platinum League and Gold League. But at the top levels, UP is very imbalanced. Has been for a while, and while Terran got the CC buff to try and counteract the imbalance, Protoss got slightly quicker, or not slightly quicker, they got a significantly quicker gateway production, which doesn't really help them as much.
The gateway play, I don't like
so
the
yeah,
gateway
Protoss just
play.
feels bad, and a lot of these matchups are unbalanced. When the PTR, in the PTR, it was completely unbalanced, Zerg was completely broken, and afterwards, Zerg was still pretty broken. Zerg is also by far the easiest race to adjust to changes like this, where we don't need to, like, it's very obvious from day one. Like, if you look a couple days in, our builders are not going to change that much if you let this play out much longer, whereas the Terran and the Protoss builders will be completely different. Every Protoss I play has a different Oracle timing because they play a different build, or every Terran I play had a different Reaper timing the first month after the patch, right? Because they all play different builders, they don't know what is best. Since they have to retest.
Yeah, they're exploring.
It's a lot easier because you want to all.
Yeah, they're exploring. So because they're exploring, they're all kind of doing slightly different things. And so he's not able to yet find a medium. He's not able to get his calculations to what is gonna be the decision for the overmind of the Protoss. What are you guys, make up your minds. What's the best time that you guys are gonna decide to do this and that and that and that? So he's waiting for that, but he's not getting it yet because other people are kind of like trying different things. So you got different timings. So he's not able to like to time his builds to something yet because it keeps changing a little bit. And I think that that's important. I think things that have your probabilities mixed up are good. If this player hits at this time but then this player hits at this time, it's good because then that way you're not so structured to this repetitiveness where you know exactly what's going to happen. It shouldn't always be that way. It shouldn't always be you know exactly what's going to happen, or the probability of this to happen, which is a high it shouldn't just be that. It really shouldn't, even at the higher rank. But there are limitations when you have to go up the ranks and go up to tournaments. There are limitations. You do have to, there's certain things you can't do. for the good of the potential victory, the probability.
Always spend your larva. You want to saturate your minerals first. You go from that point. You don't want to be supply blocked. So it's not as complicated with Zerg. So we got imbalanced game states from this patch. We got a bunch of matchups that are just straight up less fun. We have bad changes, like overall bad changes. We don't really think that the changes did what they set out to do, and there's very little communication. And the last point is that pro players in general feel unheard, because every pro player is very open about hating this patch. There's no one that's hiding it. We're very open about it. Like the 8 worker change, we were down to try it out. We have tried it out. It doesn't look like it exactly does what it's set out to do. Every pro player says ZVP is imbalanced. Man, I was on my stream saying that Zerg was imbalanced from day one, as well as Shin, as well as other people on their streams, on even Twitter. They went to Twitter to speak very openly about it, but it doesn't really feel like we're acting on the feedback very much. So pro players
they're not listening to them.
But it's not
That
only
sucks.
pro players that stop playing. There's a lot of people below that level that are stopped playing. And this patch is the first where the entire community actually rallies together. And I know there are some people that actually like this worker change, but this is the first time ever where I saw all 3 races combine and just are on this, like all 3 races are on the same page for the first time ever. Usually in a balanced patch, on most balanced patches, 2 races sort of dislike it because it's clear that the patch is the best for one of the races, right? A very good patch, it could be that all 3 races kind of dislike it, or they're not sure yet, but usually people victimize their own race, so they think it's the worst for themselves. So if a patch is truly very even, I think all 3 would also kind of dislike it. But here you have an insane negative sentiment for this worker change, and I can see that in Discords, I can see that in Twitch chats, I can see that everywhere. And I know that in the super casual fan base, so for example some of the YouTube viewers, maybe some of you guys might like it, but the general consensus is extremely...
Okay, so Oscar says the game already has luck. You can go 3 base Protoss against 2 Terrans base. If you measure the situation, or Zerg may think you go 3 base Protoss if you actually go 11. Are you listening to yourself? Are you listening to yourself? Not to be rude, but like, are you listening to yourself? You're telling me you can go 3 base production against 2 base Terran. Why are we why are we playing 20-minute no rush? Why are we going way to 3 bases already? Like, why would we even want to think? No, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about cannon rushing, right? We can cannon rush before we get to the 3 base. We can do a void raid play, 2 void raid Stargate proxy, right? Or maybe a Tempest battery proxy rush. Immortal, double robo immortal build with, either prism or just through the front. All these things help if they allow them to have some type of potential to create chaos. The problem is that those things get hindered. They get dried up a bit. They're like, no, that's too strong, let's remove this. Oh, that's too strong, let's add this. And then we're left with the mentality that you have, which is already thinking about 3 bases. Why do we need to think about 3 bases right now? We should be thinking about what can we do with 1 base to mix up the game. What can we do with 2 bases to mix up the game? Why do we have to already just wait until 3 base play to start thinking this is what we need to do once we got here? No, I'm thinking about luck can be somewhere in between the 3 bases that will keep somebody from getting 3 bases. You want to get 3 bases? I need to find some luck to be able to stop you from getting 3 bases. Maybe not kill you, but stop you from it, so that there's a weird situation that happens. Now you're not longer to get your 3 bases. Now you gotta figure out what else you're gonna do. Are you gonna build another unit? Are you gonna build another tech? Are you gonna switch your game plan? That luck is important. If we don't have that luck, And if we don't think about that, then we're gonna be just wiped out on interesting things like the Widow Mines. We don't have cloak anymore. We can't get the armory and already have automatic cloak. We have to get the tech lab upgrade after the army. That takes forever. We go over there. We try to do a 2 proxy factory robo like Widow Mine play. We can't because we're gonna be after they shoot. They're gonna be revealed. They got batteries. 2 bases versus 1 base because I'm risking it. The luck is gone there. Do the same thing with the Thor. The luck is gone there because the batteries are so good and the overcharge on top of the battery is so good, and you know that you eliminate that luck from being able to disturb the force of Terran Protoss wanting 3 bases just by default. You shouldn't have where 3 bases can be just the given. It shouldn't be a given. There should be things that also keep you from that could happen, that can keep you honest. You can do that if the player lets you, but there should be also players that can keep you honest and tools that they could use to keep you honest. You can't just get a right away to 3 bases, a right away to 4 bases. It shouldn't. The game is not that fun when it's a right away to 3 bases. That means that every game I have to play by force 3 bases, or else I'm going to be unoptimal to a point where I can't even win. I don't have risk rewards to be able to even try to stop it by weakening my economy but strengthening my attack. If that can't be even a possibility, then what's the point then I might as well just be a 3 base player like everybody else and conform. Yeah. No, I prefer luck because luck comes from different forms, different units, different things, but when they keep reducing these by patching them out or patching them to the point where they're not good anymore, then you remove luck and you get what you get. You get stale, repetitive playstyle, calculated, probable. So that's what I was saying. Tech before second base has it shouldn't be hindered. Is what happens. What I'm saying is that as time went, things have been reduced on those sides of the area. The Tempest was changed a lot of times. The Colossus is not good. Disruptors aren't as good as they used to be. The Storm is like not sure where they're going with that one. They took away our mama ship. They gave us battery overcharge instead of something interesting. Observers are observed now. There's a lot of weird stuff that they're doing also that keeps you from being creative. Like at a lower level part. I'm talking about diamond masters below, even silver golds. There's a level below Clem and Maru and all them that it will make the game more interesting. That way it won't be a repetitive 3 base by default all the time. That's not the first thing that I should think about when I'm thinking about luck in a game. When I get to 3 bases, no. Because you can't cheese, it's called repetitive. No? What do you mean? Repetitive is repetitive. I mean, if we look at replays, I can tell you if something's repetitive, even if it's slightly different. If a player does different things, slightly different, that's, but then always goes Lurker Hydra, well, that's repetitive, right? You don't have to cheese to not be considered repetitive. You just have to change it up, be able to change it up, that's all. If not, you're in a loop. And there's nothing wrong with that. If it works, right? So there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, though, if we're patching something, there's got to be a percentage of luck in the game, and it's hard for the, where too many hands are in the cookie jar trying to explain what luck is to be able to make it fun. There's too many people that are involving themselves in a lot of them. If we ask them, what would you change? I don't think they're going to have an answer. If we say, Lambo, what would you change? What would you do? What would make this game the game that you think is going to be what everybody wants? I bet if you asked him right there, he'd probably be like, let me think about that. I don't even think he really knows. I think he knows what he doesn't like. I don't think he fully knows what he would think is best for the game. That's my opinion. I don't know fully, but I think in general, that's where people are right now. I think more people know what they don't want, but they don't know what they really want. Not if they were the ones to be given the decision and say, hey, here you go. You have now the power. You go do it right now. I don't think if they were put on that, pressure, I don't think that they will be able to know what to really do. There's luck aspect. It just goes for 2-3 bases instead of super early game. Yeah, but I do feel like super early game for the lower level players are also important. I'm not always just thinking pros, but there's also Joes out there that are really low at low levels. They don't know how to get to 3 bases like everybody else. They don't know the mapping and everything, and they're just right there just like, hey, well, how can I beat my opponent? And they're over there on 1 base right there with a couple of zealots and stuff, and maybe on 2 bases at the most. And they gotta have some tools to have fun with and do stuff, right? And I look at them too, and you can't just look at just boring things. Okay, well, because the meta is more technical and complicated, you guys are shit out of luck, because you either are on 3 bases or you guys are always going to be screwed. And there's nothing else you could do on your on low resource, on 2 bases, because it's not until you get to 3 bases that you can actually do stuff. Well, then what are we gonna do on 2 bases? We're just kind of, pretty some dry units. But I don't know. I think of the lower level players too, and it's not gonna be fun for them. These changes is like not fully. It'll be fun that it's not optimal against players that are also not optimal. That's the only part that's fun, is that people aren't like optimal. So you could do wild stuff, but if you were playing against an optimal versus a regular player that's trying to they're gonna get schooled.
Extremely negative, and I
just
have
by economy.
Never actually seen that before this. Now a couple of reasons as to why that also is.
If that's the case, you can still do everything. You can go 3 racks, and if it got delayed 30 seconds, because you get now 8 workers instead of 12, you will still win. No, that's not always the case. When the less workers, there are some things that you can't do. You just don't have the resources to be able to do it in the time that you usually would with 12 workers. That's gonna, that you're not gonna be able to. Like, there's gonna be sometimes you're gonna win with that when people are off guard, but if they're on guard, it's not gonna be a definite win. I don't think that, I don't know, like, cheese for me is more of a feeling. It's not necessarily just like structure, it's just messing up the game. That's what I do when it comes to cheese. It's not like I have to have 2 gateways, or I have to have 1 gateway, or I have to have 2 stargates. It's more of a feeling. it's but I don't know.
Aside from the things that I already have mentioned, because a lot of the community sees it similarly.
Yeah, I know.
Is that
even in Wood Leagues, you find some high level players. I write their name down. I have like a list of people that like play at the lower levels that are like beyond 300 APM, and then they play like the most abusive way, where there's not even any learning to it. It's more just a troll just creating havoc. So that kind of sucks. But I just write their name down, and then I just avoid them. I just go, yeah, no, that guy just, someone hurt him or something.
people have to actually relearn the early game. And for some reason, I saw people bring this up for pro players, which we don't actually need to relearn the game. We do this for a living. We have to put in the time anyways. It's fun to relearn it for us. But if you're a diamond player that has 2 hours per week to play the game, or you have you have children and you have maybe, let's say you have an hour a day and you just want to play and you want to have fun, now you actually have to relearn the game. And if you don't, you actually just get beat up.
The game is delayed for 30 seconds. It's entirely internally for Masters League. Well, high level players, yeah. It's for, well, what do you mean, the worker count? They want they want the game to slow down, is what they were saying. That's the only thing I know. From what they said, they just wanted to slow it down a bit. What happens with it, slow down, we're still trying to find out, right? We're still trying to learn what happens when the dust settles. What really changes, what builds are alive and which ones are dead. The dust is still settling because people still don't really fully know what they want to do in this patch. So yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. Like me personally, I like more toys. So, but I'm more of a creative style versus just structured. So I like more stuff. The Widow Mines, I wouldn't mind them being back to the old ways. I wouldn't mind the Ravens having these secret missiles. I wouldn't mind Infestors having infested Marines. I wouldn't mind any of that. I would like all that and more. There's other things I would like, but whenever I talk about changes and patches, that's where my opinion would go. I would change that stuff. I would bring that in, really quick. I'll bring the toilet. I'll bring that back, Maybe I'll reduce the size of it a little bit, but I'll bring it back. I'll bring back things that people would be like, no, this is bad. But in reality, it's like, chaos is important. As long as there is some balance, but I mean, at some point, some balance is like, a person's gonna do what a person's gonna do at some point. You're gonna change something, You can't make a standard player play creative. They're gonna want to play standard. So at some point, no matter what you do, there's gonna be some people that are just not gonna be happy. But at the end, what's healthy for the game? I think variety is healthy for the game. The more variety, even before the 3 gateways, the 3 bases, is better. Any kind of variety that has more potential doors to open way before the 3 bases is a good, healthy game. You keep closing those doors till you get to 3 bases only, and that's the only way you can open a door and say this is the door to open. That gets boring. So variety is always important, no matter what. That it shouldn't be oversold just because of structure.
And your MMR ends up much lower than it used to. So a lot of people are quitting because they don't simply want to put in the time to relearn the game. I've seen this as well in the Zerg Academy, but this holds even more true for the Protosses and Terrans, which have to relearn the builders in an even more difficult manner than the Zerg.
That's the thing, though. Like, they don't want to relearn the game, but like, the game is there to have a good time learning it, even if you have to relearn it. What is the problem of relearning the game? Like, where does it hurt, though, is my question. Like, where does it hurt in that field? If you're to learn a new part of this game that you love, wouldn't that be decent? Wouldn't it be something fresh or something different? But to relearn it, it shouldn't be too hard to relearn something. You're a pro. You're a high-level player. There's how much do you really need to relearn from any little changes that they have? Just gonna be builds. Builds are the only thing that are gonna change that you're gonna have to refigure. But like, do you really need to stand on builds? Are builds the only thing that really helps you feel like you belong somewhere? Or can't you play the game and just freestyle it? Aren't you good enough to freestyle it where it's not always too bad to the point where I'm not gonna play the game anymore because I would have to relearn the game? Like that just shows that it's a lot of times it's about the tournaments and it's not about enjoying the game. Because if you're that good, you're that good. If something changes, you're not gonna change that much. But like, the losing builds come and go. You just find new ones. But it's not that hard to relearn the game from these changes at their level. I don't know why it sounds like it's the end of the world kind of thing, that all these pros just don't want to figure out this game again. It just takes too long. It's like, it's not that hard. Like, most of it's still the same. Just timings are going to be different and build orders are going to be different. But outside of that, the thought and mindset's the same. Everything, the units are the same. Just timings, just build orders are different. Oh my God, no build orders, we're lost. If there's no build orders, I'm done. It shouldn't just be hung on build orders. You're a pro, or you love the game. The game is about real-time strategy. That's what this game is about. Real-time strategy. It's not about build order strategy. That's not the name of the game. It's a real-time strategy. You play real-time. Real-time doesn't have a border. There's guides of understanding of what would make, but it's not. That doesn't mean real-time strategy. Real-time strategy is real-time strategy. If something changed, get in there and then figure it out real-time. Strategize real-time. That's how I see it. I don't see it as it's the end of the world. I have to relearn the game because that's what this game's about, is to strategize on the fly. That's what the moment you're left with no builds and you have to strategize on the fly, now it's like not worth learning, not worth playing. It's bizarre. Most of the builds are also reactive and situation dependent. That is true. That's the skill part. They have the skills to do it. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm not saying that they don't have the skill. I'm saying that they're subject to the rankings, so the tournaments. So when you're stuck on the tournaments and have to go up the tournaments and win, you kind of have yourself handcuffed to certain things that you could do in order to get there. It's just the way it is, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're bad at playing freestyle. I'm not saying that at all. It's that they don't want to put in the effort in playing the game the way it should be played, which is freestyle, because it doesn't benefit them in the ranking. So their motivation is different. That's all. Nothing wrong with that. Just, everybody has their motivations in StarCraft. Some people have it in the rankings. Some people have it in the border and the social class. Some people have it in the chaos and the crazy builds. So everybody has different purposes of why they like this game, or what are the best parts of this game that they like. And in their case, they like the game, but they're subject to a certain play because they gotta win. When you gotta win, you feel like you're caught in a little box, and that box, you see the victories there, and that's as far as you want to put energy into it, because that's something I could see I can get to. I can get to first place this way if I put enough in this area. The probabilities are higher. It's competitive as a game. Your goal is to win. It's like saying soccer isn't played right because everyone is doing the same thing. I'm not saying that. There's a lot of players. there's a lot of players that and teams that play unpredictable and they do different plays and then they get victories. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything about competitive being about not winning. When we are competitive, it's okay to lose sometimes, though. If you're competitive at something and you're trying to get better at something, if I try something and I lose, is that a bad thing? No, because I'm competitive and I'm trying to get better. That's just being better. It's not a bad thing. It's not like, oh, if I'm not doing that, then I don't mind losing, because if I'm losing, I'm not competitive. If I always want to win, I'm competitive. But if you always want to win and you know that you're going to lose sometime, but then you always just believe you're going to win, that's naive to assume you're going to always win, even if you're competitive. So yeah, it's always about the winning, but it's not always about winning. It's about learning as well. It's about understanding the game in a deeper level sometimes than just a shallow end, where winning is still important on that level too. Yeah, to be competitive, you want to win. That's the whole point. You want to get better. Winning is like getting better. That's all it's saying. To say to win is to say I'm improving. That's all. That's how I see it. You're improving. You're winning. Yeah, you're improving. But if you lose, you're still improving. So it's just semantics on how we say things. But in reality, yeah, everybody wants to improve. That makes sense. Yeah, of course. Especially if you're competitive, I mean, everybody wants to win. Everyone wants to get better. But you're going to lose, and you're going to get better losing as well. So it's not a big thing. If everybody, if you're the way you're saying, most players want to win. Everybody wants to get better. I don't know. Define understanding level. I assume GM knows the games. Oh, okay. The same goes for League of Legends. It's breaking down into turns and activity sequence or initiatives. Activity sequences or initiatives. Oh, they're narrowing it. See, I don't play League of Legends enough. But now, are they like weakening it on the potentials? RTS is a misnomer. Most RTS are competitively broken down into turns by pros. No. Yeah, I've always looked at RTS just by the name itself, and I always believed in it. They say real-time strategy. I said, that's how I like my chess. I like to play chess real time, and I go in there not knowing what I'm going to do, but I'm going to figure it out somewhere. I'm going to find out how to make a 3-move play, and I'm going to trap them, and I'm going to checkmate them. And I just look at it as a chess player. I look at the game as never easily one linear way of seeing victory. I see it in 3 moves ahead if you could do it, and if it doesn't work, find another 3-move ahead or 4-move ahead or 2-move ahead, and always be on your toes. That's how I've learned real-time chess, and so I took that real-time strategy as that's what it means, and I go, yeah, that's what I think this is about. And so I've always tried to learn how to get better at real-time strategy, and I told myself that, yeah, I can't get really, really, really good really fast. If I do this, I'm actually going to be slower at being good doing this because there's so much to learn, and I personally was okay with that. So yeah, I'm a diamond player, and I was okay with that. Could I be at the higher rank? Yes, I could have. If I wanted to sell my soul and play repetitive and play probable, I could have. I chose not to. I chose the different ladder where it's you use your RTS skills and have fun and enjoy the game, whether you win or you lose. You learn something, and you could still be very competitive. You just won't be tied to limitations because the probability of you winning if you do this is going to be low. I go, yeah, it's low, but let's give it a shot. And if we lose, there might be something to learn to improve that direction. That's how I see it. But I'm not stuck in a 3-base loop where 3 base is the only answer for me, because then that'll make the game boring.
Players. They also
Let's see, Digital says I could almost, let's see, yeah, was really some bad people down at the bottom. I could almost beat them when I made custom card decks, and it was easier to count cards than playing with a standard deck. Oh yeah, I know. You get to that point, it's like crazy. You start counting cards. That's a skill, memory skill. Chaos has to increase intelligence. Standard lowers it. Exactly. Standard lowers intelligence because you have to think less. And then when you're creative and you're creating chaos, you have to think way more. And so, yeah, it's more intelligence that you have to match your opponent when things get weird. And that's why I mean luck is important, because it allows pressure. When you have opponents with pressure, they're going to make mistakes. And mistakes create luck. And that luck comes in many forms. And it just adds value to the game. That's all I'm saying. I don't have all the answers of which ones and do all the details because it's luck. Luck comes in many forms. The better we start thinking about how can we add more luck into the game too, along with whatever we're balancing, I'm with you, But if I ask a lot of pros, or if you ask pros, what would you change if you were to change it right now? I don't think they're going to know. So if we're not there yet, And I don't see pros saying this is what we need. I don't see him saying this is what we need yet. Have we heard Lambo really say, if I was to change this, this is what I would do, this is what I would add, this is what... No, he's not coming at it with a follow-up where he really knows what he would change so that they can go, okay, well, damn, he got hard on this one, and so, you know, maybe we have something to look into. But he's not giving something to look into. He's just saying, I don't like this, it's not good, and none of us like it. But I'm not hearing what he would change. So we're not there yet. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think they know what they want.
Need to relearn all the timings from the early games. Like, when do I need to make a sport or true for the Protoss and Terrans, which have to relearn the builders in an even more difficult manner than the Zerg players. They also need to relearn all the timings from the early games. Like, when do I need to make a sport crawler? When do I need to make... when do I need to have detection for X or
all
Y?
All of us do.
How do I then scout? When do I scout? Do I even scout now? My
All of
overlords
us
are
do that.
slower. I get a lot of these questions in the Zerg Academy, obviously, and I try to help these, but there's people that don't want to put in the time and are more casual, that now simply quit the game. And
You know why they quit the game? A lot of times is because we put so much stress on them. They're here, they're like new. Hey, I love StarCraft. I'm starting to hear about it and I want to give it a shot. And you got Lambo talking about, at the higher level, all the stress they're having. And then they're like, I don't know if I like this. And then they leave because the trauma they're getting from all the negative, feedback of how hard it is up there and why it's not good or why it's... They're like, this isn't a good incentive for me to even keep playing this game if that's the way it is up there or something, or you know what I mean, or if this is you're gonna draw them out, because what they're there for is to try to learn how to play the game, and the game is there for fun, recreational, competitive, but it has a lot of potential to be fun. And they got lower level ranks, so they could do way more weird stuff that they're not able to do at the higher ranks, obviously, right? But if you don't feed them potential things to have fun with, even at their level, and you just keep giving them like adult stress, they're gonna be like, I don't want to be an adult, I'm out of here. So it doesn't help when they bring this like pressure to their audience too much and not give them some like slight relief that it's still fun at their level. Because you will push them out with that much pressure. You're like, damn, I don't know, this game seems to be hard and stressful, and then at the top, why do I want to play this? Why do I want this?
another reason, which is very big in the more big for the casuals than it is for the pro game.
Wait, Oscar says you can still choose to play freestyle and improve skills like macro or micro. For example, when you go macro, do you have 70 workers by 7-minute mark? If not, you forgot to make constant workers. Yeah, but you're talking about 7-minute mark. It would be nice if a Zerg just freely can't get to that. It would be nice if that was not an average game where you can get at 7-minute mark, you can get that many workers, because that means that the game doesn't allow enough players to feel like they're able to do something to slow you down from getting there. And if you feel like you can get there and you choose to get there all the time because it abuses the amount of workers that you're doing, then you're just, you're enjoying the fruits of the benefits of the system. And that's, I guess, you gotta take advantage of what you can take advantage of. But if a player can't abuse you and stop you from getting there, that's where we need to, work on. We need to work on where it is possible to keep you from getting that many workers by 7 minutes. There needs to be some way to keep you humble. If we can't do that, then it becomes like, oh, you got that at this, then I have to do that, and then nobody attacks forever. Until, because it becomes a drone race, a worker race, and nobody just wants to fight anymore. They just know that, they'll get more workers if they get this compared to that, and so they'll get more. It's always about more at some point. There needs to be a way a player can keep you honest by just not having you be able to just freely think you could just drone up and drone up and drone up and have the right of way. That's all I'm saying on that part. There needs to be some humbleness to be put in a ladder. Or the greed can't just be given the green light. That's why Protoss and Terran have timings to attack Zerg, and they won't do that. So they won't do. Yeah, and there you go. That's what I'm saying. There's some things that you could do, and then there's other things that throughout the history they reduced or they removed. Am I right or am I wrong? There's many toys that they've been removed and reduced that could be brought back. That's all I'm saying. It's like, yeah, we got Zealots. They could kind of keep it humble. But do you just want one door? Do you just want one option? That's it? That's the only option you get? Just Zealots? You want to keep them honest? Just Zealots? No, I want... What if we can do like a mama ship or something, you know, and can that could be the play. And you have another door. You have two doors. What if I can do, you know, there's... What if I go Ravens now? Because Ravens got a little better. Now I can do Raven builds. That just gives you another door to do stuff at certain timings. But if they remove those or reduce them, then you got less doors. That's all I'm saying. You're talking about the doors we have. I'm talking about the doors we can get, which would make the game more interesting. There's nothing wrong. We're not on the wrong path. I'm just talking about the ones that we would be able to get to keep more doors open. Every time they patch, they've been patching things where doors kept getting closed and shut down, you know? And that's all I'm saying. Yeah, there's doors still, but you just want 2 doors or do you want 5? I prefer 5 doors. Chaos has to increase, yeah. Okay.
It's more difficult.
Let's see.
Manner than the Zerg players. They also need to relearn all the timings from the early games. Like, when do I need to make a spore crawler? When do I need to make... when do I need to have detection for X or Y? How do I then scout?
I'm sorry, but if that's one of the... I don't know if that one's going to be one that I would be like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You guys have to learn all that? That's not fair, you know? You guys have to relearn things that, you know, when things change. That's just normal. If things get... If you shake things up, you're not going to have the same things anymore. Obviously, there's going to be changes. But how is it that the moment something gets shaken up, all of a sudden that's the time, that's the deal breaker? Oh, that no more StarCraft. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with it. They done changed it where I have to actually adapt. It's like, how is it that the shakeup is what really shook everybody out, or a lot of people out? Like, no, a shakeup just means everybody's shaking, and then we just figure it out and see what we figure out. That's what this game's about. It's real-time strategy, and there's a lot of uncomfort and unknowns, and we just added more unknowns right now, but all of a sudden that unknowns is like worth not playing anymore. Oh no, we gotta learn all that. We gotta learn the timings of a pylon, when the pylon comes up. We gotta learn when the nexus goes up at the second base. We need to know when the, you know, it's like, yeah, that's later, you know, that's, you know, but it doesn't mean it's the end of the world because you have to relearn all those little details. It's like, it just is what it is, you know. Company says, hey, we're no longer doing paper, we're gonna do computer, you know, and all that. So we're gonna check everything through computer. Yeah, the new system kicks in, you're gonna have to learn it. But it's still part of the game. It's part of the business. It's just a little change. But StarCraft should be all about change. So I don't really, you know, feel like this is like a big thing in regards to like why the changes shouldn't happen. Is because other people gotta learn everything again. I think I would like a shakeup where people have to relearn everything because it needs to be a shakeup to break the meta a bit. But yeah, there's obviously gotta be some balance. But yeah, that's gonna be complicated because people don't know what they want. So how are you gonna ask for balance when you don't know what you want?
When do I scout? Do I even scout now? My overlords are slower. I get a lot of these questions in the Zerg Academy, obviously, and I try to help these, but there's people that don't want to put in the time and are more casual, that now simply quit the game Another reason, which is very big in the more big for the casuals than it is for the pro games, is that the game doesn't really feel smooth to play anymore. The 12 workers start felt very smooth for all races. We had an entire dev team working on perfectly balancing the 12 workers start, where
The entire team, he had an entire team to dissect how many workers to get this to that to this and that to the he had a whole team on that. It's like at the lower level players, they don't have to be that optimal, and just because it's a little off of perfection, you know, just because the pool is not on a round number, or maybe just because the pool and getting the hash doesn't add to 0 exact, that it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't always have to be aligned to a 0 on your time zone. You know, it does. There could be one zealot that's late. That's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. You know, no, that zealot has to be exactly at the time that everybody moves out, and it's gotta be on. If it's a little hairy, a little bit on the edges, it is what it is. It can't always be perfect. Can't you know?
After this, there is no turning back.
Not to the point of saying it's over. I'm not playing no more.
The story
It's
ends.
messy.
You wake
Oh,
up in
shit.
your bed and believe
What up?
whatever you want.
Serpent power.
You take the red pill. You
Oh
stay in
yeah, I
Wonderland.
liked it.
you still have the strategic variety where
I
you
show
can
you
basically
how to
get
Who,
straight
me?
into the game.
Oh, this
and
guy.
then
I don't
you
know.
execute your
It's,
build order.
we're not gonna
You have
watch the
still
whole
all the
thing.
decision tree,
We'll stop it right
but
here in a sec.
They basically wanted to accelerate the early game.
I didn't
with
know
the-
it was gonna
with
be
the-
a
with the
while, but
worker building, etc. And I know there are some people that like the just microing their workers for a couple of like 20-30 seconds, and honestly I don't mind it too much. I actually like microing workers, but there is cuts, especially if you're a Zerg player, you might not notice this, but there's cuts like where you just have to stop worker production as a Terran. At Protoss, you're playing a normal gateway expand against Zerg. You now need to either cut mineral mining significantly, or you simply can't start your Stargate for a long time, so you're now your Oracle stage, now you can't deal damage anymore. None of the build orders really feel good. No matter what you do, none of the build orders feel super good, so the game just doesn't feel very smooth. Okay? Also from the Zerg point of view, that's obviously the ones that I know the most of, because I talk to them daily in the Zerg Academy. Their opponents are playing more Skytos, which is obvious because all the gateway styles have been nerfed, so Skytos must be better. And they even see hero and stuff.
we've been doing
Massing
Skytoss for
Void
a
Rays, so
long
I saw a
time
lot more
though.
Massing Void Rays in the replays
We've
of
always
the lower
been
level
doing Void
players, as well as
Rays.
I saw a lot more Turtling mech. I think this is also a ripple effect of casuals watching Terran Pro players camp, and even though they see Terran Pro players maybe camp more with ghosts behind mass CCs, they're still messing the CCs, and they're still behind it with Turtle mech. And
That's right, baby.
I do believe, as I said, that there are people that came back due to nostalgia reasons, and I also believe that there are people that just genuinely like the 8 worker start more because they like the way that it is a little bit more relaxing at the start, that the game starts a bit slower, that you can think about what you want to do. But I don't think that these people liking it more, and maybe some of these people coming back that otherwise wouldn't play, is worth the absolute gut punch that you could feel as a pro gamer and as like a Master League player, as basically the community that was here all the time, for all of the reasons that I named before. That's why we see way less activity, especially for Grandmaster League players, Master League players, as well as Diamond League players. There are like the higher you go, the more we feel disrespected, and the less the people are playing in comparison to before. That's why we have all these issues. That's why I have issues actually finding games. And I also know that there are some people that say that these changes at least felt fresh for a while, which is really nice because we didn't have that before. And I actually agree. Like, I also had some fun trying out new build
Something
orders.
different.
And that we should just be thankful for having changes at all in this old game. But I believe that a lot of pros, by the way, also said this on their YouTube videos in reaction to the changes, and I also said stuff along those lines because I'm just happy to have change in general. And I'm just afraid that they're just gonna leave it and go for no changes at all. But I think we were a little bit too thankful in that order and not too hard on the changes itself.
Yeah.
Yes, I know we all want change. It's an old game and we want to experiment with like new shiny toys that they can give us and try out the new stuff. But you can't say that any big change is a good one. And I do think that we still should be critical about if a change could have been better, because there's obviously potential. Let me give you an analogy. Imagine you have an old house and you hire somebody to renovate your house. Now, the guy that you hired for the renovation, he moves around a little bit of the furniture, he paints a few walls in different colors, and you get back inside and you notice that the house, it feels a little bit newer, it feels fresh, you know, he cleaned up, there's a different feeling to it, similar to the worker change. And you could say, hey, at least it does feel different, at least it does feel fresh. But the same person could have also made those changes, and he could have fixed the leaking roof. He could have replaced a broken window. He could have repaired the heating. Why would you be satisfied with him just doing these small changes? Why would you be satisfied with just making it feel different instead of different and better, which is absolutely possible? And to use this example for our case, the intern that you hired to do all of this didn't just move furniture around.
He's talking to Blizzard.
He didn't just paint some walls. He also broke in some walls by accident and then left them. And all of a sudden, the Protosses can't close the doors to their bathrooms anymore.
Oh, damn.
Of course, there still was some change.
Airbnb.
And fresh for a bit.
Or
but is this
Airbnb.
really the best person that we could have hired for the job? Like, would we have been satisfied with this if this was our house and somebody that we would have hired for it? Ask yourself if they had the power to bring back the 8 worker start and go through such big changes. Could they have done something better with the same commitment? If they, let's say, added new units,
It's a funny analogy.
from campaign or co-op, like something that
Break the door.
stuff that should be possible.
That's
and
how I like
that
my house.
with the same resources that we're using now on balancing a random 8 worker change that, let's say, I'm trying to be as positive for it as I can. Let's say half of the community liked it and half of the community disliked it. We can try to bring in new units. I don't think half of the community dislikes it to begin with, and then we can actually, like, I think people would be more fine with it being imbalanced for a bit, and then maybe we can change the number every week. And
See, right here is where he should shine, though. Typically, this is where he should shine and should have like his view, like why don't I like it, and would I this is how I would change it. And at the moment, it's very vague what he wants. He doesn't know what he wants. Just like I told you, if you were to say, like, it's nice to bash the intern, let's bash him. I got plenty of, bashings I can give him in regards to what I would like, right? But at least I know what I would like. You ask me, Flo, what would you change? I'll tell you right now. I'll be like, shit, let's do it right now. I got an idea. In my head, I already got the changes, because I know what I like and I know what's out there, and I'm not biased to just one race. I'm cheesy on all 3, so I'll be like, oh, what's good for Zerg? What cheesy stuff what's Zerg Protoss? And of course there's a medium, but we already experienced all the things that I'm thinking, and we've already had all the toys. It's already charts of history of what we used to do back then with certain tools. So it's like it's no brainer, but at least I know what I would want. A lot of these players that are like complaining about the patch still don't even know what they want, what would be really good for the game, at least in their eyes. And then that's where it's like it falls short if you don't know what you want, because you're bashing the intern, but then you're not giving the intern some ideas to maybe just go, okay, well then what do you want? And then you give him nothing. He's listening to this in the video, he's like, shit, I ain't get shit from him, other than he didn't like my shit, and then I got the door broken for the Protoss' bathroom or something, Have you tried patches, StarCraft Ladder? Not yet. I haven't tried it. I know someone wanted me to try it or so. We'll have to, maybe we'll try it in-house tomorrow or something. If you guys have it, I don't mind. We could do patches, because I don't know anything about patches. I don't know what he chose to do, what changes he has. I do hear about patches. I know Winter was casting a game the other day, and my brother was like, oh, they changed the workers back? I was like, no. Well, Winter said that they changed the workers back, and I'm listening to it, and he said patches, and I was like, oh, no, he says they're on a patches, they're on a patch, name, that created from patches. He made a mod, and the mod is what they're playing, And we're at that level where people are playing mods instead of the ladder game because they're thinking this is better, which is pretty cool because, like I said, they don't know what they want, but at least some people are trying to do some stuff to say, hey, you know what, maybe this vision is good, and people are trying it. But the fact that people are trying it means that, they're thirsty for something. the community is thirsty for change, but some change that like makes sense. But a lot of people don't know what they want. So at least they're trying. But I don't know anything about Patch's job. I don't know what he chose to change. I don't mind trying it because people keep asking me about it. But so I can do it with you guys. I can face you guys. Patches, with Patches mod. See what it's about. Hey, those videos are interesting, but tend not to be very constructive. Which ones? Have you... So basically, they're just bitching. Yeah, it's coming up to that point. Well, it's bitching if you don't have your own answers, right? You never want to complain about something if you don't have the answer to it, or else you're just part of the complaint. You're part of the problem. You're not helping. You're shining a light on something, but if you were, it comes around. Okay, so what would you do? I think huh? You know what I mean? It's like you don't want to be that guy. You want to be the, what would I do? I have my papers right here. This and that. This is what I would think. These are things that I came across. I know Winter has some because Winter did his own exploration too. So if you ask Winter what he changed, I know he has a sheet in his Word file of all the things he would change. It's good to at least have some ideas of what you would do so that they can have some feedback. But when you don't, that's where it hurts all of us. In some sense, but I do like that he's speaking out because it is true. The patch at the moment is kind of trash. It could be better, and it's hard to know why it's not good because it's all kind of a bit like mashed potatoes. There's not enough toys, but the resources are low, so you're like, okay, well, what do? I can't go to a fancy restaurant because I got $2. I got $2 on me. What am I gonna do? Get some water with lemon? That's probably $2.30, $2.50, something. Can't afford that. So it's true.
Try to bring in new units. I don't think half of the community dislikes that to begin with, and then we can actually I think people would be more fine with it being imbalanced for a bit, and then maybe we can change a number every week.
Maybe we could,
instead of just doing random changes to the game, in order to counteract what happened due to the 8 workers start. Do you also think that the player numbers, if we went for changes like adding new units as well as fixing problem areas that we have, like fixing the broken window, right? As well as the broken heating or whatever. Let's say there's a lot of issues in this game that require fixing that we could change instead as well, on top of adding new units, where, for example, Protoss is too strong against Terran in the mid game, or was at least, where they would just take the entire map, so Terran would have to turtle it, and Terran's late game was too strong against Protoss. Also, there was an issue in Terran where they couldn't really take map control in late game against Zerg. There was an issue for lower level players with turtling. There was a whole variety of issues. There's a late game issue of Zerg in general where you can't actually engage a Protoss army in late game. There's issues with variety, true issues with variety that you could tackle in a different way. There's a lot of things that you could do. Do you think if we actually target those things, as well as adding...
when he bashed the intern just now, he said, this damn intern came to my house, changed the color of my house, broke the AC, broke the window, the sunroof, locked in the Protoss in my bathroom. He's saying all that, but then I'm trying to find out, if I was an intern, what can I learn from what he wants? And so far, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen anything particular that he really wants that would be a change in the right direction, since he's very passionate about this. And so I'm just laughing that the intern's probably gonna look at this going, damn, I still don't got nothing about what I could change. I gotta change the AC. I don't know what that means. I gotta change the door. I don't know what that means. And maybe I gotta clean the rug with all that mess. I don't know what that means though. Some players it can't work. It's something about the late game, and I believe he has a lot to say. He just can't say it all it's all in his head. He has all the layers. It really is hard to say all this right now. It just it would be better if he would have had some pinpoints, some bullet points or so to keep him on tangent. But like when you go to the intern and you just bash him, it would look better if he had some like good things to give him, so that the intern could probably go, okay, I'll take that criticism, I'll consider it, right? Because that would help, something to consider. But you got to give him something. Can't just say that the roof is broken.
Variety, like true issues with variety that you could tackle in a different way. There's a lot of things that you could do. Do you think if we actually target those things, as well as adding some fresh things, like you could add in all sorts of new upgrades, you could add in new units, all that sort of stuff, do you think the player trajectory would be going the same way? Do you think I would not be able to find a ladder game right now if I'm queuing? Or I would queue 10 minutes until I find a diamond player? I don't...
That is different though. He's on a different problem. He's at 6K, 6.5, 100 MMR. So he is going to be bound to the people that are actually going to play at that skill level. And if there's not enough pro players, high level players that want to play at that, you're just shit out of luck. Eventually the game's going to get old enough. And if the money is the reason why they're up there and the money dries up, you're going to be that passionate player that's just so good that everybody left that is because of their motives, and then you're just left with beating players that are less than you at times, and then you're just not finding your peace, I guess, you know. So that's not going to be a problem for the lower levels and mid players where they can find abundance of players, but that is a problem for them. As higher you go, there's going to be motives that you're either there for the ranking, for status, or for the money, and if they're not there for that because it goes away, then they leave, and then the real good players that are here passionate ain't got nobody to play against that's competitive. So yeah, I can see that being a little boring at times if they don't expand their challenge, if they don't challenge themselves in playing more risky and more weird. It would be better in their favor, but as long as they're not in the tournament interest. But there's going to be a point where it fades, and the only abundance of players are going to be at the lower level, and they're still going to be good at the lower level players. They're still going to be good. Gold players are going to be good at that point, because the cap is going to get harder. But at some point, yeah, it's you're going to get there. You're going to get there where you're like up the ranks and you just try to push play, and it takes like 10 minutes. You're waiting 10 minutes to get a queue because you're so high up there that you ain't gonna. And it's the same person over and over again. You go in queue, same guy. Okay, queue, same guy. It's just you and the person for a long time because you guys are at that skill level. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. And so I always tell you guys, just learn how to expand your wings instead of trying to fly up too quick, because it ain't fun up there in many ways. You play the same player, they play boring, they play structured, or there might be a longer queue. There's not going to be as much variety. There's a lot of reasons when you go up there you're gonna have to just take it in, because it's just part of the culture up there. So
I don't think so personally. I do not think so.
I think he's been bashing the. I feel like he's been bashing the disruption, and how now he's suggesting even more disruption. I don't think his arguments are rational. Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit more off the cuff. But he went straight for the intern though. He went after that intern. I don't know who that intern is, but he's gonna look at this and be like, he took me down. I don't think it's the intern's fault. It's all bad. But yeah, I feel like he could put more work into this video if he really wanted it to matter. But I think that he is going off the cuff, because when you talk about the intern and stuff, that I feel like you're just, that one came out. I feel like the frustration came out. So it's just his frustration, but it would be nice if there was some structure to it. Like, what can we change? I like that he's giving us insight of what the pros are talking about and what they don't like and stuff. Not too much, but it gives us a little idea of what's going on up there. How are they feeling up there with it? I've never seen a three-way game as well balanced as StarCraft, but any changes at all riles up the pros. It really does. That's how structured they are to these things, to the meta. That's how the meta is. The meta, when we say the meta, it's like a cult build. It's a cult style that is just really good. It's a speedrunner delight, right? And they will go for it because it's victorious. You get the wins, you get the ranks, you get up there, and for some people, you get the tournament earnings, and that's important, right? But the motivation on their top is usually earnings. If you take away the earnings, it's gonna affect the top players in regards to motivation. But any change that happens that's drastic, they don't like, because it's gonna mess with their money, or it's gonna mess with their reputation. They've been such and such K player for such a long time, and now they're dropping, and it's embarrassing to have their friends or people know you and they see that you're dropping. Imagine that's how people are. They look at you and they know your MMR so much that when you drop, they're like, oh, you're dropping MMR, huh? And you're just like embarrassed because your MMR is low. And that's embarrassing at some point for some people. It's a hard one to get over. It's like that status. I need to make sure I gotta be on top of my friend. My friend ain't gonna ever beat me on MMR. And the last thing I want him see is him above me on MMR. That's the last thing I want to see. There's a lot of pressure in all kinds of directions. But yeah, don't be caught dead with less MMR than I usually do. The anxiety gets to them too. It does. 50k games and still afraid to ladder. That anxiety is up there too, but it's cray.
And that is why I now have a message for Blizzard. This is completely uncut.
booster.
I'm just like basically talking this off my soul.
Losing with
some bullet
style.
points, but I did.
Losing with style, but sometimes you win. That's the beauty right there, because at least you're giving yourself so much chances to lose, but when you win, you dug yourself out of like a ditch that you thought you weren't going to be able to get out of. But the fact that you got out of it is awesome. That's how I like to play, because you go up too quick, then what? It's better to kind of learn how to expand your wings, try all kinds of things, because if you don't, you're going up too quick. You want to go up there, you're misery.
Want to end this video with an appeal to Blizzard that
Okay, let's see the final.
I would like to see a couple of things. Number one is clear communication and being more open about this stuff. Like I hate the fact that we just have an NDA with the balance chat in general. Like I would have loved for this entire thing to be more open instead of being so mysterious, which I don't think has many benefits at all. And I don't think you need to go public about saying who you are or saying who the team is, but maybe going into the reasons as to why those things are happening. Maybe also going into how those changes are being made before there are some conspiracy theories.
They're out there already.
People that are saying it's the Shopify people that are in charge, which I saw some people are saying it's Harrison and Scarlett doing these changes, and now there's Omniseptic that is appearing on Reddit, and people don't really know how these changes are being made. I think it would be cool if people would know, but you could name yourself Ice Frog or Fire Frog like they do in like the Dota person and be similar to him. But let's say you don't do that, I would at least very much appreciate that you write why you're changing what you're changing. And I think that would be a huge step into the right direction. And in general, in terms of the actual changes for the game itself, at the end of the day, I don't think 8 workers plays out like super differently to 12 workers start. I don't think it's way worse. Like I said in the previous video, I don't think it's that bad. I do think that there are some very bad ripple effects in terms of balance and all the other things that I mentioned before, compared to the 12 workers start, with some slight ups and downs. But it is noticeable that there's no real RTS team trying to see these changes through, like there was when we went from 6 workers to 12. And I have no faith in us getting to the desired point where the builders feel smooth and the game is balanced anytime soon. And I simply think that if we could revert things, we could do better changes instead. And because of that, I am strongly in favor of reverting at least the worker change. Not going to 9 workers, 10 workers, 11 workers. I just want 12 workers because there we have a balanced
Yeah.
state where you can then try to tackle all the things that you want to tackle, and where you have a balanced game state where you don't need fiddling around with small numbers and random changes, and then you might break things, and then it's going to take forever to fix those.
Okay, so what he's saying right here basically is with with the low worker changes, you guys had created problems that you guys had to band-aid. You had a band-aid getting faster larva because of the fact that Terran and Zerg are having a problem because of this patch difference. Now with the 300 command center, now you're creating another patch, but that band-aid is creating a problem with the Zerg versus Terran, situation as well. So these band-aids are not as good as if we just reverted it before the band-aids, because these band-aids are created because we changed the workers. So if we change the workers and we have these band-aids, let's take off the band-aids, remove them. In order to do that, we gotta go back to the 12, so we don't have the problem that got us to this in the first place, which is 300 command center and all these other band-aids that come along with it, the larva increase. And so that's what he's saying right here. He's saying if we can go back by removing all these band-aids, then we can maybe start over on somewhere a little different. And that's where I think he's coming from. I know. He's like, instead of taking them away, let's go back so we don't just take it away. We go back in time. He's like, let's go back in time so we don't change the worker count. And because we don't have that, we don't have a ripple effect of band-aids. So remove the band-aids, remove the worker, and let's go back in time. And so that's what he's saying right here for people that don't really understand what he's saying. Because sometimes StarCraft talk can be a little complicated when they talk about it. When they talk about it on the pro level and builds and metas and things like that. What are you saying with the meta and this? So that's where it's going.
So I would like better communication, and then I would, at the very least, revert the worker change and all the subsequent changes from it. So that is the larva change,
the band-aids,
the CC change, which was there because it was to balance the larva change, I suppose. The Reaper and the Adapt changes, for example,
not the
build
ghost
time got increased because of the slower, because of the less worker start.
Not the ghost.
And all of the other changes that are basically there from it. You could also instead, alternatively, remove all of these patches entirely. Think about what changes the community liked.
Hercules.
Bring those back into the next patch and put those in. Otherwise, it might be a little bit too difficult to factor in what exactly now from the patch was good and what wasn't. But you could either go with just the 8 worker start and everything that has followed from it, or you can just basically revert everything and then go bring out a new patch with all of the things that we liked, and then maybe some other things that we can do instead. You could also, for that, by the way, as a piece of advice, you can use suggestions from the community patch notes. We have a lot of different people that are making community patch notes now.
That's good.
Which have a lot of great changes in them. You can also go wide and try literally whatever. Like, I'm a pro player. You can change literally whatever. You can go as wide as you want. As long as we're actually testing it.
As long as it's not a 4-player map. Because I'll veto that shit. And it's not a weird map. Okay? As long as it's not those two things, we're good. Because we don't like that at the pro.
We're being receptive to the feedback, and as long as we actually start communicating. I'm even down, if you go for a wide patch like that, to not just put it in the PTR, because the PTR nobody really plays it.
Nobody plays it.
But whenever we don't have a big tournament, you can put it on live, and then you could tell us, hey, this is basically to try it out and to get some actual data. And we're down to revert it, and we're down to actually fix stuff if it's broken. Like, this type of communication, we don't have it. And
I don't think
it
they
really
have.
hurts.
I don't think they have the resources to do that right there, but I mean, that would be nice to have them find ways to test the patches for them. They would have players like them to just go into like a live, or something, or some type of where they get to play somebody with it. I mean, that'd be cool. But I don't know if it's going to be during tournaments and stuff. Shit. I don't think they got that much resource to want to put into it. I mean, or at least for at the moment, it doesn't seem like it.
the entire process. I feel
But
like,
nobody
because
goes
we
to the
don't know,
patch,
are we
hardly.
now stuck with this? Is this the best that we can do?
PTR?
And I think people would be a lot more receptive to actually trying out things, and you bringing new patches to the live servers, even if they're not really well tested, and even if they might be imbalanced for a bit. If you say, okay, if this doesn't work out, I can revert it, like even just the option of it, or saying that, hey, I'm gonna make new changes every single week until we figure this out, and this is just basically a huge test. Please be part of the test by actively participating and just lettering, you know. I think people would be a lot more of a positive mood if things would go in that direction. The last point that I have is that I think it would be huge if we could fix the lag/drop hacking. I don't know what exactly the hack is, the problem.
Dark
which
Archons.
on
I
EU
would
there's
love
not that
that.
many, but I think the career ladder is like
back.
specifically
That'd be sick.
or especially dead now, because there's simply
I even thought about it. I'll be like, the DTs will turn into Dark Archons, and then the Templars will merge into Archons. You get me? It would make sense. You got two different units. They both have different powers. The Dark Archons could turn into DTs, could turn into Dark Archons. It makes perfect sense. It just stays good in the lore. It just want the bill.
a lot of job hackers on there.
Merge
So
Archons, have a super
if we
Archon,
could find a way to actually ban those
like
before they
like a
make
Thor
new
Archon,
account
that
and
would be sick.
go rampant on the ladder again, it would be fantastic. I am not an expert in this, so I don't know how difficult this
That'd be
is.
sick.
I don't know how difficult it is to locate these. Like, I don't know how difficult it is to maybe speak with these people. Where do they have the hacks from? Then look at them and then figure out. I'm not an expert in this, so this was the last point that I wanted to mention. I think it would really be a big boon for the community as well.
Oh, really?
I love this game.
Really?
With all my heart.
Damn.
And my life would be super different without it. Like, I can't even imagine where I would be right now if I never touched the game. And I genuinely hate that every person that I talk with hates the most recent patches, and all we get is like this overwhelming negativity. Wherever I go, I can go into Rotti's stream, there's people shitting on the patch. I can go to Wardy's stream, there's people shitting on the patch. All I see is negativity. And I'm...
Well, one thing about that, it can be very misleading. When people shit on the patch, it's because they don't actually have a opinion. They don't have an opinion, but they kind of have like, well, if I don't have a full opinion on it, at least I don't want to be on the opposite side, because that's like getting pitchforked, you know. All of a sudden, I'm gonna be target of the being the against the grain. So if I don't have too much of it, I prefer not saying nothing. So the ones that do say some, for one, they say it because it's disrupting and they don't like it. But there's a part of it that they say it louder because they know they are on the winning side of it. They know that they have more people on their side that don't like it, so they're able to speak louder. And so it tends to be sometimes louder than what it really is. And then the ones that are quiet tend to be quiet because there's too much loud ones on the other side. So you're like, well, I kind of, I have my opinions. I'm just gonna keep them to myself, and not say nothing. So there's a lot of people that are in that boat, but then there's a lot of them that know nobody likes it, so I can talk shit about it. And it's good to be fair. So, you know, it's better to just take a neutral for me. Because like I said, most people don't even know why they don't like it and what they would do to change it to like it. So we're kind of like off at that point. That's where it really matters. Like, what would you do? I'm glad they have channels. Maybe they'll talk about it. But yeah.
Also well aware that while I'm complaining about this, or about disliking this, that this video will also take part in that. But I hope that this video will lead to some changes for the better. And that's why I'm making it.
Yeah, screw you, intern. Yeah, cheers. So what I'm saying here is have fun. There's plenty of StarCraft enjoyment. And just, you know, explore your palette. The game was tuned and calibrated. Oh, let me go back to this one. The game was tuned and calibrated for 12 workers. That is true. It definitely was balanced for 12 workers, not for, you know. So that's why he was talking about the band-aids. That's why he was talking about the band-aids. It's like, you know, remove the band-aids, remove the 12, go back to 12. Let's start there so we slowly can figure out what vision we want. And then that way, you know, we don't mess things up. Because people, you know, StarCraft 1, we really didn't have, at some point, we don't have no more patches, no more balance patches, right? And for StarCraft 2, there's this like belief that the moment the patches end, it's a dead game. But what we don't think about is that maybe it was a great game and somehow we down the road patched the shit out of it into a shitty game because we fucked with it too much. Kept touching it and touching it. At some point you don't want to just stop touching it, you know? And we think touching it is a good thing because it means that it's still alive. But then we, without a vision, we keep touching it and making it shittier and shittier. You know what I mean? At one point, I think Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm was my favorite StarCraft era. I think it was really good. So for me, people have been touching it ever since, and here we are. AI to balance it. I mean, they probably might do a good job if you give them enough replays and stuff. All the replays, they'll find things. That's true, huh? Get Alpha Star to change, you know, fix the patches and stuff.
What's going on?
I mean, technically, yeah, why not? I mean, if they want to play structured all the time, get 2 robots to do it, and then they'll, you know, even the robots will give them the build. They'll be like, here's the build, here's everything, it works, it's balanced, perfect. Here you go, here you guys go, and they're, you know, that's actually true. It's a good idea. I mean, they have the power to do that, right? We got Alpha Star.
SCV ready.
Shit, they could play. They could play. You know, a little bit of hours that they have in the queue, they play so many games. I don't know, they have like this crazy amount of playing games that they could play so quickly. You know, they could balance it if they really wanted to. They just put in the things, here you go, and we could see the ratios, who's winning, why are they winning. Let's change that. I mean, yeah, totally, yeah. That's a good response right there. I can definitely see that. Because I know what Alpha Star's capable of, so. We want a John Protoss, get 3 Zealots, have them trapped by drones and Zerglings. So that was yesterday. John the Protoss. Wait, is that John Protoss? No. I thought I was playing John the Protoss for a second.
Yes, sir. In the rear with the...
Okay.
This better be...
Command center upgrade complete.
I think the biggest question would be, how do we get more people to play the game and make it fair for everybody to make it balanced to a way where it's enjoyable to experience versus just it's fast hands, you know, where it's just fast hands. You need fast hands to play this. We're gonna watch it.
Been waiting on you. SCV ready. Bad news?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Moving.
Add-on complete.
What's up? This better. You gonna give me your...
Comms open. Nothing else. You got coordinates or what? I get ya. Channel's clear, boss. Cyclone.
What's going on?
Cyclones. I mean, we're gonna move out right now real quick.
Add-on complete.
Let's go kill something. systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Huh?
Comms open. This ought to be good. In gear. Coordinates of what?
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Ready to plunder. I get you. Ready to plunder.
Help here.
This ought to be good. Nothing else.
You gonna give me orders?
Show me who you want. Coordinates of channel clear.
You gonna give me orders? Gangway.
Comms open.
Armed and ready. SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? Been waiting. Give us your best shot!
You got
Who wants some?
inside.
SCV ready.
Let's get into the fight. Fighter. Optics online. Let's go.
This better be good. SCV ready. Yeah. Move it. In the rear with the gear.
Ready to plunder.
Go scan him.
SCV ready.
Channel's clear, Bob.
Made.
Ready to plunder.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
I like it. Let's get into the fight. Fighter flight. You ready for war? Transformation systems ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
Made for battle.
Got no patience for sitting. You gonna SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
Ready to plunder. Optics online. Let's go kill some. Can't hold them
SCV
alone.
ready. Go ahead.
Okay. Get
SCV
this
ready.
base.
SCV ready.
Ready to plunder.
Who wants this better be?
Ready to plunder.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Father, you gonna give me orders? Been waiting on you. SCV ready. Who wants some? Been waiting. Huh? Go ahead. SCV
Get another
ready.
base.
Good job, huh? SCV ready.
Oh shoot, I don't have the engineering bay.
Reporting for action.
Add-on complete.
Ready to plunder. Optics online. Let's go kill something.
SCV ready. In the rear with the who wants some?
Attend.
Big job, huh? SCV ready.
So he wants to go Marines.
SCV ready. Go ahead. What's going on? Armed and ready.
Let's get some more tanks.
Huh? SCV ready. By the numbers. This better be good. I feel ya. SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Mineral field depleted.
Sure. Channel's clear.
Mineral field depleted.
All hands to battle stations.
Can't hold them alone. Systems prime.
Command center upgrade complete.
No one lives forever. Fight or flight. Yeah, right. I like it. All right. Transformation systems primed. Big job, huh? Go ahead. Huh? Will do. Yeah.
Speak up! What's that?
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Ready to plunder. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Mineral field. Command center upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
Fight or flight. Ready to plunder.
Fueled up, ready to go!
Ready to plunder. Ghost reporting.
Lay it on! Ready to roll out!
Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder. Yes, sir. Transformation system. SCV ready. Steer me. Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder.
Mineral field depleted. Research complete.
Transformation systems primed.
He ran into my PF. What?
Made for bad news. Fight or flight.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, he got this base. He got this base. He got this base he's going with. You know, seems like a fair opponent. Pushing on me. You know, like. This game is hard. It's got a high ceiling and plenty of people above you, and if you're trying to swim up, you gotta at least somewhat take differences, because there's gonna be differences. Everybody's gonna have them in different games. It's just part of the pool that we have. You can't be always exactly the same. I don't think the MMR is that balanced where it can give you exactly the same skill that you're gonna deserve. What up, Fallbright? How you doing? Panico Mayhem says, melt the Parmesan cheese on us, Flo. What do you want? I don't know. Let's go. Low level casuals, we're always going to stop playing at some change. Oh yeah. You're talking about the level casuals. Well, that usually happens often. There's usually like they're trying to be like the pros, right? They're not like the pros. They're not as good as the pros, but they're trying to be like the pros. They got a little, and they got this one little build that they worked on for a little bit. They're proud of it. And then all of a sudden, the balance changes, and their build got just annihilated. They have more reasons to try to go, I ain't gonna try to learn this again. I ain't gonna try to redo everything. That my little build was perfect for me. You just killed my whole experience, my whole livelihood of StarCraft. And that happens a lot because one person, when you're low level, it's like, that's your world. At a higher level, you're like, well, that's just a drop in the bucket of what I already know, all this stuff. I'll just have to relearn something, refigure something. But the echoes are still there of what's possible. So they're not like a lower level. Lower level don't have the echo of knowledge of all the games, the shadows that happened before that can really keep you still engaged, even if it's unknowns. You still know what happened before. So I seen this picture before. I seen this part of the movie before. Low-level players haven't seen the movies. They're like, shit, my only movie got destroyed. I'm screwed. I'm not playing no more. That's gonna take too long. So that I could see, yeah, that happens. I see it often.
SCV ready.
The intern broke the door, shattered the window, and left the dookie in the pool. Oh man, that was hilarious. The Airbnb.
In the rear with the gear.
That's hilarious though. That got me. I was like, damn, I don't know how he's gonna know what the window really means and what the restroom means and how the Protoss got stuck in there. So like, we gotta decipher that shit. We gotta, How'd the Protoss get stuck in the toilet? How did that happen? They did. Fix it. Fix it now.
SCV ready.
That was comedy.
It's your time. Yeah. SCV ready. SCV ready.
I'm a pro shit talker. Hey, Miss Aries, how you doing?
Huh? This better be good.
Okay.
SCV ready.
How you doing, Paul Bright? How's your day? Hopefully it's not too hot. Luckily it's mild right now, but it can turn around any second.
You gonna give me orders?
You got Loot Flash in the house.
I sell the box, then I build another box inside the box you thought I lost.
What am I like this one. Always pick. This is a picker-upper.
They keep patching the game. They forgot to patch me. I got no patch for this. Nope.
Speaking of patch.
Yeah.
Perfect time.
They keep patching the game.
By the number, boys.
They forgot to patch me. I got no patch for this. Nope. No map can contain me. I put the base where your base is. Now your base got up. Vacate me. I got no brakes on this. No lane. I'm changing lanes. You brought a build order.
Good job, huh?
I brought a
You gonna give me orders?
hurricane.
In the rear.
No patch for this. No fixing the notes.
SCV ready.
You thought you had a game plan. I put a motor around
What's
your
going
hopes.
on?
Everybody wanna know how I do what I do. I don't. I just do
Command
it.
center
I
upgrade
got minerals looking like they owe me rent. Gas so precious I could buy the lick and sell the cent. SCV on vacation, still getting paid though. Command center floating, that's my Airbnb, bro. I make a bunker feel like a luxury suite. Put the planetary right where you wanted to meet. You brought the whole army. I brought one idea, then duplicated that idea till it gave birth to diarrhea. I'm nasty with the math. I'm a menace with the minerals. You build looking position like a doctor's prescription. You made roaches? Cool, I make ghosts. Now everybody disappear when the
Command
sniper
center
gets
upgrade
close.
complete.
Ultralist bit, but the target's still wide. But Lord fly, ghost still outside. You got 1,000 units? That's adorable. I got 100 reasons why your army's refundable. I got no patch for this. No map can contain me. I put the base where your base is. Now your base gotta vacate me. I got no brakes on this. No plan, I'm changing lanes. You gotta build order. I brought a hurricane. No path for this. No fixing the notes. Thought you had a game plan. I put a motor around your hopes. I'm in the middle of line like a landlord with the notice. You thought I came to macro, I came to make a diagnosis. Your expansion got addicted, your production got addicted to the thought that maybe somehow this game could still be fixed. No, I got a nexus on your nerves, a command center on your curve. A ghost behind your army like your army got observed. I don't chase kills, I let the kills come find me. I put a trap in the trap and the trap was behind me. Your overlord saw it, but the overlord died. Now your vision looking blurry like you watched it from inside. I'm a problem with the keyboard, a typo with the trigger. Every time you think I'm finished, I get bigger. You cut the medic, I brought scissors. Cut the standing in the pieces, down the pieces. Got the visions, I don't play outside the box. I sell the box, then I build another box inside the box you thought I lost. They ask me, Florencio, why? I say, why not? If the game gives me a button, I'ma press it. If the map gives me a corner, I'ma stretch it. If the opponent gives me space, I'ma live there. If he gives me gas, I'ma take it.
This is my song. This is talking about my build right here, what I'm doing right here. Planetary versus Zerg. I made a song about this build right here.
You think I'm predictable? That's cute. I make the obvious move look completely absolute. Then I fake it, then I break it, then I take it, then I make it look like every single second of your life was pre-recorded. I don't need to rage, I make you rage. I don't need to talk, I make the replay talk. You hit, leave game, I hit build. Then I sit there smiling while the next base gets filled. I got no patch for this, no map can contain me. I put the base where your base is.
In the rear with the
now
gear.
your base gotta vacate me. No brakes on this, no lane. I'm changing lanes. You brought a build order. Hurricane. No patch for this. No fixing the notes.
What's going on?
You thought you had a game plan. I turned it into jokes. Everybody else playing StarCraft. I'm planning. How weird can I make this? And somehow it keeps working.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Yo. Well, what? Who wants some? You gonna give me orders? SCV ready.
Rock and roll.
I call it predictable.
Optics online.
Florencio protocol. Loading.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
I wonder what he's gonna be doing.
Silence the room.
Go ahead.
It's so steady like I'm carving the room. Every mineral time, every gas precise. Gamble on bills, I calculate twice. Wall up tight, and you're secure. I see the gap, your fate is sure. Your macro safe, textbook clean. I've been the script in between the seams. Camera snap, I live in the fog. Every path you take, I trace your log. You think it's standard, safe and sound. I'm underground when you look around. No panic, holds my breath on beat. Every worker split, every surround me. You chase the matter, copy and paste. I break the rhythm, distort the
Command
pace. And
center
then you
upgrade complete.
spread like a vein. Feel that pressure inside your brain. You try to stabilize, try to reset, but I'm 3 moves deep in your tech. Flow into your mood. I fracture the frame. Every ladder climb.
up? What up?
Every time you push, I phase you.
Command center upgrade complete.
No fear, no freeze, no delay inside your
SCV ready.
I stay
SCV ready.
inside your mind.
SCV ready.
Oracle black.
This better be good.
You
Mineral
look at
field
supply,
depleted.
it's starting to snow. Blinking eyes split like a microscope. Cold, I pull you apart. You got one days, I'm taking three. Would I be every fake person, everything
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
little patterns, neat little bites. I move like static inside you. Watch you hesitate. That half second blink, that's where I strike. That's where you sink. APM on like a Jordan spin. By the time you breathe, I'm
Our
already in.
SCV base is under attack.
Oh, ultras.
What you can't define.
Mineral field depleted.
No, we gotta get more PFs. GG. More PFs. We gotta get more right there at that sweet spot. Alright, let's see. We go get some motivaciones.
They say play safe, stay in line, follow the bill, respect the design, but art ain't safe, and neither am I. I ping with pressure till standards die. You call me chaos, I call it sight. I see the cracks in the perfect fight.
Okay, let's see.
You're not afraid of losing MMR. You're scared to see who you really are. For it's your mood beyond.
Alright, let me go get some water. Be right back.
Sur la map, il disparaît. En pile, on cache et personne ne sait.
I have to see our dumb. If we have enough players, we could do it later on today after I eat. But we gotta get some players. If not, tomorrow we could try.
Change de race, change de plan. Tu crois comprendre et change maintenant. Les unités courent, les défenses tombent. Une stratégie étrange qui traverse la pénombre. Pas besoin de suivre ce que le ladder attend. Il crée son propre chemin à chaque instant. Clic, clic, la map devient son terrain. Un piège à gauche, un détour par le chemin. Feinte, switch, timing brutal. Il transforme chaque partie en carnaval. Il joue comme ça. Tu crois savoir, mais tu ne sais pas. Le ladder brûle. Une idée folle et ton plan s'écroule. Impossible à lire. Chaque seconde peut tout détruire. Quand la game commence, tu joues contre une
Yeah, more
improvisation
PS.
immense. Un Nexus posé là où personne ne
Adversaries,
veut. Une
talking
base
shit.
étrange sous tes propres yeux. Un dart en
We need
plat
more
glisse
PS,
dans le
that's what we
noir
need.
pendant qu'un autre plan commence quelque part. Il force une réaction, puis change de direction. Tu défends le premier piège, mauvaise décision. Tu construis pour contrer ce que tu viens de voir. Mais déjà le vrai plan vient de prendre le pouvoir. Décentré, découpe l'espace en morceaux. Force file propre, aucun cadeau. Voix de raies apparaissent quand tu penses essouffler. Et soudain toute ta défense vient de basculer. Clic, clic, jamais le même chemin. Une ouverture en minuscule devient son destin. Scout, bait, switch.
We need like,
attaque latérale. Chaque
need more.
détail devient
We'll get more.
Il joue comme ça. Tu crois savoir, mais tu ne sais
Hey, bad coneja.
Le ladder brûle. Une idée folle et ton plan s'écroule. Impossible à lire. Chaque WP mais personne ne comprend comment cette partie a
Yeah, if we get some players, I'm down. That we just gotta find players that want to play. But if we could do it, we could try to find out tomorrow and see if people want her down. But yeah, we just gotta get some people.
SCV ready. What's going on? You're on fire. SCV ready.
I have to see. We could probably do it on like on the Discord. Probably like
Big job, huh?
on Discord we could probably do that. Maybe like have a channel where we can like chat right there and then see who wants to play, so we can get like at least an idea of who's down. We could try doing that.
SCV ready.
See if that works. Because we gotta figure out who wants to play.
SCV ready.
Chaque scoop, chaque clic, chaque mouvement. Il est le jeu, devine le plan. La nébuleuse de drop.
Stay fresh.
Chaque unité est une
Let's go.
approche. Photos clic, zéro clic en masse. Et en touche, il encaisse la
Go ahead.
Macro et micro.
SCV ready.
Silence, chaque erreur devient évidence. Il joue dans l'ombre.
Go ahead. Huh?
Florence au trace.
Overtime.
Florence.
SCV ready.
Dans la partie domine le show. Chaque mouvement, chaque flow. À la beurre tremble.
SCV ready. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
The Dorkin? The Dorkin.
SCV ready.
Il observe le chaleur, le GPS. Chaque moment devient un truc, j'ai murmuré dans l'ombre de la map.
What's going on? Huh? SCV
Playing
ready.
against a Terran.
Yeah. Go ahead. Big job, huh? Bad news. SCV ready. I'm
Okay, just
going.
get a starport. Surprised I didn't get a Reaper.
SCV ready.
Maybe come out right now.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. What's up?
Micro petit, chaque game devient un défi. Florence Lorraine, sans bruit. Florence, dans la partie domine le show. La ladder tremble sous son nom.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Command center upgrade complete.
This arm? Gangway, coming through. Yeah, whatever. Ah!
Add-on complete.
You blink,
Move it.
already inside.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Yeah. I'm in the fog, but I'm
Lay
lit.
it on me.
Unit split.
call it magic trick. Click, click, micro quick. Your army gone like abracadabra stick. You think you safe? I rotate, I flip, I ghost, I pivot slick. Half step late, you hesitate. I slide through gas like it's arithmetic. I got the map in my mind, call it mental GPS. You trace in the front, I'm behind you, behind you.
Liberator.
You try to predict, I twist, I misled, I flex. So align vision, your whole base under the triplet swing. I spit fast, slow stop, restart. Your APM drop, you build a wall. I crawl, I stall, I brawl, I top. Your timing off, your rhythm soft, my flow non-stop. I win the micro.
If you play a team in a team match with a pro partner, can they chrono boost your facilities? No, I don't think they could. No, I don't think they could. But like medevacs can heal their team, like Zerg. If they're bio, medevacs can heal the bio. So you can get Hydra medevacs.
Strategy shattered my moves, infinite. We don't scout, nah. We just see. We don't wait, no. We just beat, break the map, break the flow. Yeah. So am I, yeah. Let them know. I'm in the gap, I'm in your head, I'm in your head. I'm spinning head. You think it's random, I'm playing the flip the build. I spread, I go fast, then slow, then triplet, then low. Then whoa, your arm is split, your walls red, your work is dip. My show, right, done it, fun it. None of it tame, I switch the pace, I lace the race, I misplace the game. You click, I slip, I flip the script, I aim. You blink, I sink, I win, it's insane.
Ready to plunder.
Burst, I go mid-bar, stop shift, restart. You hesitate, I dominate, tear your place, stay apart.
This better be by the number.
Oh, he's going PF.
SCV ready.
All hands to battle stations. We have you on screen.
Yeah.
SCV ready.
Minerals stacked high, but my confidence is dead. I scout, I see the map, but it's never enough. Every protest zealot, every zergling rush feels rough. I try to hold my nerves, try to I suppose the ladder's like a mirror showing every flaw. I drop my jaw, I tell myself I'm stronger, that I've got what it takes. But the mental weight of losses, man, is all it makes. I've seen my units die in ways I can't repair. I've lost more than games, I've lost pieces of air.
I'm haunted by a lot of those they never leave. Every fight, every push, every time I breathe, I keep building, keep fighting, I won't
Ready to plunder.
even when the losses feel like they're I'm haunted by a lot of those they never leave. Every fight, every push, every time I breathe, I keep building, keep
Command center upgrade complete.
I grind, I adapt. Every strategy I plan feels like a threat. Sometimes I break. But every drop out, I learn. My turn in my head. Like it's already gone. Every wasting. Haunted by a lot of those they never leave. Every fight, every push, every time I breathe, I keep fighting, I won't resign. Even when the losses feel like they're mine, I'm haunted by a lot of those they never leave. Every fight, every push, every time I breathe, I keep building, keep fighting, I won't resign. Even when the losses feel
That's probably a good thing. What? If you play Terran in a team match? Oh, okay. You're talking about if they did that. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, we should be able to build on Zerg's creep. We do it in the campaign. That would be good. But you can you could definitely. I know you can definitely heal with medevacs. Anything biological, so that's cool. But I know you could repair stuff. Like, you can repair carriers. You could repair, different things. So the repair can help. Imagine having a bunch of SCV repairing like carriers. Mass carrier SCV.
hear that sound?
What up, Oliver?
Right before your base goes wrong. That's not a bug. That's memory. They don't say my name, they just say that thing that shows up once it ruins everything. No scout can confirm what it brings, just a shadow with 8 p.m. and a grin. I don't load in, I arrived too late. I already changed the outcome state. You think
that's true.
That's a common mistake.
It doesn't. But most of these players don't play the game with unpredictabilities as much as they should. So it at least would give them a base case, kind of base game, you know, to an extent, right? And then the creative players are gonna do their thing.
SCV ready.
They swear I don't play normally. One moment I'm nowhere to see. Next moment your whole plan is
It's really true.
I don't build, I distort. Turn your safe game in a short report.
Yeah.
No way, that was sport. I say GG. Next escort.
Turn berserk. Let's go more PFs.
Talking to units like I'm talking to dogs and wanna see me do impossible logs. Now you walk got emotional logs. Some say I don't even macro at all. I just whisper in your defenses fall. Like I'm talking to minerals in the wall, telling them
I'm trying to do Cyclone PFs. I kind of hold off on how many PS, but now I think I need more. But just calibrating the Cyclone part. I usually go Ghost, but we'll do Ghost as a second part.
I don't need wins, I need a story. Every match just adds to the glory. You play standard, safe allegory. I rewrite
What's
endings,
going
next
on?
category.
SCV ready.
I'm here for the what just happened, blank. You type report, I just thank the chaos for making my legend right now. They sound lag in disguise. I'm in with mechanics and shifting eyes. You think you lost, not a
SCV
surprise.
ready.
You just got featured in tonight's reprise.
You scared me. Yo. Sure thing. Jordan. SCV ready.
Next moment,
Bad news.
history. Yeah, I don't build, I distort. Turn your safe game into short report. You say no way, that was
SCV
sport.
ready.
I say GG. Next escort.
In the rear with the gear. Huh? Yeah.
You hear footsteps. Don't scout. It
SCV
already saw
ready.
you first.
Go,
It's not that I
go.
gave up. It's just I
SCV
stopped
ready.
pretending no more.
I used to think I was just playing something.
Big job. Go ahead. What's up? Ah! You scared me.
I sit down, world is small, peaceful, just
By the
hardly calm.
numbers,
Every
boys.
thought I avoid in daylight, it's here where I can't look away. Right, move the pattern, this is where I chose. But sometimes it feels like I already know.
Command center upgrade complete.
Before I do it, like I'm watching myself go through it. And that part messes with my head. The wind's not what's said, but how quickly I turn on myself when I think I should have been someone
Bad
else.
news.
Every mistake don't stay a mistake. It turns into something I overtake in my mind over and over again, like I'm trying to rewrite when it's
In the rear with the gear. Let's wait. Huh?
when I sleep, it follows me into normal day. Learn my thinking ways. I don't know if I'm controlling it
Ben?
or if it's controlling how I
Big
think.
job.
Every match feels like
Let's get a one factory.
like I'm closer than I should be
SCV ready.
the brain. It's not fun, it's not
What's up?
pain. It's the same thought running through my brain, and I don't know how to
Go
turn
ahead.
it off.
Command center upgrade complete.
Doesn't stop. People think it's all reaction time, but it's more like reading between lines. I'm myself, a pressure of choice. Quiet way I lose my voice when things get tight. I get too aware, like I'm seeing myself standing there, deciding faster than I
You scared me.
feel, and I start questioning what's
Well,
real.
fun about biscuit. Roger.
Didn't become every time it's
SCV
like
ready.
numb, and maybe that's why I'm staying in it.
What?
Because I wanna win in it, but because it shows me something raw. I don't usually see it all, even when it drains me out, even when it fills me with doubt. There's a strange kind of truth in that space, like I finally see
try to bailing bust me right now.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Bad news. What's going on? SCV ready.
We're gonna take a base to
SCV ready. SCV ready.
And Florencio, the name starts to feel heavier. Not like a title, more like a mirror. Showing me what gets clearer. When I don't have noise in the
Systems
way,
go.
I can't distract what I say. To myself in the back of my mind. I'm not always kind, because it's not about being good. It's about if I ever understood why I think the way I think under pressure. Why I turn
In
words
the
into
rear with
lectures
the
and
gear.
don't have answers for
SCV ready.
that. Just patterns I don't forget.
Sure thing.
Feeling I can't explain that it all means something to
Ready to raise some hell.
I don't know if I'm controlling it or if it's controlling.
SCV ready.
Think every match feels like I'm unfolding it. Like I'm closer
SCV ready.
to the brink. It's not
Go
fun, it's
ahead.
not pain, it's the
Good
same
job. SCV ready.
and I don't
get a couple aliens.
turn it.
SCV ready.
Once it starts, it doesn't stop.
SCV ready.
Maybe it was never about
What's going on?
maybe it was about what happened
Big job.
to me.
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Go ahead.
Roger, watch out for the
What's
mutas.
going on? Huh? Big job, huh? In the rear. SCV ready.
No warm up.
Will do. Go ahead. Ah.
Every thought locked in place. Click so sharp it cuts space. I don't push, I don't wait.
Go.
If you slow down, I
Ready for action.
can. Every second's a trap. One miss beating the map. Whole plan snap like that. I don't tilt, I compress. All the noise in my chest. Turn panic into a test. Then I pass it with less. You chase comfort, I flinch.
Go get a base.
Cause the moment it ends, I'm back fighting myself
This better.
again.
SCV ready.
It's fine, I don't want fun.
Bad news.
I want tight, every move on the line. If it breaks good, that means it was weak. I don't fear defeat. I've been
By the
playing
numbers.
sleep. No buffer, no pause.
Big weight. Plus something is better. You're gonna give me. By the numbers. SCV ready.
If it hurts, that's a fact, means I'm still intact.
In the rear with the gear.
No net, I don't gamble.
What's going on?
Pressure sitting on my neck.
Roger.
I don't blink, I correct. I don't see ranks, I see habits. I don't feel lost, I dissect it. You follow rules, I've been brackets.
Wait,
Break
no.
systems, just to stress test them. Hand steady.
SCV ready.
Vision tunnel, no light. Every second, a fight. I don't black out, I ride. Patterns buried in chaos. I pull them out with force. You call it madness, of course. You never look this close. I don't need hype, I don't shout. I let silence burn loud. Oh, don't feel me now, cause I move like I'm running out.
Command center upgrade complete.
Confidence, I need
SCV ready.
alignment. One click, outcome, all violent. If I hesitate, I eliminate it. Second thoughts,
Show me who you want to die. Nothing'll stop me.
fear not getting we lost all clean, emotion between. Just a
Research.
note taken here in a plan, taking fix. Yes, why don't crack, why don't react? Cause I burn up our back when I learn how to react. You replace your brain, when it's all mine. I reset my brain every damn time. No buff, no fear. Reveal, I don't heal. Like
Ready to
rebuild
raise
from
some
the
hell.
damage I deal. You want peace, I want sharp, want the edge, want the dog. If it
What's
tears
going
me
on?
apart,
In
I'll
the rear
rewire
with the
the
gear.
parts. No mercy.
Good job, huh?
I think they're
SCV
right.
ready.
I don't lose, I find out what I'm really about.
He thinks I'm over here only, so gives him a little. I didn't show him this.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Hands move. Problem solved.
Go ahead.
Sharpen.
Are you
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
sounds sweet?
Got a target in mind. Moving into position.
SCV ready. Where's the hot action? What's going
on?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Light it up.
Where's his
All
base?
day long.
Right on.
Too much.
Is that it? Smoking. Word. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Command center upgrade complete.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for
Command center upgrade complete.
Let's go. Go ahead. In the rear with the gear.
Okay. Widow Mines and Hellions. Try to see if we can kind of mix it in.
Big job, huh? Well, butter by a biscuit.
Forget the
One bad fight and I mentally quit. MMR drops like
Bad
I
news.
knows my worth, like it's proven everything I fear from birth. TG type, but I don't feel done. Just another
Go
lesson.
ahead.
Okay.
Official sun, no daylight,
Let's
just
go.
late night grind. Red eyes like I left myself behind. I don't talk much, I feel.
What's going on?
Trying to fix what I can't defend, but it's never enough. It's never enough. I'm addicted to pressure. Pressure on my chest won't ever release. We don't lose, it still feels the same. I'm just a ghost inside the game.
Mineral field depleted.
But it's breaking through. I'm losing myself in what I do. Cue life. It's
That's the last place you want to be.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
now I play just wait. Another match I overstay. Stop asking, now stop replying.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Myself to sleep to time. I can't
Big
tell
job,
where
huh?
across the line. If I quit tonight,
In the
would I
rear with the
Systems go.
More roaches.
Cyclone ready for action.
silence
Research complete.
than me? 'Cause when it's
Cyclone receive.
what's left inside,
Research complete.
pressure on my chest won't still feel the same. But I'm not okay.
Mineral field depleted.
Channels clear, boss.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Nothing'll stop me. You got coordinates? Show me.
Oh, what am I?
Channels clear,
He's
boss.
dead right now. We're gonna finish him.
in the rear.
Systems go. Cyclone. Got it. It's on. It's ought to be good. Show me who you want to die.
Add-on complete.
Coordinates. Channels clear.
Research Command center upgrade complete.
What am I?
Mineral field depleted.
What? Good mind play. What? Miss Aries? What are you trying to say? Only trying to save Miss Aries.
Pool pressure, no fear, no break. While you still drowning, your line start to break. You think it's all in, that's your mistake. I'm building behind it, economy fake. Praxi fermentation and grow in the dark. But
GG. Thanks, Oliver. This is your intern. I'm gonna eat this casual whole career. That intern's probably not gonna be happy. You know, what's up, Verb? Alright. It reminds me of like, 'cause I have a little skit. Some of you guys already heard it, but was it this one? Let's see here. How do you? Or the kitchen one? No, not that one. What did I call it? Oh, okay. Skip. There it goes.
All right. All right. We gotta talk about something very important in StarCraft 2 today. Players, stop turning your base into an Airbnb. This is not okay. This is not normal behavior. Your base is supposed to be a military fortress, not a weekend rental. You start the game, right? You're building your normal stuff, barracks, gate, hatch, whatever. Suddenly, you see a probe walk into your base with the confidence of a man who's late for a dentist appointment, and it starts building. Inside your base! Man, that probe is acting like, hi, welcome to your own home, I'll be living here now. Here's the Wi-Fi password, don't mind the cannon in your living room. I swear Florencio would list my base online like, cozy Zerg base for rent 5 stars, free creep carpeting included, complimentary spine crawler, breakfast, shared kitchen, and everything. And the description would say stuff like, perfect for single travelers or cannon rushes. A quiet neighborhood until the widow mines go off. Next thing you know, all kinds of units are strolling into your base like it's a rotating door at a shopping mall. A random overlord floats in like, this place got a pool? A Reaper hops over your wall. Where the snacks at? A void ray beams in from the sky. Did somebody say luxury rooms? Your base turns into the holiday resort of pain, and you know your opponent leaves reviews after the game. Florencio finishing the match like, Ellie host, very responsive, had great space for my proxies with cheese again. You, on the other hand, leave. He stole all my minerals, also I died. You ever chase a probe out of your base and it just keeps coming back? That's an Airbnb guest. They leave for 5 minutes, then reappear like, hi, yeah, we lost the key. Can you open the wall again? No! Get out my base! This is not a rental community. When you finally clean up the mess, it's like dealing with a real Airbnb guest. Your base is trashed, your resources are gone. There's creep in places you didn't even know existed. Someone left a cannon in your backyard. And as they leave, they hit you with thanks, 5 stars, hope to stay again. No, you will not. This is closed for business.
Little fun comedy skit that I was trying to do. Little Airbnb, you know, me going into your base and then making a base in your base and causing havoc, cannon rushing and such. Yeah, that's what that was supposed to kind of like portray. Okay, let's go. Keep going. But yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the dream sequence. How you been? How's everything? You gonna try some new strats? Checking the update. Can you please reopen the wall? Can you open the wall for me? No! Forgot the keys. Well, I'm glad. If you like anything particular, let me know. Sometimes I take a note on what you guys want to watch, and I get a little crazy. But I'll always keep it spicy. If I can make it spicy, it's in my nature to spice things up. I was gonna start nuking. That poor soul. That's what it reminded me of, that intern. The house being destroyed and, you know. Oh, man.
I don't scout, I sense it. Mind games on your mission. Proxy hatch in your kitchen. Turn your main base to a prison, huh? Build creep on your hopes. Drive force in your soul. I don't cheese, I cuisine.
There's one of them right here. Those metaphors. More serious though.
I don't scout, I sense it. Mind games, I'm in your mentions. Proxy hatch in your kitchen. Turn your main base to a prison, huh? Build creep on your hopes. Drive spores in your soul. I don't cheese, I cuisine. Chef had no control. I got overlords floating like ghosts. You got builds, I overdose. I don't micro, I conduct. Symphony with no notes. Got queens dancing like strippers. Injecting them dreams quicker. Yo, game plan, that's dinner. Florencio, I'm that killer. They say what he building. I say don't ask questions. I'm the glitch in the matrix. I'm the lesson ready. Deception. Stay Florencio factor. Surround and distract you. While you blink, I'm attacking. Yeah, I'm right past you.
When I come back, we could try some Protoss stuff. I'm not too sure. I still cheese. I do different types of cheese though. But what others are doing, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what are the other ones. I think they're all just going 3 base. I think most of the players 3 base air or 3 base, just 3 base macro. Protoss cheese. I'll play Protoss right now. Let's see. Here, let's rush them real quick. Let's see if we can get in there. I'm gonna go Protoss.
Roger. SCV ready.
Just put the pylon halfway across the map. Make gateways, sell on, bada bing, bada boom. Like presto. How do you say it? Presto.
In the rear. SCV ready. Bad news. What's going on? Will do. Move it. SCV ready. I'm going. Yep. Gotcha. Yeah, whatever. SCV ready.
They're hot now. They're doing it.
We hear you.
See what I'm doing right there? I almost got it. It was close, but I kind of messed up a couple times. But there's sometimes you get these situations where you could drone. If I drilled a little earlier, I would have got in there. Not that I would have won because he has a Marine, SCVs, anything can happen. But like if you get into a situation, sometimes there's this weird spot where you can drone. You click on here on the mineral and then you wait until they clump up and then you attack. Attack, clump up, attack. Clump. It allows them all to hit instead of just 2 drilling. But of course his repair was see? Yeah, it was like it's way better than just having 2 Zealots trying to into just zapping. That's another method that you could do. But yeah, we can get in. Yo, nuke 'em. You want to see some nukes? Okay, I'll do a Protoss, and then I'll jump into some nukes, and then I'll come back to Protoss. I have to eat in a little bit, but we'll come back and then we'll kind of like play for a few hours before I go to work.
watching the rain. Stack 3 spars in the middle of the lane. Now your oracle feeling deep. Roll down, low hands. Beat you in flip-flops and romance. You study guides, I study chaos. I went like a bug in the code of the cosmos. Florenzo flow, they grab blood. My strats is different, they leave a thud. You play meta, I play truth. This ain't cheese, this is proof. I breathe new strategy. You chase order, I chase chance. Who's the chaos, not by chance. I don't build meta, I build myths. Where they see cheese, I see rips in the system. Slip through the prism, they follow rules, I bend algorithms. Proxy in your base, I'm a ghost in your vision. I don't need light of cloud, I need surgical precision. They watch replays, try to trace the decision. It's not clicks, it's intuition. Every drone is a decoy. Every gap is a scout for it. Just a rap, they say I troll, nah, I teach you listen. You can't break through what's out of reach.
I don't chase wins, I chase chaos. Break minds, I won't build false I warp in fear, then blink into ashes. I don't copy politics, I write parables. You feel safe, I feel terrible. On purpose, no Sandra, just mind game worship. You ladder for skills, I ladder for verses.
I train in silence, one screen, no stream, no crowd scream. Just me and the next dream to dismantle. You try hard, I play like a scandal. Pylons in your face, pain. You clap, I win with 400 minerals. I'm acting disrespectful, I can't rush spiritual. And if you win, congrats, but ask yourself. You scout too late, no conclusion, just GG, no answer. Replay cancer, that's me, the phantom, the prankster, the ladder, the next romancer.
You know, stalkers can't go through here back and forth. Zealots could, but not stalkers. It's a weird spot. It's a weird opening.
So when they say why you play like that, I just smile, watch the screen turn black. Because ladder fame fades.
Yo, nuke 'em.
I craft that trauma.
Alright, I'll nuke them next and then I'll come back to Protoss. I'll do a nuke. Whoever it is, I'll nuke them. We'll see. And then we'll come back to Protoss. Get you guys some Protoss games.
I've been staring at the ground, trying to find my way.
And we're gonna nuke a Terran. Let's nuke him.
The weight of all my failure, like stones in my chair. Every step feels heavier, never feeling my bed.
How many times do you guys think we're gonna nuke this game?
Big job, huh? Sure thing. We hear you. SCV ready. Yep. SCV ready.
3? You think 3 for the whole game? Okay.
SCV ready.
Do I hear 4? Do I hear 2?
SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Okay.
SCV ready. What's going on? Yeah, whatever. Huh? SCV ready. Gotcha. Big job, huh? Yeah.
That move right there deserves more than 3 nukes.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Maybe 30. Yep. That little move right there deserves at least above 20. 30 is just giving it to him lightweight. You know, we're gonna have to take it easy on him with a 30.
SCV ready.
69.
In the rear with the gear.
That's the nuke number right there.
Bad news. SCV ready.
You get a Reaper though. Damn.
SCV ready.
Yep, if I could. Let's do it.
In the rear with the gear. This is your plan? Big, huh? Roger. What's going on?
You guys.
Command center upgrade complete.
All right, let's do this. Man. Move it.
Boom.
Get from above. SCV ready. Ah! You scared me!
Add-on complete.
Yep. SCV ready. Who wants some? I'm listening. Nothing I can't handle. What's it worth?
What's he doing?
Enough.
Tank early. Racks, Marine Marauders. Looks like a drop probably.
Big job, huh? Uh-huh. Ready to roll out. Go, go, go. What's going on?
Research complete.
SCV ready. Armed and ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Fueled up, ready to go. Lay it on me. Got no ready to plunder.
Oh, I don't have a tech lab. I was like, why can't I make a ghost?
Go ahead.
Been trying to make a ghost for a little bit.
Hear me.
You ready for war? Let's get into the fight.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news.
Ready to plunder.
Give us. Fueled up, ready to go. SCV ready. What's that? Got no weight. Go ahead. SCV ready. Big job. Go ahead. Give us your best shot. Affirmative. And somehow. Yes, sir. Bad news. SCV ready. Yeah.
Command center upgrade complete.
Ready to roll out. Let's roll. In the rear. What's our target? SCV ready.
I think they killed my ghost.
Sure thing. SCV ready. What's going on?
My favorite type of pizza, I would say, is bacon and pepperoni.
Ready to plunder.
I like Shakey's pizza. I don't know if you guys know what Shakey's pizza is. It's probably like one of my favorites, Shakey's.
SCV ready.
I just do it. I got them in the rules looking like they owe me rent. Gas so precious, I could buy the lick and sell the cent. SCV on vacation, still getting paid. No commands on the floating. That's my Airbnb, bro. I make a put the planetary right where you wanted to meet. You got the whole army. I brought one idea, then duplicated that idea.
Roger.
The diarrhea. I'm nasty with the math. I'm put the minerals you build. Looking clean on mine, looking criminal. I don't need a
Mineral field depleted.
I read your army composition like a doctor's prescription.
Ready to plunder.
Ready to roll out. SCV ready.
When the sniper gets close,
SCV ready.
with the target still wide.
Add-on complete.
Still outside. You got 1,000 units. That's adorable. I got 100 reasons why your armies were fundable.
You sure about that?
Can contain me.
Nothing.
I put the base where your base is. Now your base got
Here. Big job, huh? What's going on?
changing lanes. You brought a build order.
Ghost reporting.
Brought a hurricane.
What's going on?
No fixing
Speak up.
notes. You thought you had a game plan. I put a motor
up,
around
ready to
your
go.
hopes. I'm in the
Nuclear missile ready.
landlord with the notice. You thought I came to macro. I came to make
Bad.
a diagnosis. Your expansion
SCV
got
ready.
addicted. Your production got addicted to the thought that maybe somehow this game could still be fixed. Nope. I got an access on your nerve. Commands in the on your curve.
Solo
Behind your army like your army got observed. I don't chase kills, I let the kills go behind me. I
Mineral
put a trap
field
in the trap,
depleted.
and the trap was behind me. Your overlord saw it, but the overlord died. Now your vision looking blurry like you watched it from inside. I'm a bottom with the keyboard, a typo with the trigger. Every time you think I'm finished, I get bigger. You brought the meta.
It's getting too hot.
Cut the standing in the pieces, got the visions. I don't play outside the box. I sell the box, then I build another box inside the box. You thought I
Show me who you want to
They
die.
ask me, Florencio, why? I say, why not?
You sure about that?
Anything gives me a buck, and I'ma press it if the map gives me a corner. I'ma stretch it if the opponent gives me space. I'ma live there if he gives
SCV ready.
Take his planetary again. You destroyed the first one, less unfortunate, my friend. Cause
Nuclear
I got
missile
another one
ready.
behind another one and another one.
You got coordinates or what? Enemy contact.
Standing the opposite. Line, I'm already on top of it.
Mineral field depleted.
I make the obvious move.
Solo.
Absolute, then I fake it, then I break it, then I take it, then I
Give me
make
the
it look
sit
like every
rep.
single second of your life is pre-recorded. I don't need to rage, I make you rage. I don't need to talk, I make the replay talk. You hit,
Come again. Now.
Nuclear missile ready.
Go.
sit there smiling while the next
Ghost
base
reporting.
gets filled. I got no patch for you.
Go ahead.
I put the base where your base is.
Solo
Your
operative.
base got a vein.
Out with it.
What's that?
Brakes on this, no lane. I'm changing lanes.
Out with it.
Mineral field depleted.
Target. Ghost reporting. Say die. Solo.
Nuclear missile ready.
Everybody else
Ready to go.
StarCraft.
Command center upgrade complete.
Out with it. You sure about?
Go. What's that? Give us your best shot.
I call it predictable.
Let's roll.
You sure about that?
Got
Solo operative. Come again.
Mineral field depleted.
ah, you scared me.
Ghost reporting.
Silence the room. Curse is steady like
Command
a
center
burning
upgrade
moon. Every
complete.
mineral timed, every gas
Nuclear
precise.
missile
Gamble
ready.
on builds, I calculate
Mineral
twice.
field
Wall
depleted.
up tight, think you're secure.
SCV
I see
ready.
the gap, your fit is sure.
Roger.
Macro symbols,
Will
text
do.
between. I've been between the scenes.
Go. Sounds like a
Fog, every path you take, I trace your log. You think it's
ghost
standard,
reporting.
safe and sound. I'm underground. when
up,
you
ready
look
to go.
down. No panic, cold smile,
Okay.
on beat. Every word
Mineral
good
field.
split, every
SCV
surround
ready.
me. You chase the matter,
You're
copy
on.
and paste. I break the rhythm, distort the pace.
Out with it.
Feel that pressure
Give me the sit.
inside your
SCV
brain.
ready.
Try to stabilize, try to reset.
What's our goal?
Breathe deep in your text.
Out with it.
Oh, just barely.
Solo. Go. Ghost reporting. You sure?
Ready.
Optics online. Let's go kill.
Vespene geyser exhausted.
You sure? Solo operative.
Nuclear missile ready.
You sure about that? Deploy.
What's
Go. Come again. Copy that. So, give me the sit rep. Sounds like a plan. Ghost reporting.
Nuclear missile ready.
rolling?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Let's roll. Speak up.
Mineral field.
It's getting too hot.
What's our
Ghost reporting. Outward. Solo.
load up?
Big job. Go.
Got no. Go ahead.
You sure about? Give me the sit rep.
SCV ready.
Come again. So let's. What's going on? Huh? Come again. Now.
Lay it on me.
Army stalls, you hear that echo inside
Ready to
your
roll out.
walls. You try to fight what you
Oh, it's on.
You sure about that?
What's that?
Made for battle. Ready to blunder.
right. Yeah, right.
Nuclear missile ready.
What's going on?
Go.
Ready to plunder. What's our target? Ready to plunder.
You sure?
Big job, huh? What's going on?
Ghost report.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Kept hitting the body. Body shots. Body shots.
Mineral field depleted.
FTV ready.
Oh man. Just working the body on this one. I don't know how many did we nuke. Body shots for days. Took those tech labs away all the time. I was like, you like that one, Oliver? Yeah, he came in with the Reaper. I was like, I didn't ask for him to harass me, so little payback, just a little payback. And then the Reaper died. Yeah. Yeah, he asked for it. What up, Sir Johnny? How you doing? Hello. Let's crack him. Oh man, we're just playing some StarCraft, having some nuke fest. He'd come at me. He came at the front, but I helped heal the. He put this tank in front. That was a bummer for him. Didn't expect the tank to be here, but you know, I ain't gonna put it out in the open either. So you got that lost. Then the Reaper, the Raven came, tried to do the takeout on the tank, but the SCVs helped. And then the Vikings came and say, "What is going on here?" And he scrammed at that point, which was good because he kept his Raven, alive. Yeah, and then you know he just happened to put all his tech near the the nuke range. So instead of you thinking it's gonna be at the main base or natural or something, we're going for the tech. Pull back. You have to make some more tech labs. That's gonna take a little while. Just delays. Annoying delays. Plus you're like, it's gotta be here again, right? Nope, it's over here now. Oh, we got that one. I was like, alright, let me start changing it up a little bit. Let's shake up the pattern. Let's go for a double nuke. I was gonna go for a triple, but I ran out of nukes. We're going for the basey race. Some body shots, and a good uppercut, you know? Boom, those techs are gone again. Hey, these body shots are hurting right here. I didn't want to siege because I didn't want to show him that I was there, but he did move forward quick. I was trying to move just the Vikings, and then everybody wanted to come. And I was like, okay, we all got annihilated. But yeah, it was a misclick. I was trying to get the Vikings to see what's over there. And then we're over here just opening another body shot. But with tanks this time. What's the new builds? I don't know. I have some. Like, depends on what race you're talking about. We've been doing some different builds. With Zerg, I'm trying to be more of a hybrid. So with Zerg, my goal is to try to be a Protoss Zerg and a Terran Zerg. So I'm going to spend a lot of energy trying to figure out how to play mid-game or early game to the point where I can get to taking one of their workers and then utilizing them in a, you know, natural, and not as much as possible, a more natural experience within that ability, you know. So that's what I'm doing with Zerg. With Protoss, it's my main race, so I kind of just, you know, wanted to work on Terran and Zerg for a while. So we'll see with the Protoss what we do, because it's been a little while since we've actually played them. With all the changes that's happened, I've been playing this back with the old patches, so we'll have to see. But always cheese, my friend. Boom shakalaka. That's a disgusting little ledge to hide behind. I know, that's a good spot. Plus you get a good range of that base. So if you go with like a double nuke right there, just 2 nukes who just go in there, just hide, clear out a big area in their base, especially if they have a lot of tech there. It's like, oh, then all of them are gone. Boom, boom. Just erase. Seriously. Get like 3 nukes, 4 nukes, hide back there, just line it up. Oh man, their base erases quick. You'd be surprised how fast it disappears. And it's like, it feels good to do it against, but not to get nuked, but feels definitely good to do it, you know. That's what I was thinking about. If I was gonna have a different name, it would be the Eraser. They'd be like, why did they call you the Eraser? Getting nuked, Gentleman says, is like when you check your credit card statement and someone spent $600 at Walmart that you don't know about. The eraser. Yeah, there you go. Yep, that's freaking Walmart. They call me the eraser because I'm the other side of the number 2 pencil. That's right. Alright, let's see what we got. We got Zerg. So what I've been doing against Zerg is rushing them really early. Excuse me. So I'll show you right here. We're gonna go to their side. Get the Nexus really early. I'll get this arrow. The Overlord should be here soon. I'll block this. See? I'm just acting like I'm stalling him to do something, and like I don't want to show him what I'm really doing. Okay, now I'm gonna do it. He didn't want to come to me. Get my side. And we're gonna attack him. We'll wait a little bit.
I am here in the shadows. I am the voice of the eclipse. I am here in the shadows. I am the I am here in the shadows. You require my... I am the hope. I am here in the shadows. We let our enemy know our fury.
Base is under attack.
See where they're at. They're somewhere else too.
Prismatic core online. I am the Void. Paradakral.
Base is under attack.
Channel. We are one with the shadows. State thy prismatic core online. I am the voice of the eclipse. Channel the light. We are at full power. I am the heart. We are at full power. Paradakral. Zaknaku Afa. This vessel. Channel.
Our pylon is under attack.
Channel the light of this vessel shall impede. We are Paradakral. This vessel. Zaknaku.
Base is under attack.
We are at full. Let our enemy know our fury. Zaknaku Afa.
Mineral field depleted.
Prismatic.
Base is under attack.
What? Hey, you guys asked my Protoss. I'm a dirty Protoss player. I'm on your ass. They could, but they did get patched a little bit. So it takes what? I think it takes like 2 Ravager bios to kill the force field. It's like it got it weaker a little bit. The Ravager bio to the force field's got a little weaker. I think you have to have twice or something. I forgot the count, but it's a little bit weaker than before. So you don't. It's not as easy where just one bio just pops it. I think it's 2 bios. Nonetheless, though, he should have bioed more, but he didn't expect the force field wall off. He didn't think it was gonna jump out at it and then try to bio and then get a force field, because not many people even do this in general. Nobody. Well, this is what I do. This is my thing. Nobody does this because I do this, but they might do something different. But yeah, I like to get the force field because I like to stall, and they like to come out in Ravager bios, so I like to cover them. So it's basically, this is the build right here. I get a pylon and go straight to their base, and then I stay here for a little bit, look for the Overlord, let them think that I'm just pylon blocking, not really trying to do anything special. Like, I'm not, don't worry, I'm over here on your side just bugging your mineral line and then just acting like I'm stopping you from getting the gas. Things that you wouldn't think a cannon rusher would even care to do. But you want to just act a little bit. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm just over here on your side. See the drone? It was going. It's like, okay, it's going to see my pylon. It's going to say, oh, okay, well, I'm going to go take a base somewhere else. You know, like clockwork. And then the Overlord tend to go, what's over there, just in case I got to check over on the third one, my new base, to see if anything's going on. Sometimes they'll do that and they'll leave. But even if they don't, the 2 gateways and the cannon right here keeps the drones from going in there. And I do it before the lings can pop, so they can't do it with the lings either. They can't get the lings out. So they're stuck with having to deal with something like this in your base. Now, it's not too bad because it's not threatening yet. It's not technically threatening to the Zerg. They still got this base. They're like, oh, this Protoss doesn't even know I have a third. I'll just mine this third while he's over there thinking he can break my main base. And you know, the next thing they usually do is let me go attack their base. So they're gonna go, okay, I can't break that. You know what? His base is open. Let me go get that. Let me go over there. And then, you know, I obviously know that's the next move for him. So then I already have the cannon here. The cybernetics core comes right after the 2 gateways finish. And you get your gases, right? Your gases, your side comes up. You use that as part of your wall, and you use the pylon, and you're good to go here. And you start mining here, and then you just make it into a 2-gate play, where the objective is to eventually choke them right here, while you can go down here and break this eventually, going back and forth, and having the static here. So it's like a little back and forth, but the real goal is to harass them while you can get to void raids. So my objective is to get to pylon, get a Stargate eventually, and then make them think I'm going into some type of stalker, heavy stalker, keep you contained kind of thing. But in reality, it's a light stalker fake where I get the void raids, and then the void raids come, and then they just slap the Ravager's hand, right? And then they go, oh, you're going void raids? Shit, let me get Hydras. And then I'm already thinking about Colossus. I'm already thinking about the Colossus to come out. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go void raids, force out your Hydras, and then I'm gonna go Colossus, and then your Hydras are gonna be like, oh shit, Colossus. I was thinking void raids. Checkmate. Yep, there goes the checkmate with the Colossus. They lose so much. They're soft bellies. The Hydras. Thanks, Lane. Yeah. So right here he's ready to come out and just waiting for him. I'm like, come on. Bam! Caught him. Going Stargate behind it. And just microing, you know? At this point he was done. I had the resources, and there was just no way coming back from that. I already knew he had another base because I saw some links coming this way and a roach. I was like, okay, so he has another base, which I usually check anyways. This is I always check for other bases, especially when I feel comfortable. I'm like, oh, I'm too comfortable right here. Let's check bases. Because the most comfort is after you did a whole cycle and there's no bases. That's when you get the most comfort. That's when you should get the most comfort. It's not, oh, he's on one base without checking the other bases. That's just, you know, gonna leave you into some trouble. And yeah, he's done. So we were already going into robo play. because I know he's gonna switch over to eventually. He can't afford it right now because he went to Roach Ravager so much, but he didn't win on one gas, so he can't afford the time to get a layer tech to even get Hydras. So that sucks for him because he's too busy trying to like breathe. Alright. Oh man, as much as I want to keep going, I gotta take a little break, eat. I gotta eat and then I'll come back for a few more hours before I go to work. But hopefully you guys enjoyed the stream. The Mac Puff, Wayne, Richard, Ritual, April, Sir Johnny, was it Oliver, Bad Coneja, was it Arati? Eventually I'll get your guys' name right. Everybody do flash now. So we got Ghost, Lot Mods, and then we'll try to see if we can get some games tomorrow, some in-house games. I'll try to make some type of channel on the Discord, and then we'll see how that works. Call it Fight Night or something, you know. But